Tio, hey. Hey man, how does my sound? Can you hear the music? How does it sound to you? I've been having issues with my sound. Can you hear the music? Can you hear that dwarf music? I know you can hear my microphone perfectly, but it looks like my sound's not keying up. Can you hear the music? How does it sound, the music? Because it's barely registering. There's actually a tornado. I'll post it on the Discord. There's a tornado out there somewhere. I'm supposed to be in hiding right now, but I can't leave this room. I'm supposed to be in a basement right now. I'm on the top floor. And he's gone. I'm trying to get to Dol Guldur right now. Tio, rest well and do me a favor. Please be safe. Don't take any chances with COVID-19, dude. Play it safe, my friend. And if you get into trouble, I know people. Oh, man. Everything I tell you is true. Dude, please be safe. How does my sound, Sonny? Can you hear my music? Thank you, Tio, because my music, can you hear the dwarf music? Evelyn, what's happening? Good morning. Good morning. Evelyn, can you hear the dwarf music? I'm very sick, but I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm all right. I'm pretty doggone good. If you were in my body, you'd probably call an ambulance, but I'm okay. Thank you for asking, man. Cool. Thank you so much. I was wondering because my music, the sound, it doesn't look like it's registering. I wanted to make sure you guys can hear the music. Thanks so much. Ice, what's happening? Good evening, dude. How are you? Thanks for stopping in, guys, saying hey. I'm going to try to get through Dol Guldur. I'll probably get killed, but I'm going to try to go through Dol Guldur because I want to go check out the new dwarf stuff, so that should be fun. Yeah, your back is killing you too. I wouldn't know what that. I've got a pretty good back, so I'm sorry, man. That sucks. We could both hang out and we could commiserate. I hope your back feels better sooner than later, man. Yeah, it don't matter what your age is, dude. Anything could happen, you know. It don't matter the age. Oh yeah, my back's fine. My back's fine. It's my leg. See, my fucking leg, right? My leg, right here. All right here, from here up to here. I can't feel it, right? But at the same time, it feels like there's dogs eating it. It's weird. It's just weird, man. It's weird, weird, weird. Multiple sclerosis is weird. Yeah, it's weird. It's so strange, man. It's almost like it's like frostbite. It's just so strange. It's so strange. Because my brain is playing tricks on my leg, you know? That's all it is. My brain is playing tricks on my leg. It probably really doesn't hurt at all. My brain just makes it think it does. It's fucking weird. So I laugh at it because it's so strange, you know? It's like a cartoon. So you guys, Ice, what's happening? Tio, get out of here. Go to bed. Ice, what's shaking? How was your day? I'm hoping Zug Zug comes in here because I wanted to go through Dol Guldur and go look at the dwarf stuff. Dude, I'm doing better. Last week I was really sick, man. I had toothache and shit, right? And the pollen and that was messing with me. But I'm doing better. I'm getting better. I'm getting better, man. It's weird, you know. It's like, you know how it goes. You have your up weeks and you have your down weeks. You got your up weeks, you got your down weeks, you know? That's the way it goes. You got to roll with it. Roll with it, roll with it, roll with it. Adapt and overcome, my friend. Adapt and overcome. So I've been doing better. I'd be doing better if you guys got in here in Persistent Lord of the Rings and helped me get through Dol Guldur. So are you going to come and help? Ah, man. I have narcolepsy, brother. Yeah, Evo on. An up night? What do you mean up night, Raw? What's happening, Raw? Yes. Ah, right on. Thank you, Raw. It's the simple things that need to be explained to me sometimes. The more complex things, sometimes I get them pretty easily, but the simple things go right over my head. Right on, Raw. Thank you. Sleeping, narcolepsy, I sleep too much, but like a machine gun, evil on. Evil on, I'll sleep 2 hours on, 2 hours off, 2 hours on, 2 hours off for months and months and months. Drives you bananas. So I have a remedy. Helps me sleep like a normal person. All natural remedy for narcolepsy. Raw, good to see ya. I have narcolepsy, costochondritis, multiple sclerosis, and hereditary hemochromatosis HFE. And I have cataplexy with my narcolepsy. I have other illnesses, but I don't really give a shit about them. They're not going to kill me. You know? Dude, Raw, hey, you guys, guess what? Guess what? Right now, there's a tornado out there. I'm not kidding you. There's a tornado right out there somewhere. I'm supposed to be in a basement right now, but I'm not getting out of this room in this wheelchair. I'm trying to get the Dalek wheelchair, special made from the BBC, signed by Tom Baker himself. Now that would be a wheelchair. It could float everything. It's got laser beams. That would be so bitchin'. Dude, dig this, you guys. Check this shit out. Isn't this nuts? Look at this. You guys probably can't see that, can ya? Let's see. There's a tornado outside. No shit. Yeah. There's a tornado warning. There's actually a tornado out there for this zip code. I'm supposed to be in a basement. So you guys, first live stream ever where a guy in a wheelchair blows away in a tornado. All the way over the rainbow into Mordor. Right on. I like Dickens cider, man. You ever have Dickens cider? Dickens cider is great, man. Hot, wet Dickens cider on a cold winter night. That's a night to remember. I don't care about follows. I care about friends. If I made $1,000 a month on Twitch, I only need 300 of it. The rest of it would go to charity, animal shelters, MS, food banks, homeless shelters. If someone didn't have a homeless shelter or a food bank in their town, we would erect one. If I had 1 million followers on Twitch, that's what I would do. I live just fine. I live okay. I get by. So, help with a wheelchair, help with some meds, that's all I need. Dude, you see, that's the beautiful thing, is the downside is you blundered a joke. The upside is I have multiple sclerosis and it went right over my head anyway. And the upside is that I have a sense of humor to go with it. Zeha. Of course I watch you guys' streams, man. If you guys are on, I always stop in and say, hey, Zeha. When Raw's on, I like to watch Raw stream. When Zeha's on, I like to watch Zeha stream. When Tio is on Twitch streaming, I never watch Tio stream because he never puts his clothes on. I have to throw a towel over the monitor. Sta Sensato, what's up, brother? How are you, man? Dude, thank you so much, man. Sato, thank you so much, bro. It's good to see you, man. It's good to see your face. I think you're on my Discord. I saw you. I saw your picture. It's good to know you, my man. Cool, cool. So, dude, Raw, why don't you come in here and help me and we can go to the Erebor and we can go through the Dwarf Pass unless you're cooking out burgers and hot dogs again. It looks pretty Mordor outside, too. There's a tornado creeping around out there like Sauron, like in Nazgul. Kale, I'm pretty good, Kale. I'm getting better. I'm getting better, Kale. Kale, you want to come and help me get through Dol Guldur so I can go to Erebor? I don't know, Rawl. Maybe all night, maybe an hour. Depends upon how I feel. Most of the time, you guys, what you don't know is that I am a master actor. Most of the time, I hide my symptoms. You guys really don't see what's going on with me because I've been hiding my symptoms for a long time. Most of the time, I feel like I want to puke. So when you ask me how I'm doing pretty good. Right on, Kale. That would be super cool. Rawl, Kale, Sato, Zeha, Evil On, Ice. I want you guys to follow each other, man. Especially you guys who stream. You guys follow Master Rawl. Master Rawl puts on an excellent show. Sato, you would enjoy his show. Zeha is my pal over in Germany, and Zeha fights the shit out of multiplayer warband. He's a fucking warrior. So check out Zeha's stream. Zeha's my bro for a long time on Twitch. And you guys are good friends. You guys just rolled in Evil On and Master Rawl and Zeha and Ice, and you guys just to say hello. And Kale, thank you guys so much. Cool, cool, cool. Dude, there's a tornado out there, man. No shit. I grew up in Illinois, man. I remember the first tornado. I was 5. I ran like hell. Of course, that ain't shit compared to what Rawl deals with down in Florida. I've only been through one hurricane ever, and I'll never do that again. Yeah, Zeha's a fighting mofo. I want to get Zeha doing crusades, man. I want to do multiplayer crusades, sieges with crusades with 1257. Rock and roll. So I hope you guys all follow each other, man. Master Raw's one of my favorite streamers. Even though he said I'm one of his new rookie streamers. I don't know what that means, but I didn't get a box of cookies for it, so I better at least get a Bumpy sticker that says new rookie streamer. Man, sometimes my memory works good. Tornado is a bummer. So check it out, you guys. No, I am a rookie streamer, dude, and I'm glad to be associated with you, my friend. Raw puts on a good show, you guys. You guys got to know something about me, okay? I don't wear shit that has logos on it that advertises schmucks at all, okay? If like Merrill, for example, I don't support Merrill products. I don't wear their shit. So if I tell you that my pal Raw puts on a good show, I'm not doing that to kiss his ass. He actually puts on a good show. If Raw put on a shitty show, I'd say he puts on a shitty show. Because I'm not here for a popularity contest. I tell the truth, and I tell the truth always. I don't advertise schmucks. So you guys, if you're in here and I'm saying check out my friends, check out my friends. You'd be glad you did. I'm glad I got good people that roll in here, man. And what I mean is you guys put on a good show because TV sucks. I'd rather watch you guys' channels and like interact with you. That's the future. I'm glad I'm still here to see it. And I will run my mouth all night long if you let me. And Cal, I'm about to go into Dol Guldur. And let's see what's going to be in Dol Guldur. All day I dream about sativa. Dude, enjoy your work, man. Enjoy your creative process, bro. Right on. If you're putting something on YouTube, I'm looking forward to it. And keep up with those Florida man tales. Those are cool. Those are a nice mix. I like that. And I don't usually watch people's YouTube videos like that, but I like yours. And I like McCotter's and who else's. All you guys that do this stuff, and like Ellender's, I like his. So let's see if we can get in here, rock and roll, and get in the game. All right, here we are. I'm getting better. I'm feeling better the past couple of days. Last week was an effing nightmare, man, with like teeth and pollen and MS and sleep and shit. I was sleeping like I was in a coma. If I wasn't streaming last week, I was sleeping. It was a mess. This week, I think by the end of the week, by this weekend, I'll be doing pretty good. Work out a little bit, right? I got some weights, get some fresh fruit, get some fresh steamed vegetables, man. Get my ass out of the house. I don't want to fuck this wheelchair, though, up outside. And so, yeah, I'm going to 26. Right, 26. Yep, cool beans. I will be a shell of my former self before I'm 60. That's going to be a fun stream. No shit. Poor Daryl. Poor Daryl. I'm going to get a bird that says poor Daryl. It's going to be great. He's also going to say birds can't talk. Rona Jaffe, Mazes and Monsters. And my favorite honky isn't here. I will always be your Richard Pryor, Cal. Cal is the silver streak. I know Rawl knows that reference. Rawl says a lot of things that I think a lot of the young guys don't get the reference, but I get the references. And they're good references too. Yes, sir, there was some knight here, wasn't there? From Dol Amroth. And so let's see if this prick's going to come up the stairs. Oh, here comes this fucking orc. Oh, shit burgers. Let's see if there's a troll down there. I can probably dispatch this orc. I hope my sound's doing good. I've been having some weird shit with my sound. Oh, you fucker. Okay, bitch. Fucker, what you got? My voice, my mic, I can see is registering good. Oh, what you got? Eat it, orc turd. Is that troll down there? I can't see. I don't know. I can't see, but this bitch is going to get me, and they're just going to keep freaking coming. Come on, you nasty. Let's go, orc boy. Rock and roll. Man, I can't see if there's a troll down there or not. I guess I'm just going to have to go for it. Hey, Cal, how come the quick save doesn't work? I keep hitting F12, it won't quick save. I tried to raid a village, man, it didn't give me any loot. Where's the King Harless and the Butter quest, man? Fuck, I want a refund, man. I don't know, Zeha. I'd rather not. I can with Warband and other games, but not for this, Zeha. Oh, you do fine, Zeha. This fucker. Zeha, repeat after me. Say, was ist los, meine Kamerad? Say, danke schön. Fucking orc. Come on. Make up your mind, orc. I'm wondering if there's a troll down there. I could probably run past him. But shit, I want to try to take my horse because I'm really getting sick of buying horses. Shit's getting old. I think it's my 10th horse in a day. Now let's see if Fucko's going to come up the stairs. Fucko 1 and Fucko 2. Yep, that bitch is there, and now you can't get your horse back up the stairs. So, can I run past this fucker? Probably not. Are any of these turds coming? Yeah, I can't get past him. He's going to be too fast. He's going to knock me right off my horse, watch. Yep. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Here we go again. Well, he killed Bessie, this bastard. Oh, great. Fuck me. Come on, Cal, where you at? Oh, these fuckers. They're everywhere. Shit. Yep, I'm gonna die. Run, Dwarfsy, run! Shit, burgers. There's too many. If it was one at a time, that's different. He killed Bessie. Can you believe that shit? I was going to eat her later. We're going to have barbecued horse burgers. Shit. That was over 1,000 in horse meat right there. You know, everybody used to eat horse meat every day. And then the Pope said you can't eat horse meat no more because Warlord's ancestors eat horse meat, so you can't eat horse meat no more. 890 AD. Very calm night. So the actress Melissa McCarthy. Do you guys know who the actress Melissa McCarthy is? What's shaking, Vico? What's happening, my friend? Nice to see you, dude. The actress Melissa McCarthy. Do you know who she is? She's a comedian. She's kind of round. She's kind of cute. She's my ex-girlfriend. And so she lived in a little town called Plainfield, Illinois. The actress Melissa McCarthy, and she used to work at a mall. She used to have blue spiked hair back when I had a mohawk, played in a punk band. So we were little teenage punk rock lovers back in the 80s. And she's a Hollywood actress these days. And you guys have seen her in some comedies like that zombie flick with Bill Murray. Yeah. And anyway, so her little town in the middle of nowhere back in the 80s, if you guys ever saw the film The Blues Brothers, when the Blues Brothers are driving through the mall, that's Louis Joliet Mall. And so Missy, my girlfriend, she lived by that mall in Plainfield. That's where the actress Melissa McCarthy used to live. So a tornado came along on a day just like today. And if you guys are just tuning in, there's a tornado out there somewhere. We're like under a tornado warning for Gettysburg. So there's actually one out there somewhere, but I'm not getting in a basement in my wheelchair. There's no basements here. So back in the 80s, a tornado came along, and her little rural town of Plainfield, Illinois, was completely leveled. The town was completely wiped out by a tornado. And President Ronald Reagan came to the town, declared it a national disaster site, everything. So that's Warlord's strange historical story from your brooding romantic hero's past. So there you go. No shit, Vico. So my ex-girlfriend's Missy McCarthy. Vico, we spoke, right? Aren't you from Springfield? Didn't you say you're from Springfield? You're my homie from Springfield, aren't you? So you know where Starved Rock is, and you know where Ottawa is, and you know where LaSalle, Peru is, and you know where Norway, Illinois is, and Sheridan, and yeah, in Cherry, Illinois. That's where I'm from, dude. I'm from like 2 hours north of you. So you know what a tornado's like. You know a tornado come along, dude, and your town's gone. Your boat's gone. Your car's gone. You know what it's like in Springfield. I grew up in LaSalle County, dude. That's where I got my start. The Park Service, Starved Rock, Mathiasen Park, Buffalo Rock. My first mowing job back in the 80s was Wild Bill Hickok's birthplace is a little park there in LaSalle County, and that was one of my first jobs. So the Park Service was mowing it and trimming it and keeping it up. And so that was pretty cool. Dude, there's one out there right now, Vico. The thing is, we got mountains too, though, you know, so I'm thinking it kind of breaks it up. I'm not a scientist, I'm not a meteorologist, I don't know. But I've seen them and I've run. Now let's look at our new map. Number nine, rock and roll. You guys, thanks for hanging out. I get fucking lonely sitting here for 3 fucking years. Lockdown, isolation and shit, man, I've been doing that for 3 years, guys. I'm glad I found Twitch, no shit. I'll be fine, dude, it'd be great. Are you kidding me? Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? You bitching. Like Professor X. Flying through the air. It's calm out there, man. There's not even a wind, you know. Bitchin', did I go to the right place? I think I did. Rock and roll, cool. Oh, they killed Bessie. Can you believe it? Shit. Oh, you guys, you have no idea. Chicken sandwich. I ate good today. I did. I ate good today for a change. I got a nice chicken sandwich, man. You guys want to see it? You do. You want to see it, don't you? Rock on, brother. That's the upside, Vico. Dude, that's the upside. Man, you're in Springfield. That's cool, man. It's nice to talk to somebody from back home. That's cool. But I got to show you guys something. You're going to freak out. Check this shit out, you guys. Tio wishes he was here. All right, look at that, boy. You see that? That is freaking delicious insanity. That is insanity. That is delicious, delicious insanity. That is delicious insanity. That's what old deadheads bring you when you're an old deadhead. You think that that's a peanut butter brownie, but it's potent. Yep. Right on, dude. Right on, Zeha. Let's get in here, you guys, and check this out, right? So we have to get around. Who is this? Who is this? It's Mr. Kale himself. It's the Kale. Check him out. You always know it's Kale because he's got the monocle. And you'll always hear Mia San Mia in the air. Kale, good to see you. Awesome, awesome. Cool, cool, cool. That made my day. Oh, dude. Are you kidding me, man? I'll fucking get you decked out in some Civil War gear and have you do an encampment with some pals of mine shoot some black powder. Guten appetit, bro. Lead the way, my friend. Kale, thanks so much for the offer of the tour. Holy shit, we got another extreme alert. Right now, fuck, look at that. Another tornado warning. Cal, I gotta switch screens. Let's switch screens. Right on, I'm sorry, you guys are missing this. Cool beans. Cal, thank you for the offer of the tour. Bitchin', my friend. Okay, I'll look at the map. Okay, I'll look at the map, one sec. I'll let you know which way to go, Cal. Hold on, man. I know you're a little lost. Let me help you out. Okay, so we have a fork in the road, so we don't want to go that way. We want to go to the other side to go to 27, I'm assuming. But it usually skips 27 and we go to 11. He's so quiet. Cal is so quiet. I bet you in real life, Cal's probably a total extrovert. He's a wild man. Play that funky music, white boy. What are you doing, Woodman Scout? Sneaky little hobbit says. Sneaky little hobbit says. Sneaky little hobbit says. Thickest, thank you for the raid. Good evening. Bon appetit. What are you doing? Woodsman Scout. What's up, guys? What's shaking? Hey, man. I ain't done with you yet. Where you think you're going? I ain't done with you yet, John. Where you think you're going? Okay, there you go. Now you can go as soon as you see that. Rock on. Stay thick? What do you mean stay thick? Man, you seen this shit? You seen this? Look at this. Whoa! You see that? That's some thick shit right there, boy. I got man boob trophies. Rock on, John. Thank you for the raid, you guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Cal's around here somewhere. Rest well, my friend, and have a safe day tomorrow. Please be safe. And I mean that strongly, all you guys out there, man. Don't take any chances. You guys live in a new generation and a new world. Please be safe out there. Let's see if our ultimate tour guide, Mr. Cal, I don't know if this is the exit or not, so I guess we better scope him out again, right? I think we're in 9. If we're in 9, we are in 9. 9, number 9. Number 9 is Woodsman Village, right on. And so the fork in the road should be Dulguldur and Bjorn's house. So the single path on the map should lead to 27 and 11. That's how I'm looking at the map. And doggone if I didn't look at maps every day in my occupation for 28 years. And so this is a Y trail. Okay, so this trail shoots straight out and then it forks. The fork should go to Bjorn's house and Dulguldur. We came from Dulguldur. And so this should go to 11 and 26. How about we make some detailed maps? That's what I'll do. You guys interested in some detailed maps of each different settlement? That would be fun. And that whole week I'm working on them, every grocery store will be really, really struggling to get ice cream. Because it's all going to be at my house. Hoo-wee, baby. Look at that freaking brownie. Holy shit. Dude. Thickest. Rustwell. Vico. We just got to serve. Official number 11. Yeah, man. It must be coming in waves, Vico. You know, it does. If you guys get something in Springfield, we're going to get it like a day or two later. Always. If I watch you guys' Midwestern weather, I know that that's what we're going to get. So yeah, so we got 2 tornado warnings in the last couple of hours. We just got that other one like 10 minutes ago. I'm in a freaking really tough building though, you guys. I'm in a brick building with concrete walls and steel doors. I mean, this fucking place is like a bomb shelter. But this whole side's all windows. It's going to knock me out. Butter. Dude. Wait, you're coming to Gettysburg? Dude, I've got muskets and everything right here, man. I've been doing reenacting for a long time. Your grandfather or his friends, if they are Gettysburg fanatics and they come to Gettysburg often, they probably know who I am. Because I was on the board of directors for the National Preservation Association, where I was in charge of historical reclamation and preservation for horticulture and botany for the Park Service and for the Preservation Association. And so that's what I did before I got sick. Man, bro, my apartment's a mess, dude. I live in fucking filth and squalor. I can't clean this place. Sometimes I got trash sitting outside. I got dirty clothes for weeks. Some weeks I can't help myself for like a month. So I chill. I do my best. I have fun. Keep my chin up. Have fun with you guys. Play some games and get my shit done when I can. Get my place clean when I can. Get my laundry done when I can. You know, that sort of thing. But thank you so much. I wish my place was still looking good like it was a couple of years ago when I could still keep my place clean, you know? So hopefully that changes in the future and I get the help that I need, because my reality is in the next 8 years, if I don't get the help that I need, I will be in a full care facility in a hospital where people will be caring for me because I don't have the assistance I need, and that's reality. I try to help myself, and that's why I need a wheelchair. I don't want to rely on anyone for anything. I never have had to. I've worked my ass off my whole life for what I got. And I started out poor as fuck like most people. Worked my way up. And so, if any of my friends out there could share my mission to get my ass an outdoor manual wheelchair so I can help myself rather than having to rely on the help of others, I would sincerely appreciate any tips that any of you could afford to help my ass get out of this house and do the things that I need to do for myself so I don't have to rely on others. Because the way it's looking, until I'm retired and too brain gone to function, I have to help myself. I would prefer to stand on my own two wheels. And if you've shared my mission like Master Rawl has, thank you for sharing my mission. These guys, I'm just seeing what's going on, you guys. I'm just poking around. My brain's percolating. I freaking love this city. It's so freaking cool. I mean, I could just kick around in here, man. Sometimes I'm on really, really, really early in the morning, East Coast time, USA. And I just like kicking around Middle Earth, man. It's fun. It's bitching. I'm trying to think, what is it that I'm missing in here? There's something I need in here. And I can't think of what it is. Nazgulos! Nazgulos, the god, what are you doing? What's up, man? What's up, my friend? Look at this. This is so colorful. Did you see that? I just stopped. Melkor tried to appear in front of me, and he stopped me. Did you see that? You guys think it's a conspiracy theory, don't you? It's not. It's Melkor. It's me and my brother when we were kids. And then the river police came and got us. Vico, if you are ever in Gettysburg, please come over, man. Have a cup of coffee, chill out. We'll get on live stream and say hello to all the guys and a couple of the girls. Vico, you're always welcome to knock on my door. If you go downtown Gettysburg and you see a reenactor and you say, "Hey, where's Daryl live?" Everyone knows me in Gettysburg. It's a small town, man. Right on, brother. I hope you're getting some rest, man. I hope you're getting some good rest, bro. Yeah, dude, you guys are always welcome. Any of you guys ever want to take a trip to Gettysburg, you'll be received with an open door. I might not even make you sleep out on the deck. You probably want to sleep out on the deck, though, because it's pretty cool. I have a hammock out there. And I got cute girls that live on both sides. Maybe by face or first name. VJ, good to see you, brother. I'm doing okay. I'm getting by, man. I'm okay. I'm adapting as always. Adapting every day, my friend. Rock and roll, you guys. So we're headed north. We're going home. Home, home, home. This is our hood. VJ, why are you not playing this with me? VJ, you're supposed to be playing Middle Earth with me. I hope I answered you guys' questions. Nazgolos, good to see you, brother. Hey, Dekfax Siema. What's up, man? I don't know what that means. I don't speak Polish, brother. I wish I did. Vico, let me share a playlist with you, bro. Look at my... So I went to college my very first year. Oh, no, dude, there's going to be... My freshman year of college, right? And I told everybody when they asked me where I was from, they all asked me where I was from. I told them I grew up on a ranch called the Ponderosa with my brothers Little Joe and Hoss. And they all believed it because they never saw the TV show The Ponderosa. Isn't that some funny shit? So for my whole freshman year of college, all these kids thought that I grew up on the Ponderosa with two brothers named Little Joe and Hoss. That was the funniest year-long prank ever. So you guys, Rawl, thank you for mentioning that. Right on. Dude, here's my history. Here's some of my short history tours, you guys. Everything from Gettysburg Battlefield to the John Brown House to some Civil War reenactments. And if there's Civil War reenactments, I was participating in them. Look for the fat guy in brown. There's a bunch of us, fat guys in brown. Yeah, dude, I try to play early. I do, VJ. I really do try to play early. It's just my health. Fucking, it all day, it's like got me in its clutches, man. You know what I mean? Rock and roll. Cool, cool, cool. Raw, thanks for mentioning that. Cool, cool, cool. So let's go to 12. Damn, it's really warm in here. I can't believe it. It feels like it's 80 in here. It does. I need one big open damn room, man. It's like hard to freaking navigate through here like Speed Racer. One big open room like a basketball court with my computer and shit sitting right in the middle. A couple couches and a bed. A fridge and a great big TV. And a couple 87 packs of beer. 3 kilos of cocaine. 34 pounds of weed. 17 belly dancers. That's a good weekend. Man, when I'm completely gone, imagine the shit that's going to come out of my mouth. It's going to be fun. And true. This map is always a little bit laggy for me. A little bit, just a tiny little bit. My FPS. I'm still kicking out like 4, 5, 6,000 kbps. Yeah, it's up and down. No frame drops, no slow frames, good FPS, rock and roll. But this thing is so intense with all the kick-ass little details, right? So this is what I think this is the only map I'm ever on that is even a tad bit, little bit laggy. I just want to look around, guys. I don't like to come here and like not just take a peek around a little bit just because it looks so bitchin'. Yep. All right, kick ass. Yep, this is where all those Disney princesses end up. Middle Earth by the Lonely Mountain. After they retired and they're old hag Disney princesses, the old hag Disney princesses, they end up in these towers here. It is written. I should know, I wrote it. Look at these guys, what are they all running from? They act like there's a big red dragon up there and shit blowing through freaking fire through the air. Is that evil little dwarf there, that little bastard? He's my evil cousin, this little shit over here, right? Yeah, I see him right there? Yep. That's our Irish cousin right down there. Svein. Yep. He's White Norse. He's not Red Dane. His name is Svein. Norse. He's my Norse cousin. Norse dwarf. Shit. Yeah, he's a little turd. But I like to kill him, get his dwarf stuff, and that's my quick transition to dwarf. Okay? You can actually change your race in this mod. It's pretty cool. I'm just trying to figure out how I become a troll. I'm trying to figure out how to enlist in the Balrog class because that one's pretty much unbeatable. Balrogorama. Let's go and check out the dwarf stuff. Sing it, Thorin. Man, I put the AC on. Hell yeah. Rock and roll. My friends with multiple sclerosis, I've got dozens of them. I got a couple dozen friends that got MS, right? We're in support groups and stuff together, support forums and shit. And most of them are girls. Most people who have MS are girls, right? But here's the deal. Almost every one of them said that they don't go outside when the temperature gets above 70, 75 because with their MS they can't take it. Me, I still go out when it's like 80, 85. But MS, man, it's like it makes our temperature freaking rise. Pain in the ass because I love summer, man. I love hot weather. Look at that. What a nice view, man. It's so bitchin'. Dude, yeah. Edgar Allan Poe, right on. Awesome. Yep, see, that would be cool, man. Man, have you thought, VJ, Yepsy, have you thought about maybe doing readings and putting them on a YouTube channel in an ASMR format? That would be really cool, man. Share your stuff, share your thoughts, and express yourself from you, from your own mouth, with your own eyes, looking right at people. I would love to see it, love to hear it. Thank you, VJ. Campaign only, Vico. Yeah, Vico. I know what the soldiers went through. I've actually experienced everything a Civil War soldier has. I've never been shot by a mini ball, but I've been shot twice. I've eaten 3-day-old bacon. I've slept with a gum blanket in a freaking thunderstorm. I've gone through the creek at Antietam with water up to my neck with my Enfield over my head. Gone into reenactment battles with 1,000 guys, man. Freaking gunpowder going off everywhere. Artillery, cavalry, everything. Dude, man, I'm looking forward to talking to you more, Vico. Vico, if my moderator comes in here, Irish Reb, He's a good buddy of my real life friend, and he's a longtime reenactor. He is the sergeant for the Irish Brigade for the 33rd Virginia. Sato, what's shaking, man? It's probably morning over there, huh, bro? Good morning, Sato. Good morning again. The Mayars. I'm supposed to be rolling on out of here, you guys. I'm just running my mouth, huh? Thanks for listening to my yammer, y'all. Mayar raised Balrog. Gorlab. Gorlab. The Balrog. Vico, Balrog backwards is Gorlab. Fladnag. 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 It's backwards night. It's backwards Monday night. Like Tom Green. The backwards man, the backwards man. Going backwards as fast as I can. Backwards man, the backwards man. Yep. Fladnag. Fladnag. Gorlab. Gorlab. Fladnag. Balrog Gandalf. Fladnag. Oh, Gorlab. For what is evil spelled backwards but live? Neurogara. It's his evil twin, Vico. Zug, where you been? You're not Brazilian, VJ. I'm Brazilian. You're from Toledo, Ohio, VJ. I'm from Sao Paulo. You guys crack me up. I got kicked. Look at that. I got kicked for the man boobs. Did you see that? The man boobs. Shit. Where was I going, guys? 12? Right. Kale ditched me, man. Kale ditched me. Can you believe it? He can hear me, but he can't see me smiling. Nice, Sato. Nice, bro. Otto, what's happening? Otto, what's happening? Good evening, new father, friend, rock and roll. Congratulations, Otto Van Noob, on being a new daddy soon. Awesome, awesome. Salutes to you, my friend. Dude, Otto, thanks for hanging out, man. I hope you had an awesome day. Sato is from Karakoram. He is the great Khan. Dude, did I just go the wrong way? Did I? Did I just go the wrong way? I did, didn't I? I did. I think I did that twice today. Yeah, I just went this way. I was just here. Fuck-a-doody-do. So Lake Town, then past Dale, then we're going to the mountain. Shit, we were just here. What's up, Daryl? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Shit. Awesome, Sato, cool. Hey, Cal, you know I'm just teasing most of the time, right? I'm gonna knock you out. $13, son. Holy shit. Look at this brownie. I got a half a chicken sandwich. Shit. I ate pretty good today, man. I need some shit to drink. Look at this insanity. You're not from Brazil. I'm from Brazil. You guys ever have El Gato Burrito, muchachos? Hey, Sato. Sato. VJ is my good friend. VJ's a cool cat. VJ's got a big heart. See, he's a good friend. You made a good friend there, Sato. Look at this shit. A visitor's never late. Yes, he is. He's always late. It's people with multiple sclerosis who are never late because we can't remember what freaking day it is. What's up, Cal? You took off on me, Holmes. Look at him. Check him out. We got Gandalf in the house. That's one of the coolest things about playing this multiplayer online, you guys, is you get to run into cool characters from the books. Isn't that awesome? Lead the way, Gandalf. Cool, cool, cool. I'll let you lead now. I was going to roll up here. Check it out. Yeah, I went looking around up here the other day, you guys. Goblins pushing them back. Yeah, he said goblins are pushing them back. We got to get through here, you guys. Cool. I was trying to get through here. Let's see what's going on. There we go. Cool. There we go. Rock and roll. Cool. Oh, man, look at the scenery, you guys. I miss the mountains. Vitória de Conquista Bahia. I like saying that. It sounds nice when it comes off the tongue. I'm still reading that, Vico. That's funny. Shit. Where did we just go, you guys? I was spacing. That was totally my fault. I have no idea where we were going. I'll find it in a second. Shit, I need some water. Well, Aragorn's not here, but we're still going to celebrate 420 like we do every couple hours. There's one person in scene 38, Dwarven Pass, so that must be Cal right there. And you guys, I'm sorry I'm not as energetic and shit as I usually am, and I haven't been for the last week, but doing my best. Fucking A, right? Cool, cool, cool. I love looking at all these little graphics and stuff. Look at this. All the trim. Pretty cool. On the game screen. Victory of Conquest. Thank you, Sato. Gracias, señor. Download complete. Let's see what's in store, my friends. I see green, lots of green. Green is great. Green is groovy. Check it out. So we are in Dwarf Pass with Gandalf. Check it out, you guys. It's like the Iron Hills. Kick ass. Kick ass. So Dwarf Pass, we have the Iron Hills. Look at his staff. Check it out. Nice, Gandalf. Awesome. So, is there anything I need to know here, Gandalf? Dude, I know the Iron Hills. This is bitchin', man. Check it out. I'm going to hear some pinging noises back here in the... Did you hear that? Yes, cool. Even better. Right.
Since these things lie far back beyond our days.
Perfect timing, huh?
Durin is the name of the dwarves.
So, you guys, let's look around. Check it out. Look at all the goods. Look at all the goodies, you guys. Check it out. Dwarven mining pick. Isn't that badass? Check it out. Polearm, no shield. Look at the length on it. Is a 93. The speed rating's 70. Nice torch. Mine pick. Kick ass. I'm going to have to come back here and look around in the morning with some coffee. I know Cal's very busy and has a lot on his plate. There's some dwarves here that we can talk to. Right on. Cool beans. That's the armor I had. I'd like to get that armor back. I hope that I can maybe buy it. That would be bitchin'. And so when I'm cruising around, we'll listen to that. But right now, we will listen to this. Sorry, Cal. Oh, let's see what he said. Shit, I just missed it. You're going to get that armor soon, expansion speeder this month. Dude, Cal, take your time. I know you guys got a shitload on your plate. I'm a patient person. Believe me, I've been sitting in this chair for freaking 4 months. This guy should be here already there. There are some dwarves here from the Iron Hills. I'm looking at what Cal said. Cool beans. Cal, thank you, sir. Right on. And you guys, we never get enough chance to thank these guys. This is like a full-time job for these guys. I did server management shit 20 years ago. And even though things may be easier these days, it's still very demanding, very stressful. What's my point? Thank you, Cal. Thank you, T.O., and everybody else involved. This is nice, isn't it, you guys? Looks just like Pennsylvania. You guys knew that Pennsylvania was in Middle Earth, right? Yeah, so check out the guards, you guys. Check out the dwarves rolling through the hills, bitchin'. We're going to have some fun. You guys stay tuned for some cool lore. I'm learning lore. I got some cool stuff to share. We got to make sure it sounds good first. Oh, look at it, guys. Check it out. Right on. Right on. Cal, thanks so much, man, for taking the time to show me this. So there is a hidden entrance to Gundabad somewhere, but it's going to take some exploring to find it, Gandalf says. Dig that, you guys. You seeing this? Hey, man, pay attention. I'm doing this for Brazil. If we go into the Dwarven Pass, Brazil will be saved. The Martians will not invade. The dwarves will come to Brazil's rescue. They will. I promise. Look at this, you guys. Check it out. Look at that. Isn't that awesome? Cal's probably got places to go and things to do. If you guys know my style of gaming, if you've ever watched my streams, the stream's outside, it's got fish in it, man. If you guys watch this broadcast, you guys know I like to cruise around here and check stuff out. But, yeah, right on. So, dude, Cal is coming. Cal is taking a couple of days off, and he's coming to Gettysburg, and we're going to chill out, and we're going to grill out and shit, and we're going to have some gyros and some falafels and some belly dancers, and we're going to play video games and shit. It's going to be awesome. We're going to make sushi. We're going to have some fudge. It's going to be really good fudge. And we're going to watch football all weekend, FC Bayern. So, Kale, I'll explore around here another time, my friend. But please lead the way. Please lead the way. I mean, I'll take more time looking around at these other scenes because I know you want to get from point A to point B. So yeah, right on. I know you got stuff to do. You have pressing matters, as a wizard often does. Right? Check it out. Oh, man, it's so nice here. Look at this. Ah, man, I miss this. Ah, shit. The hills, boy, the mountains. Right on. Yeah, look at this, guys. This is bitchin', man. Check it out. Right on. Pitch a tent right over there. Hell yeah. Awesome. Check this world out, man. I mean, and regardless of whether you're disabled or not, this is a great world to explore. But if you're disabled, we can't go out for a hike up here, man. You know what I mean? But I can come into a 3D world like this in like Middle Earth and like come in here and cruise around and explore, and it's bitchin'. Like, you see those caves over there? You see that right there? You see the cave right there? One of them is just nearby. There are only a few master smiths who know how to work mithril properly. Right on. Thank you, Cal. So guys, stay tuned for this highlight too. I'll throw this on my YouTube page for sure. So check it out, you guys. Awesome. You guys, well done on the scenes. Nice, man. I'm looking forward to exploring all this. Holy shit, this is going to be so awesome. Check it out, you guys. Look at that. That's so cool. Look at that. Bitchin', dwarf camp, kick ass. Right? Bitchin'. Check it out, you guys. Yeah, bro, we're up in the dwarf lands, man. I sent you some messages. I wanted you to come along. I sent you messages. Look at all these assholes. Shit, I wish I had some throwing axes or a freaking crossbow. Oh shit, fucking archers. Shit, bitch. Oh shit, bitch. Fuck. Sorry, Gandalf. Die, bitches. Fucker. Oh, you don't fucking hit my wizard, bitch. Oh no, you don't fuck with my wizard. Oh no, you don't. Oh no, you don't. Oh no, you don't. Oh, die, motherfucker. Oh, you bad nasties. Oh, eat it. Oh, you do not. Oh no, 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 no. Oh shit. And the dwarf falls, and the dwarf shall return. All right. I'm coming, Gandalf. I'm coming, Gandalf. Dude, that was a fun fight. Did you see that? So where you guys at? You guys know you want to be dwarves. You know you do. And all you guys clanning up, I apologize in advance for stealing your clan members, because you know they all want to be dwarves, because we got the coolest chicks, we got the coolest magic, we got the coolest hammers, and we know how to use them to pound. I'm trying not to hit Gandalf, man. I'm trying my best. I try to back off as much as I can. That was a bitchin' fight, huh? So I got to get back in there and get my stuff. Dude, Zug, we got 2 tornadoes outside right now somewhere. I'm supposed to be in a bunker. There's 2 tornadoes out there. Yep, so here comes the Dalesman. Go get my stuff back and kill these bastards. Shit! Don't mess the... I hope the wizard's not dead, man. The downside is we lost the wizard. The upside is he will come back as a white wizard. An even whiter wizard. Calgon white. Clorox. Yep. Check these badasses out. Yep. Oh, man, they take shits bigger than themselves. Those are some badass dwarves if they can take shits bigger than themselves. Did I say that out loud? I did, didn't I? I did say it out loud. No shit. Here he comes. This is a good adventure. Shit. Man, look at the scenery. The scenery's bitchin'. The freaking animated sky. Freaking love the sky. It's kick-ass. Yep. Tell you what, fuck, man. I can't be outside. I can't be outside. I can't get outside because I need an outdoor wheelchair. I'm stuck in the house. So this is the next best thing. Prost. That was fun. That was fun. I wish I had a tier 5 class though, but I'm not going to go mining for a shitload of money and then buy another one of these man classes when I could make money and then save money so I could get a dwarf class. So I have plenty of money to save up for a dwarf class. We can still eat the horses. Let's go kill these assholes. Look, it's my cousin. It's my cousin Dan from the Iron Hills. I love it. Kale, you're the best, dude. Kale, you made my day. Thank you, Gandalf. Dude, right on. I was about to say, man, don't forget your socks. Thank you, sir. Gracias, muchacho. Mia san mia. I like this chainmail, too. This dwarven chainmail. I actually like it better than the plate. The dwarven chainmail is cool. I'm set. Rock and roll. Thank you, Cal. Cool, cool. Awesome, awesome. So if you guys are tuning in later and I'm going to highlight this and you see what Cal just did, you guys can do that for new players. When you guys do that, you die, you lose your shit. You can get your stuff back. You get back in there quick enough. And how Cal helped me out, you guys can help your friends out, right? And so he's throwing fireballs at that last guy. So thank you for that, Cal. And Zug, thank you for showing me that in the first place back in Dale. I remembered, see? Cool. Man, that was a fun fight, wasn't it? Did you feel my adrenaline pumping and shit? You felt my adrenaline from there, didn't you? You did. That shit. Look at this freaking archer. Oh, you bastard. Oh, there's 2 on the left flank, Cal. 2 on the left. Let's go, turds. What you got? Oh, you nasty bastards. Oh, you nasty bastards. Fuck. Oh. Let's see how good this one-handed axe is going to treat me. Did you see that? I already took damage. I didn't even hit the little bastard. Check it out, you guys. So look at this. Look at this, man. I do need a little bit of heal, Cal, just a little bit. Right on, you guys. Look at the pillars. Look at the freaking caverns. Look at up there and everything. We can explore all this. Isn't this cool? Thank you, Cal. Gracias. What's going on? There we go. Yeah, it wouldn't take. There we go. Check it out, you guys. Isn't this fantastic? Check it out. Well done. I'm not sure who made this scene. I'm thinking Tio did. Look at this, you guys. Isn't this just fantastic? Look at the work on that. Look at the textures. Isn't that kick ass? You hear the music? Oh, la la, well done, well done, well done, excellent. So nice. Check it out, you guys. So cool. So cool, you guys. Awesome, awesome. You guys, fantastic. Look at this. This is so cool, you guys. Yeah, you should never hide the fact that you're impressed, my friend. Always be transparent. Well done. Well, if he's a beginner, then there are good things in store for the future. Hell yeah. Ah, Cal, I'm tickled. This is just super. Super, super, super. As they say down where you live, Cal. My friends who live where you live, Cal, they all like to say super. That's just super. Of course, my friends there are my age. Yeah, it's just a tiny little laggy for me, but these guys will work it out. Are you guys seeing this? It looks like a troll up here, you guys. There's a troll. Oh, yeah. Check it out, guys. Awesome, awesome. Sato, right on. Zumvol. Javol. I'm trying not to... Yeah, you see, I have tiny little dwarf feet, and I got great big man boobs. So it's hard to get up the stairs. See this guy? Look at this shit. Oh, shit! We're gonna die! Did you see that? Did you see that? Look at that. He even did it with an arrow. And for all you noobs out there, I keep telling all you noobs out there, only Gandalf can kill the Balrog. Alright? It is written. Tolkien wrote it himself. Only Gandalf can kill the Balrog. You guys, what a nice preview, huh? Thank you, Cal. Oh, so nice. Check it out. Check it out. Yep. Rock and roll. We gotta need a cheer. Yeah. How about that? Kick ass. Cat hairs, what's shaking, bro? How are you? We got 2 tornadoes outside, man. I hope I get blown away, you guys. I'll turn the GoPro. We'll live stream a tornado blowaway. It'll be bitchin'. Look at this, you guys. Look at this whole fortress. Isn't this just kick-ass? Look at this, you guys. Isn't this awesome? Yeah, this is bitchin', man. This is really cool. Right? Yeah, nice. Nice rope work on the carving. So cool. Check it out. So he's got some more armors. Cool. 30,000. Nice. That's the one that I had. That's the one that I had right there. Cool. Yeah, those are bitchin', huh? Check it out. I think he's over here showing me something. Check it out. Check out the kegs and the helmets. The brown, I've always liked that brown one, man. Right? In the single player game, that looks so much more polished, you guys. And I'm looking at this in super high def. I'm looking at this in 1080. I'm sorry you guys aren't. My stream's only in 720. That will improve within probably before the end of the year. But what I'm looking at looks kick-ass. It looks really bitchin', you guys. Even the scratches on the table and the details on the cup. I trip out on that, man, because I've been making textures like this for shit almost 30 years. And I love looking at this work, man. Somebody made that. You know what I mean? Somebody made that. Somebody here made that, and somebody here made this, and somebody made this stuff, and it's just awesome. Check it out. You know, somebody made that with their own brain and their own two hands, and that's just awesome creativity. And that's what I really dig, you guys. You're like, it's just a texture, it's a game. But somebody really made this, you know? I love it. This is somebody sharing their artwork. You know? Look at all that mithril, baby. That's super cool. Look at this. Yep, we got some crafting and stuff that's going to go on. It's going to be really cool. Smelt some metal, right? You guys, if my sound on my stream sounds funky, please let me know. I've been having some weird issues with my sound. Doesn't seem loud enough. Special quest here, Kale says. Look at this. I love this stuff, you guys. I got to show off some of my more of my antiques to you guys out here on the live stream. I want to get you guys out in a live stream, shoot some gunpowder. Kale, dude, you took a couple of arrows, bud. Those freaking orcs. You guys, isn't that kick-ass? If you guys could chime in, if you guys are listening in, you're listening to the stream. Thank Cal in chat for showing us this, man. That was super nice of him, huh? Right? You see that shit? Only wizards can... You see, guys, only wizards can do that stuff, okay? Next, they're going to be these guys, all you guys, all of you. You're all going to be bitching because you can't teleport like a wizard. You can't beat the Balrog. Okay, you can't dance like Bojangles, and neither can I. It's Middle Earth. We're all going to, you know, the bad guy dies, the good guy gets the girl. We all go to the Shire, and we drink a couple of pints. Rock and roll. Only Gandalf kills the Balrog. It is written. Check it out, you guys. Is this place vast or what? You know, you guys really worry me. You young guys really worry me. You guys need to get more rest. All of you guys, my friends online, my new friends this year that I've been on Twitch. You guys, you young guys, man, you guys burn yourselves out, man. Get some rest. Doing all this work. Look at all this work. Look at that kick-ass armors, you guys, huh? Super cool, huh? Yep, there's my hammer. We got some loot chests in there. Look at that. We got some King's armor, King Under the Mountain armor. We got some cool boots. We got some cool gold. Check it out. They got a furnace rolling. Cool, cool. Check it out. They got a big badass axe back there. There's a nice crossbow. There's a nice mace. Yeah, well, unless I see a little ring to pull, dude, we're not getting in there, Holmes. Yeah, he sees something. He wouldn't be looking where I'm looking because he's a wizard. He's tall. He's not looking at little rocky places. Check it out, you guys. A place to get in. He's making me solve the puzzle. And so, yeah, that's cool, man. Right on, Kale. Thank you. Cool. I'd rather not do things the easy way. I like to figure things out myself. Thank you very much. So I can't do this. Now to get in here, if I were making this riddle, and if I was making this to open, this would open somewhere else. Not here. The opening for this wouldn't be here. Okay, and it might be actually a stone on the floor. You see how that one's out of place? These are symmetrical. And so he's sitting there at home, Cal is, right? He's eating sushi. He's drinking a nice burgundy, right? Eating some sushi. He's got a couple belly dancers. He's sitting there laughing because I can't figure this out. It's all good. Because I got better weed than he does. So we will figure this out, dude. This is a riddle, huh? Yep. Check it out. Yep. Take a step back. And somebody, if you guys see something that I don't see, chime in. Yeah, I keep looking at this side, and it's got to be somewhere else. Yeah, it's not up there. I would not have the key that unlocks the door at the door. You should have to do something else. You know what I mean? If the way to unlock this is here, then that's too easy. If the key's just like right here, you know what I mean? Yeah, there's probably the little chain hook somewhere. Why do these guys see me flying around in here tomorrow? Walking on air like a hovercraft. Yeah, there's nothing here. Unless it's in some weird place. So, we'll have to kill the troll again another time. But that's a hell of a lot of loot for just killing a troll. And some orcs. Because you get 6 or 7 guys rolling here, they're going to roll through those orcs and that troll like butter. Like they're not even there. You know? To get a lot of loot. So, I won't be able to do this by myself. But me and Zug can do that. Me and Zug can do it. To use the sword, sometimes the brain... Sometimes you have to use the sword and sometimes the brain. I wrote that. I did, Cal. I actually wrote that back in 1715. So that will take some thinking. Yep, that'll take some thinking. So check this out, guys. I actually have the discipline. I have the discipline and the patience to just sit right here for like 3 days and just live stream looking right at this, just contemplating how to get in there. I got on these live streams in Twitch and there's this kid sitting there sleeping in bed. And people are watching him, like 1,000 people. I'm like, this kid's sleeping. What are you doing? I got meds, bro. I do. Hey, VJ, I hope we get to hang out someday, my friend. We would have a good time hanging out, me and you. You could show me how to play League of Legends. Is Kale still back there? He is, isn't he? He's back there, but he can teleport, so he can just come back in a couple of days and I'll still be here. You see, because I can just stay here. I can just stay online forever until they reboot the server. So we have to give a dwarven sacrifice. Yep. Yes, Cal, I noticed. Believe me. I managed a company of 140 employees with 3 gigantic, most important American contracts in history. And you are one patient person, boy. You are a lot more patient than I am. I would hire you in a second. I would hire you to head up my customer service department. And you'd get a company vehicle with a company paid cell phone and a company paid gas card. And your wife or girlfriend would get a company paid gas card and a company paid cell phone too. So that you could always be in 2 places at once. Because if you can't be in 2 places at once, you're not cut out for management or customer service. Rock and roll. So you guys, come on guys, thoughts. Come on, let's open this up. Let's open this up. There's 61 of you guys in here. How do we open this up? Come on. Put your brains together. How do we open this up? Come on, guys. Help a brother out here, dogs. You see that shit? You see how he did that? Fancy Gandalf. See, he came through the floor. So he got in somewhere. Somehow he got in. Kale, I want to try to figure it out. I'm not multiple sclerosis totally brain dead. This is good. I like this stuff. This is rewarding. Did you guys ever play a game called Thief, where you're a medieval archer, but you're a thief, and you have to sneak into these castles and do these quests and these missions and stuff? It's a total stealth game in the dark with a bow, and it was called Thief. It came out like 22 years ago. Stealth, figuring out puzzles and clues. You guys ever get a chance to play that old classic? That's challenging. Oh, yes. Yes, Kale. Yes. Dude, I've got the original disc around here somewhere, and that is a challenging game, boy. And so, yeah, I like the quests and the puzzles, you know. Now that these days I'm a little slower physically, I'm not on the ball as much as I used to be. Check it out, though. Yeah, he got in there some other way. He came through the floor. You see, the floor has that wooden... We would actually transport grains and goods and stuff down through a floor. It had a different name. It's not called an elevator. My daughter would know the name. To go through the floors of the old places. Well, he's sitting there somewhere. He's sitting there. He's chilling like I'm supposed to go down somewhere. Well, I'm not going to jump down there because I'll get killed. I'll get stuck. So I wonder what happens if I jump down there. Am I stuck down there? Do I get eaten by trolls? I wonder what happens if we fall down there. Don't jump, he says. Ist gut, mein Herr. That's not the way. Yes, it is. Yeah, there's got to be another entrance to go up into there, and I bet you it's through those other caves, because I saw this other mine. I could just hang out in here. So there has to be some way to get through there, right? So you see, that there we used to use to bring things up and down between different levels in houses, in really old houses. Yeah, that would be fun to get in there. So we'll have to find another way. What the fuck, man? Why is it so damn hot in here? What is it, May 3rd? It should be like 50 out right now, man. It's freaking roasting in here. What's up? Kale, this is awesome, man. This is so cool. This is so huge. Did Lala also make this, or just all the scenes, or just the one that we were in? Because these are great. See the color change on the stone? That's a really nice color on that stone. That brown color, man, that's nice. Yeah, this is cool. Yep, this is bitchin'. Yep, you guys, you gotta love the mountains, huh? Right? Check it out, you guys. This is really kick-ass. Look at that scene, you guys. Man, you guys ever come to Pennsylvania, man? This is what it looks like out my door. Hell yeah, man. Thanks for making this, Lala. This is really cool. Check out the colors, man. It's just kick-ass. I hope these colors are coming out rich on the stream, because, boy, they're really rich on this. I turned it up, bumped the colors up a little bit. Yeah, the shine, rock and roll. Cool, cool. Check it out, you guys. Awesome. Awesome, huh? Awesome, awesome. I didn't just drop something, did I? I do stupid shit like that once in a while. Oh, another troll bastard. Oh, shit. We're gonna die. Yeah, we're gonna die. Look at this. Look at the... Oh, they're so nasty. They're so mean. Oh, you fucker, you. Oh, you bastard troll. That's what I get for my punk-ass class. Yup. So go back through all that shit. Look at this. Iron Hills, you guys. If you guys have ever played Last Days of the Third Age, the original... I know, Cal. No worries, bro. No, don't worry about it. But if you guys have ever been playing the Last Days of the Third Age for the original Mount and Blade, or Last Days of the Third Age from Mount and Blade Warband, there's the Iron Hills. But boy, they sure look good. They sure look... I don't know. They look better. The textures look a little rougher. Nice. Cool. Well, you guys, I'm going to make some videos too. I have a lot to work with. And when I work with... Whoa. It's that Kale just shows up, right? I'm like, whoa. Shit. Cool, dude. Thanks very much. Rock and roll. Cool. 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 Gracias, senor. Do you guys know how to say, do you guys know how to say thank you, my friend, in Bavarian? Do you? In Bavarian, Bayern? Deutsch sprechen? You say Mia San Mia. That's how you say thank you, my friend. Mia San Mia. So that is your Bayerisch. That is your Bayern language lesson of the day. And when you guys hear me do this accent, right? Check it out. You know what that is? I guess I'm, there we go. That's an old farmer, Norse, Swede, Dane farmer accent. This accent, it develops in the farmlands in the Midwest from the Scandinavians. Like you guys see grumpy old men, right? The Gustafsons and shit. It's funny. Dude, we got the wacky horse. Check it out. This horse is the best. This horse's name is Goof. And his horse's name is Balls, because these horses are totally hopped up on goofballs. No shit. Oh, what kind of horse is that? It doesn't go right through the door? He's heavily armored and everything. Did you see this? What a jip. This armor, the horse can't even go through the door. Dude, Cal, thank you for your time. Dude, if the horse can't talk, I want my money back. Dude, that's the best horse ever. Did you guys see that? It disappeared and everything. Oh, this is going to be fun. Holy shit. Cal's typing. You know, you guys, I get on my Discord all the time on voice, often when I stream. If y'all want to get on and chat sometime, I'd love to hear your voices on the stream. Because shit, dog, that's what technology is all about. We can all talk in real time all the time. In 6 different languages. I can teach you guys to curse in 6 different languages simultaneously. How many of you speak Vietnamese? How many of you ever installed a golf course in Vietnam? How many of you guys play golf? Any golfers in the house? Oh, right on. Zeha, type in exclamation mark Discord in the chat, please. Gracias, my bro. Check it out, you guys. All this to explore. I'm going to be in here with my coffee in the morning. I'll be in here in the morning, East Coast time, Mid-Atlantic, Pennsylvania, Gettysburg, Battlefield. Have some coffee, cruise around in here, look around. The blue steps are a nice touch, Lala. Love all the little details. Look at this, kick ass. Can you see these productive little dwarves? Yeah, he's got, I don't think I have a slot, dude. I don't have a slot. I can't turn it on. I don't have a slot, dude, in my inventory to turn the loot on. Check it out, man. Look at this door. Nice. Fuck, what's up with the temperature in here? You guys, right? You guys all know I got MS. You guys have heard it a million times, right? It's weird. Because MS, man, like you're hotter. Like if it's like 80 for you guys, it's like 100 for me. It's like freaking wacky hot in here. I got to turn the AC on. I had the windows open, but it's no good, man. There's like 2 tornadoes out there. It's still like muggy and wet and hot, man. I need to turn the AC on. Rawl, our buddy Rawl lives down in Florida, man. Boy, I bet you it's hot down there right now. Once you use a loot, Cal is saying what you no need to keep it afterwards. The sound stays. I see. I did not know. Thank you, Cal. I'm always assuming that Cal can hear me. So with you guys, Cal can always hear you. He can always see you, whether you're live streaming or not. Okay? If you're playing Persistent Lord of the Rings, Cal can see you and he can hear you, okay? So make sure that, you got your webcams turned off. But remember, he's a wizard, so he can turn your webcams back on, even when you're not live streaming. In the Mines of Moria. With donuts. Bitchin', you guys, check it out. So what do we have here? Gandalf's Glamdring. Hey man, do you want this back? I'll give this back to you. I don't take other guys' stuff. I don't. If you guys ever watch my stream and I roll into a server and I see stuff laying around, it's not mine. I don't take it. It belongs to somebody else. But I see way too many people doing that shit. I'm probably down, 300,000 for it. I see something laying around a server, dude. It don't belong to me. I don't. Yeah, well, I don't. Somebody tries to take my shit, they'll be sorry they did in real life. Old ways lesson of the day, my friends. You'll hear a lot of people spout off and say they practice the old ways and they don't know shit about it. Old ways lesson of the day, my friends. Old Norse ways, old cultural Norse ways that came over on the boat in 1825. We don't steal, ever. Ever, we don't steal. If I want your shit, I will take it in front of you and I'll give you the opportunity to defend your property. That's how we roll. Okay, we don't steal. But if somebody rolls up, sneaking, and walks off with my shit and it don't belong to them, that's stealing. You're going to take my shit, you do it in front of me. That's the old ways. Mia San Mia. Rock and roll. Thank you, Cal. Good tune, bro. Good tune. Good, great. I can't help but sing. This is such a good tune. This is such a good tune. Right on. Kick ass. I gotta turn this music down, yeah? Bitchin', what a good time. Dude, this is a party, right? Don't steal. Take like a Viking. The entrance to Gundabad, you guys. Check out the entrance to Gundabad. Gundabad, you guys. If we get too close, look at that shit, we're going to get rolled. Right? Look at these guys. They're all freaking lining up for battle. Look at them. Look at them. They're all rolling up for battle. They're guarding the goal. They're guarding the goal and Kale's got the ball. I'm his guard. Oh, I'm not messing with them, Kale. No, dude, I'll get killed. I'll lose all my shit. I don't want to go to Gundabad. Not yet. But we'll get a bunch of guys and go in there. I'll just get wiped out and lose my shit. Look how many there are. There's 2 fucking trolls in there. Look at these assholes. Oh! Look at this. Oh, you turds. Oh, you nasty bastards. Oh, you evil turds. Look at these guys. Oh. Oh. Oh, the enemy. Look at this. Oh. Where's Gandalf? There he is. Watch your left flank there, Gandalf. Yeah, this is going to be fun, you guys. Yeah, I'm not, there's too many of them. That's the losing battle. I'll get killed. If it was like one at a time, one-on-one, I'll take them on. But not without my friends. Yeah, he's already fucking them up. Now all these assholes are going to attack us. Oh, fuck. Here we go. Here we go, you douchebags. Oh. 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 Oh, that was fun. Look at these. Oh, shit. The freaking trolls are getting restless. Gandalf, you're all bloody, bro. Oh, shit. These guys are jumping over the tents, man. Check it out. Oh, Gandalf, man. You're hurting. Check them out. Oh, freaking fireballs. Check it out, you guys. Holy shit. Let's take this guy. Oh, one more, Gandalf. Yeah, time to roll. Dude, this is going to be some good fighting right here. Let's get this guy. Oh, shit. Dude, nice colors, man. Nice work. Look at that. Cool, 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 you guys. This is going to be some fun. It's like the con camp, you know, one more place to go and do some fights with your friends, some adventures. Look at these evil bastards, these little shits. Yeah. Oh, look at this. Oh, the freaking front lines of evil. Shit. We got to burn this place to the ground like a festering disease. Oh. Oh, you nasty bastards. Oh. Kale, that was bitchin'. Thanks so much. See? Do you see the downside is the wizard gets bloodiest, but the upside is a wizard can get instantly clean. Oh shit, the orcs. Kale, that was so much fun. You see, now a fight like that, for me, and I mean, I'm an average player. I'm not super player or nothing. But a fight like that feels right. You know what I mean? I'm not overwhelmed and stuff. I can take on like 1-2 orcs with my friends. You know, you get 3-4 guys in there. Shit, you guys get 10 guys in here, roll this place, man. You guys would be freaking setting up shop. You'd be shaking down the local orc businesses for a percentage every week. You'd be all set. Yep, get some of those orc burgers and shit. That's right. Cool beans, you guys. So cool, Cal. That was awesome. Holy shit, this place is so big. It's my new playground. So what do I owe you guys for making my home for me? I'll send you guys some artwork. Or a box of donuts. Check it out. That was so much fun, wasn't it, you guys? Azanul Bazaar. I am changing my name into Azanul Bazaar. Oh yeah, dude, I'm going to have a lot. This is home. This is cool. Thank you so much for creating it, you guys. Like I said, I owe you a box of kick-ass donuts. But not just any donuts, dwarven donuts. Did you see the dwarven donuts on the Discord? Did ya? Did ya? Did ya? I don't. Not yet, Sato. Sorry, Cal. I had to post something in chat real quick. What do we got here? I thought I saw skulls in the ground. Yep, so this is bitching, guys. It's a whole new world. It's the whole new chapter, a whole new... It's like exploring a whole new planet in the different worlds of the great tree Yggdrasil. Oh, right, different multiverse. Cool, cool, cool. Excellent, you guys. A whole new world to explore. Kale stopping. I love that. Yeah, me too, dude. This is... Kale, this is what it looks like out my window. And so the thing is, I can't go out there. It's 10 miles away. But this is what Pennsylvania looks like, man. This is where I hike. This is my home, you know. Right outside my window, but I can't go outside 10 miles down the road. But I can come in here in the comfort of my own living room, safe from COVID-19. And I can cruise around in here thanks to... I made a video about this too, thanking mod creators for creating these worlds for us to explore, especially for disabled people. Man, fuck, we can't get out. But here, I can get out. Right on, check it out. Cool, cool, cool. And that's why I dig sometimes just walking around. Hiking simulator? No thanks. A Middle Earth simulator with my friends? That's pretty cool. Now, let's discuss the possible bribery for the 300,000 plus that I've lost in the last 3 weeks. Bitchin', bitchin', bitchin'. Look at you guys. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, look at, you see that? Dude, ever since I was 8 years old, I'd see something like up there, that copse of trees, C-O-P-S-E, copse of trees. Right there in that hillside, that's where I want to go camping. You know what I mean? Rock and roll. Check it out, man. Right up there, boy. Hell yeah. Right on, Zog. Hey, you guys. Hey, you guys. If I missed any chat, I apologize, you guys. Sometimes the chat on my Twitch studio, the chat shows up like 5 minutes later. Like Raw rated me, and I didn't get the alert for like 5 minutes late. So sometimes you guys, the stuff shows up a little late in the chat, and I apologize. I'm not missing it on purpose. I'm not missing it because I'm a space commander. It just shows up late sometimes, you guys. I apologize. Let's get the... There we go. Sorry, Cal. And sorry, you guys, if I missed your chat. Yep, I want to get... You guys, you know, I'd like to get some of these. And I'm going to... great big robotic bodysuit I can get in a great big gigantic dwarven robotic bodysuit. Yeah, and we can go out for ice cream. Man, I'm freaking dying for some ice cream, man. I'm dying for some ice cream. What's you guys' favorite ice cream? I want a 5-gallon bucket of Ben & Jerry's Chunky Monkey. 5-gallon bucket with a ladle. Awesome, Cal. Thank you for being such a great tour guide. Awesome. Check it out. Yep, so that... Apologies, my friends. Check it out, you guys. All that to explore down there. Check it out, check it out, check it out. Right on. Look at that. Check it out, check it out. Cool. So you guys, I can never ever remember. I can never remember. Is this a stalagmite or a stalactite? Which one is which? I can never remember. Help a brother out, dogs. Hot diggity. Check it out. There's a door down there. You see the door, y'all? Yep, there's a freaking blood spot right there. Yeah, that's on the texture. Whoa! Oh, yeah, chocolate ice cream. Absolutely, Zeha. It's a lot of work, but I bet they have a lot of fun, fun, fun. Shit. I have nothing to drink. I haven't had nothing to drink for 3 days. I think I have some coffee and tea, so that'll work. Sounds good. Gandalf, lead the way, bro. Right on. Oh yeah, throwing axes. You see how that troll squeezed my arms in? You see what happened, guys? You see my shoulders and shit? You see how I'm all squeezed in because the troll, he fucking squeezed me. The trolls are assholes. You need to kill the trolls because they squeeze the dwarves. They make us all look short and shit. No sense of humor on any of you. So, good deal. Thank you, Cal. Cool. All right, Cal, stand right there. Don't move. That's it, right there. Don't move. All right, stand right there. Now, I can catch axes in my teeth. Can you catch axes in your teeth? We learned to catch axes in our teeth at a young age in Norway, Illinois. Can you catch the axes in your teeth? I have no throwing skill. Yeah, it's a little to the left. Yeah, it's a little to the left. I have to improve my throwing skill. It went right through him. Did you see Gandalf? That's why Gandalf is the only one who can kill the Balrog. Yes, yeah, because the throwing skills bitchin'. The Dalesmen should have javelins. They should have javelins, and the dwarves should have throwing axes. But I like to use crossbows. I'd like to work on my crossbow skill, and I'd like to improve my throwing skill, improve my crossbow skill. Because they come in handy, man, because we're going to have sieges. During sieges, I always work on my crossbow skill during sieges. Because then I can sit there and pop them in the head when they're coming up a ladder. Bitchin', thank you, Cal. Kick ass. Cool, bitchin'. So you guys see down there? You see the mine there? I wonder what's down there. I bet you there's a troll comes out of there. Do you guys know the lore behind the story of the purple Balrog of the Dwarven Hills? Vanilla. My daughter likes vanilla. She always says that not enough people like vanilla. Vanilla's underrated. Vanilla should get more love. Right, Zeha? Vanilla should get more love. Isn't this cool, you guys? Check it out. "500 Irish miners got trapped in here." Cut down. See it? Check it out, you guys. Nice. Kick ass. This is vast. Check it out, you guys. Isn't that killer? Look at. Bitchin'. Fuck, isn't this nice? So you guys, if you guys ever come to Gettysburg to visit me, this is where we'll go. We can dress up like hobbits. The old Toby's on me. Oh shit, burgers! Let's see how these throwing axes should do a lot of. These throwing axes should do a lot of damage on these fucking trolls. Yep, I got 3 left. Let's grab up the rest of my axes. Yeah, these axes should do a lot. Oh shit. There's one more right back there. Oh, my axes are gone. I need to grab one of my axes. Fuck, where'd they go? Where'd my axes go? Fuck. They should be laying here. Let's see. I think the troll ate them. No worries. Yep, I don't see them. There's one right there. Cool. There's another one. Hey guys, right here in chat, the mod. Yeah, exclamation mark the mod if you guys are wondering what we're playing. Right on. And please, if you would guys, check out my other stuff. My other offerings. Thanks guys. Thanks. And I'd sure like to get out of the house this year. If any of you have a kind dollar you could spare. Rock and roll. Thank you, Cal. Dude, this is kick-ass. Look at, there's another one of my dwarven axes. Yeah, those freaking trolls. Dude, I love using the throwing axes, man, against the trolls in battle. Yeah, shit, there was like 3 trolls there, man. That's a good fight. Rock and roll. Oh, nice. Oh, those poor bears. El Gato Burrito. You guys love El Gato Burrito, right? Only in China. They got everything you want to eat in China. Look at this. Got some manure and some wood. We got some compost going on. Right? Cool beans, you guys. Check it out. Awesome. Awesome. Oh, shit burgers. Oh, you turds. Oh, you turds. Oh, you turds. Oh, you turds. Oh, you bastard. Oh, you bastard. Eat it. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh. I think we bit off more than we can chew. Fuckers. Die, bitch. Die, bitch. Oh, you fucker. Oh, you fucker. Let's go. Oh, fuck. Come on. Really? Oh, fuck that. He's faster than I am. Yep, he's a ton faster than I am. Those freaking bone swords are super light. Those bone swords are so light. That's why they're so fast. Yep. Oh, these bastards having a snack. Holy shit. Yeah, they were quick. Alright. Alright, all the good stuff. Yeah, but shit, I'm almost dead. Look at this, is sad. That's so sad. Yeah, I should be playing this part in the, I should be playing this part in the, I should be playing this part, shit, I'm stuck. I should be playing this part in the story so that you guys can hear it. Right? You guys want to hear it, don't you? Cool.
Concerning the beginning of the dwarves, strange tales are told both by the elder.
Cal has a gift for me. Thank you, Cal.
But since these things
Right on, dude. Look at that, you guys.
little is said of them here.
Isn't that kick-ass? Cal's probably showing me something cool and I'm totally distracted by the cool graphics on the walls.
And the ancestor of all the kings of the
Oh,
land.
nice, dude. Right on.
He slept alone.
So can I buy that?
Time and the awakening of that people. He came
I've got all good stuff. I hate to lose my stuff.
in the caves above Zaram, in the east of the misty mountains. He made his dwelling, where afterwards were the mines of Moria, renowned in song.
Awesome.
There,
Cool beans. It looks like it's fast, too. Gracias. Thank you, Cal. This is sad. This is such a sad scene.
He died before the elder days had
Yep, that's so sad.
passed. Tomb
Yep, that's sad. That poor dwarf.
but his life
Yep, I know where we are. So stay tuned, you guys. Listen up, because I'm playing the lore.
So like his forefather, that he received the name of Dwarf.
Right? Cool
He
beans,
was
huh?
indeed held by the dwarves to be the
What do you
devil.
guys think? Can you see that? You can see that, can't you? That's cool. Thank you, Cal, for the awesome gift and for the awesome adventure and for being such an awesome tour guide and super patient person in the entire community. I think you get Most Patient Person Award.
For it was enriched by many people. And
Do you
much
see the runes on the axe blades, guys?
and
Do you see what they
Belegos
are?
mountains were ruined at the breaking of Thangorudrim. The power of Moria endured throughout the dark years, and the dominion of Sauron. For though Eregion
Oh, shit, I made it.
the gates of Moria
So
were
check it out. Can we get into this other
the
stuff?
walls of Khazad-dûm were too deep and strong.
It doesn't look like
The
it.
people too
Check
many
out that hand axe.
for Sauron to conquer.
The texture isn't on the model
Thus,
yet.
Its wealth remained long unravished.
Yeah, that's almost there. Right on. That's going to look cool.
Began to dwindle.
Yeah, that helmet. Check it out.
It came to pass that in the middle of the Third Age,
Yeah, that's cool, huh? Right on. It was like an old Valsgard helmet mixed with an old Anglo-Saxon 6th century,
servant of Morgoth was then again growing in the
5th century, huh?
though the shadow in the
Right
forest
on.
that looked towards Moria was not
Cool.
alone for
Cool, cool, cool. Cal, I'm sorry if I'm holding you up, man.
evil things were stirring. The dwarves delved deep at that time.
Now, I don't have a one-handed. I should be able to switch that to...
The metal beyond
I
trial
can.
becoming
So
unique
these
and
throwing axes, you could still switch them to a one-handed fighting axe, just like in single player.
thing of terror.
I don't know what the damage is or what the stats are
Thangorudrim
on the throwing axes when you are using them as a one-handed,
coming of the host of the west.
but it's nice that you can use them as a one-handed and... Oh yeah, I know. I know, man. I've been playing Warband for about 12 years. But thank you.
His son,
Cal, if you raid villages, you'll make money. And if you talk to the elders, you can get quests. Gracias, senor.
that escaped made their way to the north, and Thrain the First, Nain's son, came to Erebor.
Dude, thank you for the gifts, Cal. That's so nice of you.
Ease of Mirkwood. And there he began new ways. And
So, Cal, was that you that added me on my personal Facebook page?
found the great
Because the guy who added me on my personal Facebook page looks like your character here in the game.
his son removed and went into the far
El Gato Burrito. I was wondering if that was you because I've had some new people add me on my Facebook.
where those mountains were rich and little.
It's not you because when you took off your Gandalf guys, it looks like the person who added me.
And after many years,
So I've been sending them messages calling them Kale.
they made war on the dwarves and plundered their
It's going to be great.
At last, Dane the First, together with Thrall, his second son, was slain at the door of his hall by a great cold drake.
Is he?
Not long after.
Yes, he is. Zug Zug is in the house.
Dane's son went away with many followers to the Iron Hills. But Thror, Dane's heir,
My
was
Facebook
brought in by
page
his
is
father's
small and
brother,
private.
and the remainder of the
That's
people
all. I'd like to have more of you guys on my Facebook.
to the
It's
great
mostly
hall
my
of Thrain.
photography and my
Thror
silly
brought back the
shenanigans.
Arkenstone.
So you guys, there's some dwarven throwing axes right there if you guys want some, Zug.
The friendship of all
Zug
men,
is in the house. He can hear me. I know VJ is
not
too.
only things of wonder and beauty, but weapons and armor of great worth. And there was great
Check it
traffic
out, you
of war
guys.
between
Look at those
them and the
badasses,
king.
man. Look at that shit. Yeah.
Thus
I want to
the
be a
Red
troll
Wolf
on an elephant with a big troll club.
and Karne, Redwater, became strong.
Just for a
and drove
day.
back all enemies from the east. And the
Just
dwarves
for a
lived in
day.
plenty.
Kale,
Was feasting and
thank you
song.
for the awesome tour, man. Check them out. Yeah, that's you. That's you.
So the rumor of the wealth of Erebor spread.
Yeah, but that was a good surprise. You could see that troll kind of, he was peeking out, you know, he was being kind of sneaky, right?
The greatest of the dragons of his day arose.
That was
And
good.
Without warning,
That was a good fight. I'm almost dead. I'm going to have to spectate and then come back in and get my stuff once we get out of here.
it was not long before all that realm was destroyed.
Because I'm almost dead. So I'm going to have to do the spectate thing. I've got a whole bowl right here. I've got Gorilla Glue. It's sativa, I can tell, because it makes me really hungry. So thank you. I'll have some pot.
And last of all, from the halls by a secret door, came Thror himself and his son Thrain the Second. They went away south with their family
Shit.
into long and homeless wandering. With them went also a small company of their kinsmen and
We
faithful
can do some
followers.
shots of Jameson, you guys.
Years afterwards.
It's fun, Rawl. It's really bitchin'. It's vast.
Desperate,
It's vast and it's dangerous,
the
Rawl.
one great treasure he still possessed.
And Kel gave me some nice gifts and he's given me a really nice tour.
Then he went away.
Yep, so I got my axe back and my shield back. Cool, cool.
Of the ring,
Rock and
said
roll.
Thrain at their parting.
This may prove the foundation of a new fortune for you yet. Well, that seems
Now on my keys for throwing axes to switch them to the alternate weapon method, I have my keys set to control.
Said
I have my crouches and my prone positions on my mouse. I have my interaction keys for warbands on my mouse.
and your sons. I am tired of
Because I've had to adapt.
the scorn of men.
With like the way my shit is with my disability, right? I try to map everything to my mouse and my keyboard. I've had to change things.
and long brooding on
It's
the
a little
fate of
weird.
Moria has fallen.
Try to hit one button, but another button gets hit. So what do? I switch the designation to the one that I keep mistakenly hitting.
driving him to folly
Due to
and
MS.
destruction.
Solution.
Dunland
Problem
was then
solved.
dwelling. He went
So
north
if y'all
to
tell
Dunland,
me hit this
where they
button for
conquered
X to do an alternate weapon method, I've already got it mapped to something else for a long time. But thank you guys for the hints. Thank you for the helpfulness, Cal.
begged him to beware, but he took no heed of him, and walked proudly in as an heir that returns. But he did not come back.
But I'm the only warband player in history who's ever seen Queen Isola of Suno.
One day he heard a loud shout and a blare of a horn, and a
Spotty
body was
and
flung out
naked.
of the steps.
I love it.
Fearing
I got
the
pictures, you
sword,
guys.
he began to creep near.
Join the Discord, you'll see the pictures. I think I just lost my sound. I did. I lost my sound.
We can see you.
That blows because I'm going to have to reboot my game. Yeah, my game sound's gone, but I've still got the audio book. Fuck. 1 second, Cal, I have a sound issue.
Tell them so. But if his family
could read it, the name Azog. That name was branded in his heart and in the hearts of all the dwarves afterwards. Nar stooped to take the head, but the voice of Azog said,
Drop it! Be off! Here's your fee, beggar beard!
A small bag struck him. It held a few coins of little worth. Weeping, Nar fled down the silver load, but he looked back once.
Sorry,
and
Cal,
saw
I
the
had
orcs
a
had come
sound
from the
issue.
gate
I hope
and
it's
were hacking up
rectified.
the body and flinging the pieces to the black crows. Such was the tale that Nar brought back to Thrain, and when he had wept and torn his beard, he fell silent. 7 days he sat and said no word. Then he stood up and said,
This cannot be borne!
that was the beginning of the war of the dwarves and the orcs, which was long.
Yeah, my sound is messed up. I have to solve my sound issues. My sound issues have messed me up several
Thrain
times.
at once sent messengers
So I'm gonna
bearing
go back
the
to a
tale,
hardwired
north,
headset,
east,
I
and
guess.
west.
I really don't want to put a headset
It
on
was
my head.
3 years before the dwarves had
I
mustered
need
their strength.
earbuds. Shit on my head makes my
Durin's
brain feel
folk
fucked
gathered
up.
all their host, and they were joined by great forces sent from the houses of other fathers. For this dishonor to the heir of the
Kale,
eldest
this is
of their race
bitching.
filled
I'm looking
them
at my
with
sound
wrath.
levels, you guys. Does it sound? My sound
All
sound like
was
shit,
ready.
y'all?
They assailed and sacked one by one all the strongholds of the orcs that they could, from
Does it sound
Gundabad
funky?
to the Gladden.
Zug is by the
Both sides
Gundabad
were
secret
pitiless. There
entrance.
was death and cruel deeds by dark and by night.
My encumbrance.
But the dwarves had the victory through their strength and their matchless weapons.
The puzzle?
The fire
What
of
puzzle?
their anger
I didn't see
as
a
they
puzzle.
hunted for Azog in every den under the mountain. At last, all the orcs that fled before them were gathered in Moria, and the dwarf host in pursuit came to Azanul Bizar. That was a great.
I don't
vale
know
that
where
lay
you
between
are,
the
dude.
arms
I
of the
have no
mountains,
idea where you are.
about the lake
In
of
Middle
Keled
Earth, I think
Zaram,
you're on this
and
map.
had been of old part of
I
the
don't know
kingdom
about
of
any
Khazad
puzzle. I
Dûr.
didn't see any puzzle.
When the dwarves saw the gate of their ancient
Nothing I
mansions
looked
upon
at
the
or hovered
hillside,
over
they sent
indicated
up
that
a
there was
great
anything
shout like
anywhere.
thunder in the valley. But a great host of forces was arrayed on the slopes above them, and out of the gates poured a multitude of orcs that had been held back by Azog for the last need. At first, fortune was against the dwarves, for it was a dark day of winter without sun, and the orcs did not waver, and they outnumbered their enemies and had the higher ground. So began the Battle of Azanul Bizar, or Nanduhirion in the Elvish tongue, at the memory of which the orcs still shudder. as
That's
the
not
dwarves
my
shudder.
internet.
The first assault
That's
of
the
the vanguard
stairs, it's
led by
not
Thrain
lag.
was thrown back with
My
loss.
system's not lagging at
Thrain
all.
was
I'm looking
driven
at
into
my
a wood
stream.
of great trees that then still grew not
Right
far
on.
from Keled Zaram.
Stream, what a weird word.
There Frerin, his son, fell, and Funding, his kinsman, and many others, and both Thrain and Thorin were wounded. It is said that Thorin's shield was cloven, and he cast it away, and he hewed off with his axe a branch of an oak, and held it with his left hand, to ward off the strokes of his foes, or to wield as a club. In this way he got his name. Elsewhere the battle swayed to and fro with great slaughter, until at last the people of the Iron Hills turned the day. Coming late and fresh into the field, the mailed warriors of Nain, Gror's son, drove through the orcs to the very threshold of Moria, crying, as they hewed down with their mattocks all who stood in their way. Then Nain stood before the gate and cried with a great voice,
Azog! If you are in, come out! Or is the play in the valley too rough?
Thereupon Azog came.
Kale knows where I am. Kale
He
can
was a great
find me.
orc with a huge iron-clad head, and yet agile and strong.
Oh, that was some funny shit. I always play hide and seek on
And as
Zug.
they engaged Nain's company, he turned to Nain.
See, you
and
can't
said,
hear me cheer. I always play hide and seek on Zug. He goes around looking for me. It's funny as shit.
With that, he rushed at Nain and they fought. But Nain was half blind with rage, and also very wary of battle. Whereas Azog was fresh, and fell, and full of guile.
Dude, I can't. There's no game sound, so you guys please enjoy the audiobook. I hope the sound doesn't sound like dog shit. I apologize if it does. If anybody can offer a suggestion of a decent headset that doesn't cost $1 million, I
His
appreciate
mail
it.
collar withstood the edge, but so heavy was the blow that Nine's neck was broken, and he fell. Then Azog laughed, and he lifted up his head to let fall.
So we
a
gonna
great
sit
yell
around
of
here gazing
cry.
at each other's shoes, or are you gonna
The
show me
cry
where this
died in his
puzzle is,
throat,
Sonny Jim?
For he saw that all his host in the valley was in a rout, and the dwarves went this way and that, slaying.
Hey, while you guys are sitting there, you know,
and
holding
those that
hands,
could
I'm gonna
escape
smoke
from
a
them
ball.
were flying south, shrieking
Right
in
on,
their
dude. The
wrath.
sound, my sound won't wonky
All the
again. It's gotta be
soldiers
these
guard
here. Like
lay
these
dead.
earbuds are fucked
He
up.
turned and fled back towards the gate.
Dude, the
Up the
trolls
steps
were a
after
fun
him leapt
fight.
a
Yeah,
dwarf
like all
with a
my
red
sounds
axe.
going through here, and it sounds like dog shit.
It was dying Ironfoot, Nine's son. Right before the doors he caught Azog, and there he slew him and hewed off his head. That was held a great feat, for Dain was then only a stripling in the reckoning of the dwarves. But long life and many battles lay before him, until old but unbowed, he fell at last in the War of the Ring. Yet hardy and full of wrath as he was, it is said that when he came down from the gate, he looked grey in the face, as one who has felt great fear.
Sorry, guys, I was responding in
When at
chat.
last the battle was won, the dwarves that were left gathered in Azanulbizar. They took the head of Azog and thrust into his mouth the purse of small money, and then they set it on a stake. But no feast or song was there that night, for their dead were beyond the count of grief. Barely half of their number, it is said, could still stand or had hope of healing. Nonetheless, in the morning Thrain stood before them. He had one eye blinded beyond cure, and he was halt with a leg wound. But he said,
Good! We have a victory! Khazad-dûm is
What others?
ours!
But
What
they
others?
Durin's heir you may
That
be,
scares me.
but even with one eye you should see clearer. We fought this war for vengeance. on
Don't
vengeance
ask
we
me.
have taken,
I
but it is
I
not sweet.
I have a fudge brownie and a chicken sandwich.
Then our hands are too small to hold them.
and those who were
Ah,
not of Durin's folk
that would be
said
fun. If
also,
Rawl's joining us, Rawl's always fun.
Not our father's house. What is it to us? Unless a hope of treasure.
And you guys, thanks for giving me a heads up on the sound. I appreciate it. I gotta solve my sound issues.
Words that I wrote.
Right on, Cal, please, please, yes, that would be super.
Our own lands, the better place we shall be.
Then Thrain turned to Dain and said,
But Cal, what I really need to do is I need to save out of this game and I need to come back into the server so that I can reset my sound.
And we have bled for you.
Can you help facilitate that?
But we will
Thanks
not
so much, dude. I just gotta get out and get
You
right
will
back
not
in.
enter Khazad-dûm.
Okay,
I
cool.
have looked through the shadow of the
Cool,
cliff.
cool, cool. I don't know
Beyond
where the
the
camp
shadow
is.
it waits for you still.
Man, that's a cool hammer. I fucking love that hammer. That's bitchin'. Look at that hammer.
World
That's
must
cool.
change, and some other power than ours must come before Durin's folk walk again.
I don't know the way to the camp, really. I kind
so it
of
was
shit
that after
right there. Whoa.
Azanulbizar, the dwarves dispersed.
Nice. Cool. Kale,
first
thank
the
you again,
treachery
dude. I'll
of the
probably be
strict
thanking you
dwarves
for a
were
couple
dead,
of days.
so that orcs should not come and win there a stone of weapons and mail. That went from that battlefield was bowed under a heavy burden.
Oh no, dude, I'm solid, dude. I
and
got
burned
all kinds
all
of
the
shit.
bodies of their kin.
I'm good.
There was a
I'm
great
good.
felling of trees in the valley.
I'm good. Gracias.
Bear ever
No, it's just a cool looking hammer, dude. That doesn't mean I want it.
was seen in Lorien. Such dealings with their dead seemed grievous to the dwarves, for it was against their use. But to make such tombs as they were accustomed to build.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. You see this shit? It's blue. I mean, fuck, man.
To fire, therefore, they turned.
These guys think
Rather
they got
than
the same blue
to
hammer,
feast
but they
on
don't.
Carrion orc. But those who fell in Azanulbizar.
When I strike my hammer on the
Fires were in
ground,
ashes.
dwarven belly
The
dancers
allies went
appear
away to their
everywhere.
own country.
I gotta turn this
And
FNAC
Dain
on, man.
Ironfoot led his father's people back to the Iron Hills. Then standing by the great stake, Thrain
Not
said to
really.
Thorin openly,
Not really. I don't know. We'll figure it out.
Fairly bold.
Zug, would you please give me 1 second, dude? I have to turn this AC on. I'm roasting in
Me
here.
back to the
It'll only take me a second.
Or will you beg your bread and brown doors to the unknown?
answered Thorin.
hammer will at least keep the arms strong until they can wield sharper tools again.
So Thrain and Thorin, with what remained of their following, among whom were Balin and Gloin, returned to Dunman.
Thanks, Doug.
And soon
Yeah, dude, it's
afterwards
like
they
hot in
removed
here.
and wandered in Eriad,
I know you're a winter guy
until
too.
they at last made a home
And it's,
in
I don't know, we
exile.
had 2 tornadoes outside, dude. We
Beyond
actually had tornadoes,
the
2
moon.
tornadoes in our zip
Of
code.
iron were most of the
And I
tents
think
that
maybe the
fought
weather,
these
like the
days,
humidity,
but
you
they
know?
prospered after a fashion, and their numbers slowly increased. They had very few womenfolk. Dis, Thrain's daughter, was there. She was the mother of Fili and Kili, who were born in the Ered Luin. Thorin had no wife. But as Thror had said, the ring needed gold to breed gold.
No, not
And
yet,
of
Raw,
that, any
no.
other precious
Next
metal,
month.
They had little.
Next month,
or
so
none.
start saving.
Of this ring, something may be said here.
Next month, you guys.
It was believed by the dwarves
No,
that
I did not call you a monkey. That's a smiley face. That's a smiley face.
During the third,
I did call you a monkey.
elven smiths
No.
themselves, and not by Sauron.
That's a
But
smiley
doubtless
face,
his
man.
evil power was on it, since he had aided in the forging of all the 7. But the possessors of the ring did not display it.
Ash Pash, I didn't call you a
And they
monkey.
seldom
Thank you,
surrendered
thank you,
until
thank you
near
for the
death.
friendship. Thank you for the
So
follow.
that
Thank you for
others
hitting
did
the
not know
precious
for certain
button.
where it was bestowed. Some thought that it had remained in Khazad Dûm, in the secret tombs of the kings.
Alright, I made it
They
down
had
the
not been
stairs.
discovered and plundered. But among the kindred of Durin's heir, it was believed, wrongly, that Thror had worn it when he rashly returned there. What then had become of it, they did not know. It was not found on the body of Osgiliath. Nonetheless, it may well be, as the dwarves now believe, that Sauron by his arts had discovered who had this ring, the last to remain free, and that the singular misfortunes of the heirs of Durin were largely due to his malice. For the dwarves had proven untamable by its means. The only power over them that the rings wielded was to inflame their hearts with a greed of gold and precious things, so that if they lacked them, all other good things seemed profitless, and they were filled with wrath and desire for vengeance on all who deprived them. But they were made from their beginning of a kind to resist most steadfastly any domination.
You see that?
Though
You
they
see
could be
that?
slain and
Oh
broken,
man, look
they
at
could not be reduced
that.
to shadows
Yeah,
and
good
slain
luck,
to
Rawl.
another
I've had
death.
about 10,000 coin like for
And for the
like
same
3
reason,
weeks.
their lives were not affected by any ring.
We'll be
Lived
the
by
poor
longer
helping the
or shorter
poor.
Because of it. All the more did Sauron hate the possessors and desire to dispossess them. It was therefore perhaps partly
My
by
treat of the
malice
month.
ring
Sorry-
that Thrain,
sorry,
after
Zog.
some years became restless and discontented. The lust for gold was ever in his mind. At last, when he could endure it no longer, he turned his thoughts to Erebor and resolved to go back there. He said nothing to Thorin of what was in his heart, but with Balin and Dwalin and a few others he arose and said farewell and departed. Little is known of what happened to him afterwards. It would now seem that as soon as he was abroad with few companions, he was hunted by the emissaries of Sauron. Wolves pursued him. Orcs waylaid him. Evil birds shadowed his path. And the more he strove to go north, the more misfortunes opposed him. There came a dark night when he and his companions were wandering in the land beyond Anduin, and they were driven by a black rain to take shelter under the eaves of Mirkwood. In the morning he was gone from the camp, and his companions called him in vain. They searched for him many days, until at last... giving
Game's
up hope,
over.
they departed and came at length back to
Yeah.
Thorin. Only
Yeah.
long after was it learned that Thrain had
Yeah,
been taken alive
game's
and
over.
brought to the pits of Dol Guldur.
Yeah.
There
So
he was
I'll save.
tormented
I'm gonna
and the
exit
ring taken
and
from him. And there at last he died. So Thorin Oakenshield became the heir of Durin. But an heir without
I
hope.
see. You go
When
home.
Thrain was lost, he
You
was
lose your money.
95,
You lose your
a
shit. You
great
go home.
dwarf of proud bearing, but he seemed content to remain in Eriador. There he labored long and trafficked and
That
gained
was
such
will
wealth
give
as he
me
could, and
nightmares
his people
tonight.
were increased by many of the wandering folk of Durin
I like
who
my
heard of
nightmares.
his dwelling in the west and came to
You
him.
have enough nightmares, you're never
Now
afraid of
they
nothing
had fair
ever
halls
again.
in the mountains and store of goods, and their days did not seem so hard, though in their songs they spoke ever of the lonely mountain far away. The years lengthened. The embers in the
So
heart
we're
of
back to
Thorin grew hot
13
again,
and not at the
as he
camp.
brooded on the wrongs of his house and the vengeance upon the dragon that he had inherited. He thought of weapons and armies and alliances as his great hammer rang in the forge. So the armies were dispersed, and the alliances broke, and the axes of his people were few. And a great anger without hope burned him as he smote. But at last, there came about by chance a meeting between Gandalf and Thorin that changed all the fortunes of the House of Durin.
1 second, guys. I'm trying to get the sound worked out. I'm not hearing it. Oh man. Yeah, I have no sound here, and fucking Twitch Studio sucks. Let's switch back to shit sound. Yeah, it's like not even fucking connected. Joy. Happy, happy. Rock on. Sound is fixed. We have joy, joy, joy. Yeah, you're going to borrow some coin for me when that shit happens to me every time I get in the game. I think I'm down over 300,000. Gotta be at least. In like 1 week. That's unfortunate. Ah, that was fun. That was fun. Fuck. It's like going to the ice cream shop. You walk right outside, drop your ice cream on the sidewalk. So if you thought that was funny, get it and try it yourself.
and led to other and greater ends beside. On a time, Thorin, returning west from a journey, stayed at Bree for the night. There Gandalf was also. He was on his way to the Shire, which he had not visited for some 20 years. He was weary and thought to rest there for a while. Among many cares, he was troubled in mind by the perilous state of the north, because he knew then already that Sauron was plotting war, and intended, as soon as he felt strong enough, to attack Rivendell. But to resist any attempt from the east to regain the lands of Angmar and the northern passes in the mountains, there were now only the dwarves of the Iron Hills, and beyond them lay the desolation of the dragon. The dragon Sauron might use with terrible effect. How then could the end of Smaug be achieved? It was even as Gandalf sat and pondered this that Thorin stood before him and said,
Master Gandalf, I know you only by sight, but now I should be glad to speak with you. For you have often come into my thoughts of late, as if I were bidden to seek you. Indeed, I should have done so if I had known where to find you.
Gandalf looked at him with wonder.
That is strange, Thorin Oakenshield,
He said,
for I have thought of you also. And though I am on my way to the Shire, it was in my mind that is the way also to your halls. Call them so if you will.
said Thorin.
They're only poor lodgings in exile. But you would be welcome there if you would come. For they say that you are wise and know more than any other of what goes on in the world. And I have much on my mind and would be glad of your counsel. I will come,
said Gandalf.
for I guess that we share one trouble at least. The dragon of Erebor is on my mind, and I do not think that he will be forgotten by the grandson of Thor.
The story is told elsewhere of what came of that meeting, of the strange plan that Gandalf made for the help of Thorin, and how Thorin and his companions set out from the Shire on the quest of the Lonely Mountain, that came to great ends unforeseen. Here only those things are recalled that directly concern Durin's folk. The dragon was slain by Bard of Esgarth, but there was battle in Dale. For the orcs came down upon Erebor as soon as they heard of the return of the dwarves, and they were led by Bolg, son of that Azog, whom Dain slew in his youth. In that first battle of Dale, Thorin Oakenshield was mortally wounded, and he died and was laid in a tomb under the mountain with the Arkenstone upon his breast. There fell also Fili and Kili, his sister sons. But Dain Ironfoot, his cousin, who came from the Iron Hills to his aid and was also his rightful heir, became then King Dain II, and the kingdom under the mountain was restored, even as Gandalf had desired. Dain proved a great and wise king, and the dwarves prospered and grew strong again in his day. In the late summer of that same year, Gandalf had at last prevailed upon Saruman and the White Council to attack Dol Guldur, and Sauron retreated and went to Mordor, there to be secure, as he thought, from all his enemies. So it was that when the war came at last, the main assault was turned southwards, yet even so, with his far-stretched right hand, Sauron might have done great evil in the north, if King Dain and King Brand had not stood in his path. Even as Gandalf said afterwards to Frodo and Gimli, when they dwelt together for a time in Minas Tirith, not long before news had come to Gondor of events far away.
I grieve that the fall of Thorin,
said Gandalf.
and now we hear that Dain has fallen, fighting in Dale again, even while we fought here. I should call that a heavy loss, if it was not a wonder, rather, that in his great age he could still wield his axe as mightily as they say that he did, standing over the body of King Brand, before the gate of Erebor until the darkness fell. Yet things might have gone far otherwise and far worse. When you think of the great battle of the Pelennor, do not forget the battles in Dale and the valor of Durin's folk. Think of what might have been. dragonfire, and savage swords in Eriador, night in Rivendell. There might be no queen in Gondor. We might now hope to return from a victory here only to ruin and ash. But that has been averted, because I met Thorin Oakenshield one evening on the edge of spring in Bree. A chance meeting, as we say in Middle-earth.
This was the daughter of Thrain II. She is the only dwarf woman named in these histories. It was said by Gimli that there are few dwarf women, probably no more than a third of the whole people. They seldom walk abroad except at great need. They are in voice and appearance, and in garb if they must go on a journey, so like to the dwarf men that the eyes and ears of other peoples cannot tell them apart. This has given rise to the foolish opinion among men that there are no dwarf women, and that the dwarves grow out of stone. It is because of the fewness of women among them that the kind of the dwarves increased slowly.
Let's go spend all the rest of
and
my
is
money
in peril
getting my
when they
shit
have
back
no
again.
secure dwellings. For dwarves take only one wife or husband each in their lives, and are jealous, as in all matters, of their rights. The number of dwarf men that marry is actually less than 1/3. For not all the women take husbands. Some desire none. Some desire one that they cannot get, and so will have no other. As for the men, very many also do not desire marriage, being engrossed in their crafts. Gimli, Gloin's son, is renowned, for he was one of the 9 walkers that set out with the ring, and he remained in the company of King Elessar throughout the war. He was named Elf-Friend because of the great love that grew between him and Legolas, son of King Thranduil, and because of his reverence for the Lady Galadriel. After the fall of Sauron, Gimli brought south a part of the dwarf folk of Erebor, and he became Lord of the Glittering Caves. He and his people did great works in Gondor and Rohan. For Minas Tirith they forged gates of MITHRIL and steel to replace those broken by the Witch King. Legolas, his friend, also brought south elves out of Greenwood, and they dwelt in Ithilien, and it became once again the fairest country in all the Westlands. But when King Elessar gave up his life, Legolas followed at last the desire of his heart and sailed over sea. Here follows one of the last notes in the Red Book. We have heard tell that Legolas took Gimli, Gloin's son, with him because of their great friendship, greater than any that has been between elf and dwarf. If this is true, then it is strange indeed that a dwarf should be willing to leave Middle-earth for any love, or that the Eldar should receive him, or that the lords of the West should permit it. But it is said that Gimli went also out of desire to see again the beauty of Galadriel, and it may be that she, being mighty among the Eldar, obtained this grace for him. More cannot be said of this matter.
The penalty of losing all my shit and my coin is too extreme for the payback of defeating all those orcs. There's no balance there. That needs to be rectified and addressed. But I made a video about that 3 weeks ago. Because this will be the rest of my money. The other day I spent 4 out of 6 hours in a live stream helping out a friend. Money's been gone ever since that journey. That's unfortunate. Most unfortunate. Just me. I guess Zug didn't make it. So that's what you do, guys. You lose all your shit, you lose your money, you come back, you buy the shit all over again. This will take a couple hours. Right. See how quick we can blow through this money. Really? Why? Why? Yeah, at this point it's just not even worth it anymore. That 35 though is a 99. It's got a really short reach though. Shit, that's the bomb with that 98 speed. It's a 99 speed, isn't it? It's too damn short though. That 98 speed with the 73 is the ticket. 94. Way too weak. Oh, fuck. Are you fucking kidding me? How many did I buy? Fucking A. We get to be totally broke. This is great. Right. Are there no shields or what? There is. There's 47 of them. Alright, we're not buying a Dwarven shield today. I'm not going to sit there and hit F all fucking night. Always forget that, don't I? Fuck it, let's buy 10 of them. Fuck yes. Went from 30,000 to 4,000. That's my day, kids. It's weird. It's strange. I usually play a game, and as I go forward and spend more time and I kill more enemies, I progress. I don't degress. It's very strange. You guys need to, on your keyboards, enable sticky keys. So you can just hit the key and your character just goes. Because you'll be doing this for like hours. So get a cavalry class. Because you'll be buying a lot of horses. Like 10 a day. Get that cavalry class, kids. What's said, Ashbash? Crying faces. Bye-bye, Ashpash. I don't need your fucking trolling on my channel, asshole. Keep your negative comments to yourself. If you don't like my gameplay, go watch somebody else stream. I don't need your negativity. My day's shitty enough as it is. Douchebag. No, when some dick comes on my channel and he's sitting there knocking my gameplay and fucking trolling my stream, running his mouth, I don't need that shit. Fuck off. Douchebag. Jump in the game. Show me what you got. Run your mouth. Farewell. I'm going back to the dwarf camp. I don't know who that was. Forgive me if I get disrupted by trolls in my channel. Not like I have anybody moderating it. My days on Twitch are about done. Fucking come on here to have fun. No, I don't ignore them, Zeha. They don't belong in my channel. I don't want to see that shit. People coming in my channel posting porn links and shit. If you guys think I'm here for the American Idol trip or the popularity contest, I'm not. I'd like to have some fun. I don't give second chances to trolls at all. Nobody should. Let's see if I can buy anything in here. It's a miracle I maintain my sanity. That was trolling. That guy didn't have a single positive thing to say at all. Period. He came here and he shot shit at least 3 times. Didn't have a positive thing to say. So he can eat me where I poop. Guys, don't take shit from anybody at any time, ever. Grow fucking spine. No, no big deal. It's got a ban button, no big deal. Whatever. So we should have some NPCs to talk to here, right? Maybe get a quest, that would be cool. What you can do with that. Same thing. Just about the same thing. Cool, cool. Let's see what this fool's gonna do. No NPCs to interact with. Thanks for the heads up on the screen, guys. So a person really has to look at how much you gained versus how much you lost, and decide for yourselves if this is a mod for you, because it's not for everyone. Wonder how far we can go up here, you guys. Get a good look around. too far. Pretty cool, huh? Thank you, Zeha. Yeah, you guys can see my coin now. No, he's not. He didn't miss anything. Except that 10 times that DC United beat the shit out of FC Bayern. 10 goals to 0. DC United. Our equipment's not his problem. That's the way it goes. That's the game. 1,000 orcs spawned because we were sitting there. That's not his problem. That's part of the game. So we lost all of our shit and lost all of our money. That's the game. That's not his problem. Everybody can't go crying to Cal every time they lose their shit. At all. There's going to have to be 100 Cals online to take care of that for everyone. You're in a dungeon, you got 1,000 orcs jump you. That's the way it goes. That's the game. Pick yourself up, you dust yourself off, you make back another 240,000 pinging away in the mines for 4 days. And that's the way it goes. That's the game. You lose your castle, you lose your armor, you lose your army, you lose all your money. In any warband mod, that's the way it goes. You got to build that shit back up. So I can get frustrated, and I have a short fuse. That's no secret. And I get frustrated and I get pissed off, but I will rebuild what I lost because that's what a game is all about. Exactly, Zeha. Exactly. Exactly, Zeha. Jawohl. There's people dying everywhere. Slow. Too slow. Too slow. Watch, these guys will think that I'm trying to take the boat. Look at this guy with the fucking orc arrows in him. Who's this guy? Joining us? It's gonna be great. Oh boy, what I do for some fucking pork, man. I'm hoping that I'm well enough and I can walk. Hopefully I can walk enough tomorrow to get to the bus so I can go get some fucking meat. Wouldn't that just be super? There is nothing except for orcs and death in these hills. Nothing but orcs and death in these hills, Zug Zug.
Dwarves of yore made mighty spells, while hammers fell like ringing bells, in places deep where dark things sleep, in hollow halls beneath the fells. Goblets they carved there for themselves, and harps of gold where no man dwells. There lay they long, many a song was sung unheard by man or elves. For ancient king and elvish lord, there many a gleaming golden hoard, they shaped and wrought, and light they called, to hide in gems and gilt sword.
Zeha, what did you mean lamp, bro?
Silver necklaces they strung, the flowering stars on crowns they hung.
Oh,
The
lamp,
dragon
golden
fire
lamp.
twisted
I
wide,
don't know, Zeha.
they meshed the light blue and sun. The pines were roaring on the height, the winds were moaning in the night. The fire was red, it flaming spread. The trees like torches blazed with light. The bells were ringing in the day. The men looked up with faces pale. The dragon's ire, more fierce than fire, laid low their towers and houses frail.
Isn't that a cool scene, you guys?
The mountains smoked beneath the moon. The dwarves, they heard the tramp of doom. They fled their hall to dying fall, beneath his feet, beneath the moon.
Zahu! Oh, dude, Zahu, lucky you, man. That sounds like a great day, bro. That sounds like a great day, man. Dude, I hope you post some pictures, please. That would be awesome. Hell yeah, man. Dude, thanks for stopping in to say hey and good morning, Zahu. Do me a favor, man. Have a safe day. Make sure you take at least a 45 with you, you know? And a 6-pack. Zahu. Zahu. Thank you, Zahu, for stopping in to say hi. Zeha and Zahu, you guys are great with the X's and the Z's, man. Cal, in one of the mods that I played, the devs rectified that. They actually modified it so that you don't have to limit your cores. I'm going to have to remember which mod it is, but I do play it. But the devs did modify that. It's the only mod that I have, the only mod that I play where they've actually given the game access to more cores than just the single core. I have to find the mod again, though. I'm trying to think of which one it is. And so that's a huge step forward for Warband modding. Unlimiting the cores. I'm sorry, go ahead. I must have missed what you were saying. I apologize. Right. Well, you should have at least 2 terabytes of VRAM. Zug Zug has an Orion X8 system. I don't have that problem. I'm still on my Commodore 64. Did you see that shit? He disappeared. That's such a trip. Right on. Awesome, awesome. So, I'm just sitting here scratching my nuts. Nah. You guys see that shit? You do, don't you? Right there. That's what I'm thinking. It was one mod that I just picked up and started playing, and I have to remember which one it is. I have to look at it. I have to look at the documentation. Toxale, hi. Shit, it's late there too, isn't it? It's late for you too. Tox, I hope you had a good day. I'm sorry, Zug, if I missed you in the chat. I have a Windows 95 machine, Zug, if you need some parts. I got 2 Voodoo 5 cards. Alright, shit.
Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
2 Voodoo cards. Fuck's he looking? I'm gonna knock him out. Knock him out. Wow. Wow. Ross in the house. Just had to do it. You just had to do it. Oh, you just had to do it, didn't you? You just had to do it, didn't you, Rawl? You did. You just had to do it, didn't you, Rawl? Oh, I've got a hammer. I already went back and spent all my money buying all my shit back. I think that's the third time today I bought my shit back. Those pines were roaring. I know, you know, Tox, I record. I've streamed battles of 600 guys. I have. I've streamed battles of 600. I mean, a lot of other guys have too, you know. Let's see what I got here. I'm just in the middle of doing something, my friends. Give me a second. Rock and roll. There we go. Let's do that. Rock and roll. Roll! Master Roll, you got it, homie. Right there, Bob. As requested. You just had to say it, didn't you? You did.
You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. My music hits me so hard, makes me say, oh my Lord, thank you for blessing me. What am I to rhyme and to hype me? It feels good when you know you're down. A super dope homeboy from the Oak Town, and I'm known as such, and this is a beat you can't touch. I told you, homeboy, you can't touch that. Yeah, that's how we living, and you know you can't touch this. Look in my eyes, man, you can't touch this. Yo, let me bust the funky leg.
I had enough to buy that this morning. Chuck him out. Oh, no thanks, dude. I'll earn it. I lost it. I'll earn it. It's the way it goes. That's the game. That's the mod. I'm in a room. I get jumped by 1,000 orcs. That happened one time. I lost, fuck, I don't know, 145,000 get jumped by orcs like that. I spawned. I got killed like 10 times. I even clipped it. I was like, holy shit. It's all my money. That was a while back. So, you earn it back. Right, guys? Right. Yeah. That's a nice hammer. Shouldn't have to get freebies and handouts in any game or mod. You should be able to make your way and not be penalized for your gameplay. Balance is everything. Something going on here.
You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. My music hits me so hard, makes me say,
Ever. So, try it. You lose your castle, you take another one. It's like Zeha said. So, I'll just stay with this shitty class I have. Which, don't let anyone pressure you into getting a class just to get a class, just so you can go on adventure with the promise that you're going to make a ton of money. Don't believe it. Work for your own gold. You could end up like me, losing tens of thousands and going home with nothing because you bought into a cheesy class just to go on an adventure, thinking you're going to make a bunch of money and you don't. So play it safe. Because you see, if I had a tier 5 class that I would have been able to save that extra money for, I wouldn't be doing so poorly if I would have stayed on my original plan that I had 2 weeks ago. But I'm often easily talked into things. But the choice inevitably is my own. Right? Oh, fuck it, keep the money. There's been like 5,000 people that have picked up about 10,000 of my loot bags. So fuck it, keep it. It's a donation. You go into a map with a bunch of people, you lose fucking 200,000, the shit's all gone. Fuck, you might as well get jacked in fucking Cabrini Green. But shit dog by the people you're fucking playing with? Holy fuck. Really? Oh wait, that wasn't mine. No, I had 4,000. So I'll just give that to somebody who needs it. Fuck it, man. Really? I'm not even faster than a basic fucking orc. This is fucking stupid. I spent like, fuck, 200,000 on this class and I can't even beat a basic orc. Fuck. I'll demonstrate. Fucking ass. Yeah, these fucking fat orcs are faster than me. Really? These fucking skin bags? Are you fucking kidding me? Look at this shit. It's a fucking orc. It's a fucking orc. I'm a tier 4. Come on. Really? Yeah, I'm done. Fucking waste of time. Fuck this. That's what you guys get for a 200,000 class, man. Get out of town. That's a tier 4 class against basic orcs. Now, I'll demo that in like 10 other mods and see how I do. Come on. So you go back and you try it again. And now I gotta go back to Erebor and buy all my shit again, but I don't have enough. See? And now the devs can't be flying around the servers giving everybody freebies and money either. It's a game, that's the way it goes. So you lose your shit, I just lost another 1,000, lost all my shit again. You start back at the beginning, then you gotta truck all the way here. Or I go back to a city 2 servers away and get a horse. But I don't have enough money to get back the shit that I just lost. And I lost coin. See what I'm saying? What did I gain for the orcs that I killed? Because I ain't seeing it. And now I probably killed, I don't know, 2 billion orcs. My skills aren't improving. Because they're still faster than I am. Now granted, they have a light little stick. But when I count the number of times that an orc hits me versus the number of times that I hit an orc with this poleaxe versus the number of times an orc hits me with the spiked stick, it don't add up. An orc can hit me 2 or 3 times with the stick, I'm dead. I can hit him 3 or 4 times with this poleaxe to kill him. That shit don't add up in real life. In my tier 4 class, I mined for 3 days to get this class. And I'm not as fast as an orc. You see? So now if you guys are playing by yourselves, the dev's gonna run over ya with this horse. And now you're not going to have this luxury that he is affording me. You're going to have to walk all the way back to all that shit. And now is that fun? Yes, it is for some of us. I enjoy it. But some people, you're going to feel like you're kicked on the nads 100 times. And I've had a lot of people tell me that, and it's just not for them. But for some people, I'll keep exploring, but I don't see progression here. That's an issue. This is an anti-progressive game that needs to be addressed. I made a video about it about 3 weeks ago. Do I love the mod? Yes, I do. Does it have some balance issues that need to be worked out? Yes, they do. And simply saying, well, it's persistent, that's not a definition or an answer. Because I started my day with 40,000 coin today, this morning. I now have none of my shit, and I'm down 40,000 coin to end my day. That's my day. So now I have to calculate how long it's going to take me in real time to make all that up. 6,000 coin in iron ore in 15 minutes adds up to 10.5 hours of perfect mining to get a decent tier 5 class. 10 hours of perfect mining, uninterrupted. That's what that adds up to. Yeah, I know, but the issue was, you see, this is 60,000 because I had a hell of a lot more than 60,000. I had 145,000 that I lost in 5 minutes. But it was my choice to go along. So it's nobody's fault but my own. I won't make the same mistake twice. That's good to know. I'm so happy for them. I'm sure I know where they got it when I dropped those 10,000 bags of loot. I think you missed what I said, Cal. I think you missed what I said. I don't think you grasped what I said. Yes, we are, but the balance isn't there. You have a very adverse definition of fun. Everybody has a different definition of fun. I guess that boils down to what demographic you want to focus on. And am I trolling? No, I'm not. I'm giving you a fair assessment of my experience, good and bad.
You can't touch this. You can't touch.
Good and bad. Any criticisms have been positive, and I've offered solutions. Because the way I'm looking at it, I'm starting all over. Yep. I'm still where I was 2 weeks ago. Have I had some fun? Yes, I have. Am I back to square one? Absolutely. So, upsides, downsides, always. Convey them in that fashion, my friends. So bum rush the orcs and trolls? Absolutely. You got nothing to lose. We're just having fun. Yep. Oh, dude, Rawl, I appreciate it, dude, but that repetition, that's just, it's getting old. Continuing to pick up my shit like every 5 minutes, it's a waste of time. I have to go back to Erebor and buy all my shit again that I don't have the money for. It's a waste of time. Stick with the shitty class that I have. Isn't that great? That's awesome. See that? I couldn't even get a swing on him. Now I got a 145 and two-handed. Yeah, I got a 145 and two-handed. Yeah, don't bother coming back, guys. I appreciate the tour. That was fun. That was bitchin'. That was a fun first look. That was cool. And I mean that sincerely. That was really bitchin'. I hope you guys enjoy that. I'm so glad that some people have 500 million coin. So, my friends, we try again. Yep, we got some horses we can buy. Right. Right. That horse is gone. 1,000 gone. Or you can walk it. So now you see, once I'm out of money, guys, I won't be able to buy a horse. So you're going to have to hoof across that all anyway. So plan on losing a horse right there. Let's see if I get the massive orc spawn. It's always so much fun until somebody gets kicked in the nuts. God, fuck. Insult to injury. All that good stuff. So try it again. See how much money we can make killing some orcs. So that I can buy another horse and some food. And maybe a better class. Buy my weapons again. Prost. That wasn't lag, by the way. That's just weirdness on some of the stairs. You guys seeing this? You guys seeing it? Look at this shit. Look at this. We are Master Raw. Now this is a real, true auto host.
Can't touch this. Can't touch this. Can't touch this. Can't touch this. My music hits me so hard, makes me say, oh my Lord, thank
Dio mio, what's happening?
when you know you're down. A super dope homeboy from the Oak Town, and I'm known as such, and this is a beat up. You can't touch it,
Are you tired of me here already?
homeboy. Can't touch this.
What does it matter? What does it matter? What does it matter? I'm gonna lose all my money and all my shit anyway, no matter where I go.
Out of your seat and get a fire girl and catch this beat while it's rolling. Hold on, hold a little bit and let them know what's going on like that. Like that. Hold a little bit just to fall on back. Let them know that you're too much. And this is a beat up you can't touch. Yo, I told you, you can't touch this. Why you standing there, man? You can't touch this. Yo, sound the bell. School's in, sucker. Can't touch this. Give me a song.
That's the first time I have ever seen Cal type in a curse word. He said shit. That's funny. That's hilarious. Fuck yeah, man, I love MC Hammer. MC Hammer's kick ass. Nah, dude, it's not the first time. I've been getting laid since I was 13.
Break it down.
I'm talking to Cal in the game. What's up, man? What's up, Glenn? It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. Thank you for asking, and how are you, my friend? Glenn, how was your day? What did you have to eat? What was the best thing you had to eat today? Sativa and all that, you know. Alright, let's kill some orcs, Cal. Come on, let's kill some orcs. Come on, Cal, you got the red freaking magic staff. Shit. Turn him into freaking strawberry ice cream, Gandalf. Let's go. Show us what you got, old man. Oh, yeah, right. Look at this bastard. Oh, you fucker, you. Oh, yeah. Hey, you assholes, come and help us. Come help us, you turds. What's up with you guys? I thought you were my friends. Some veggies right on. Why do you guys hate me, man? Why? Why do you guys hate me? Why? I was hosting your screen right on my screen, Raw. Alright, let's go kick some ass with my 60k class. Dude, I'm dying for some freaking steamed cabbage. Glenn, are you a vegetarian? If you are, man, I hope you like some good falafel. Right on, dude. Right on, man. Dude, I can cook up some good veggie grub. I lived with my uncle for years and years and years. He taught me how to make all kinds of good stuff because he was a vegetarian and he was in a wheelchair and needed someone to cook for him. So falafel, like baba ganoush, man. My wife was a vegetarian, man, for years and years and years. So I always cooked. My favorite food, it'd have to be either redheads, brunettes, or blondes, but probably redheads. What's happening, Mushy Peas? How are you? If I was stranded on a desert island and I had an unlimited food supply out of a magical cooler, it would probably be tacos. Yep. We're going to server 36. I make some kick-ass hummus, man. I make some kick-ass freaking tahini and tabbouleh. Rock and roll, man. Thank you for asking, Mushy. So what was the, if you guys could have any meal, what would it be? It was 36, wasn't it? Yep. Cool. Right there. Let's go. See ya. Yeah, Cal, I know you're listening in. What does it really matter? I'm just going to get killed, lose my shit, and keep picking it up over and over and over again. So like you said, have fun. Just go in and kill the orcs. Right? The money's irrelevant because you can't buy a horse or a side of beef. But if I'm going to lose all my shit, it doesn't really matter. Don't rush them. If you guys think I'm a Rambo rush player, I'm not. Okay? I rushed those orcs because I was fucking off because it was funny. I was having fun. I'm going to lose all my shit anyway. So, you know. Yeah, I'm not a jackass player. I've been playing Warband for 10 years. So, people keep telling me kind of redundant things like hit the minus key to zoom out. And I know people are trying to be helpful, but I'm not stupid. And I was rushing to have fun. We were playing Hammer Time. I thought we were having fun, like you said. So I'm going to lose all my coin and my shit anyway, so I'm going to have fun trying to kill some orcs. Bad ping or not. So I'm not going to focus on the money or continuing to recollect my stuff. You know, I'd rather just fight with my friends and have a good time. I'm not going to keep jerking around with picking up my stuff off the ground and trying to collect loot bags. It's just that gets kind of old. It takes away from the fun. So I'm going to kill the enemies and fight with my friends and have some fun. Did you see that? Rawl smashed his brains open all over the place. There was blood everywhere. Look at that. Get him, Rawl. Let's see how we do with our kick-ass 150. Ah, fuck, there's no point in being here. See how we do in one-on-one with this asshole. Thank you. Oh, that fucking hurt. No worries, fuck. Shit happens. Fucking archers, shit. 2 hits with that fucking poleaxe and that orc didn't go down. Watch this archer. 2 hits, 2 hits, 2 hits, 2 hits, 2 hits with that fucking axe. The fucker didn't go down. No shit. Come on. Really? I'd love to take a real poleaxe on an orc. I'll show you what it can do to it. Two. 3. This fucking orc's got skin of steel. There's somebody shooting arrows at us, guys. Arrows are shooting. There's some archer around shooting some fucking arrows, you guys. I don't know if you guys are listening or what. Shit happens. No worries, dude. No worries, my friend. No worries. Dude, Coda. Thank you for the follow, dude. Hey, man. Check it out, Coda. Type in the mod. Exclamation mark the mod. Come play. Dude, Coda, thanks for the friendship. Thanks for the follow, you guys. Right on. Come play, you guys. Let's see if I got my shit back. Yep, got my shit back. Glenn, thanks for stopping in and coming saying hi, dude. Fuck, man. I'd love to make you up some freaking vegetarian grub, man. I haven't got to make up a bunch of really good gourmet vegetarian grub in a long time. It's funny, dude. I'm not a vegetarian, but my wife was for like 40 years. Yeah, there's an archer up there on the left. He's right up there. He's behind you. Yeah, there's an archer up there on the left, you guys. Fuck. I missed some good veggie grub, man. I got some falafels and shit. I got all kinds of mix up in my cupboards. Oh, shit. I think I just hit somebody. I'm sorry, bud. Shit. How many times do I have to hit this asshole? Fuck, come on. Look at this guy. Look at it. Oh, shit burgers! Let's go, shit! Yeah, this little axe isn't gonna do shit on this guy. Those bone freaking swords are really fast. Rawl's fucking mashing him in half, man. Holy shit! There's a fucking healing bottle right there. Somebody grab it. Zug, there's a healing bottle there if you need it. Oh shit. Let's go. This fucking poleaxe is about useless. Right. Cool. Zug, do you need this healing potion right here, dude? Right here. Yeah, I'm good. Oh, fuck! Grab it, Zug. Yet. Let's go, you fuckers. Let's go, you fucker. Oh, shit. You fucker. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you. Let's go, bitch. Oh, fuck, my shield's gone. Fuck. Give me a shield, give me a shield, give me a shield. Right. Fuckers. Cursing is the cursing is the crutch of the crippled conversationalist, guys. Don't forget it. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Fuck. Now you see I can curse like a crippled conversationalist because I'm sitting in this fucking wheelchair. See that shit? Holy shit. Did you see that craziness? That was insane. Who's dough? There's somebody's dough there. There's somebody's... Oh, shit! What's up, man? I can't go in the tent with the orcish hookers? What's up? No orcish hookers? Jeez. Not even an orcish hooker anywhere. Bum ba da bum ba da bum ba da bum ba da ba ba. Oh shit. Let's go get killed, guys. We're almost dead. No shield. Where the fuck we going? Holy hell. Yep, that figures. Yep, let's die. Get him, archers. There's probably a fucking orc archer sitting around here somewhere.
The mountains smoked beneath the moon. The dwarves, they heard the tramp of doom. They fled their hall to dying fall. Beneath his feet, beneath the moon.
Zug, if you need a shield, there's a shield there on the ground. I try, Glenn, dude, I'm sorry if I meant that's a hell of a lot of goblins. Hey, right on, Penguin. I didn't see you in there, buddy. Hey, Dandy Chef, you guys. You guys, I'm sorry if I missed your chat. Sometimes it shows up late. Zug, if you need a shield, there you go. Alright, waiting my turn like a polite person. This is, I think, the second time I've ever got to look at loot. No shit. Because usually I'm told to let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, because I can't get at the loot chests. So shit, this is the second time I've ever got to look at a loot chest. How about that? Fuck. Oh, that's it. I hope somebody nails me and fucking kills me. Awesome. So this sword looks good. I don't know what its stats are. Boromir's sword. Somebody should take Boromir's sword. Cool. Awesome. Thank you, Gandalf. Anybody need that shield down there? There's a shield sitting there. Master Raw. Raw, can you use a shield? It looks like you're solid. That one's just as broken. I don't think there's any decent helmets in there. Nope, not a one. Except for the one I had. So that's a 35.98.98. That's decent. That's got a good length. That's really fast. 31.98.96. 35. 31. 31. Huh. Trippy. 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 Trippy stuff. Cool beans. Let's see what I missed. Why these guys are chatting. Penguin, good to see you, dude. Dan the Chef, thanks for coming in and saying hi, man. Coda, thank you for the follow. Dio, good to see you. Glenn, always good to see you. Mushy, thanks for stopping in to say hey. I'm sorry if I missed you guys' chat. Toxale, I'm going to play your mod real soon, bro. Zahu, I hope you have a safe day. Cool. You guys, check you out. Hey, you guys, look at me. Shit, we got another tornado alert. We've had 4 tornado warnings. Somebody just tipped me to go towards my wheelchair. Jake, thank you for the tip. Jake, whoever you are, thank you for the tip to go towards my meds and my very badly needed wheelchair so I can get the hell out of this house. Thank you, Jake. Thank you for the tip. Thank you very much. Alexander, hello. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, you guys. Hello. And you guys, if I sometimes the chat shows up a little slow. So welcome and thank you guys for all the follows and all the friendships tonight, you guys. And if I missed your chat, I apologize. I will look back at it. And Glenn, always good to see you. My friend Glenn in chat. My friend Glenn of NW, that stands for Glenn of Napoleonic Wars. He is the infamous, the legendary, the very well-known Glenn of NW of the very excellent Highlanders Clan USA, you guys. So if you guys are interested in playing Napoleonic Wars, and I'm always pumping the Napoleonic Wars, hit Glenn up right there in my chat, befriend him and follow him, and play some Black Powder, you guys. Sorry, you guys. Rock and roll.
Yeah!
Alrighty. Oh, well, if you don't want it, I'll take it. Thanks for the offer. Thanks, homie. Thanks for the axe. Oh, shit. Those bone swords are really fast. Oh, fucking great. That's great. That's fucking great. Fucking stand there. Fuck. Stupid, stupid, silly, 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 you turds, shit. We got an orc coming behind us. Yeah, he's fucking faster than me too. Yep, he's fucking faster than me. Fuck. Fucking stupid. Give me a break. Come on. Let's lose all my shit again. This is great. Oh, blood everywhere. Fuck, I'm taking one of those. Orcish clubs are the best fucking weapons in the game. I made the mod look enjoyable. I did. Thank you, Glenn. Dude, I'm looking forward to jumping in there. What helmet? If I don't have a helmet, then there is no helmet, right? I'm looking forward to shooting some powder with you guys again, Glenn. And you guys are kicking ass in the competitions, dude. Thanks for posting those videos. We don't need no stinking helmets. Oh, these guys aren't sick of me yet? They gotta be sick of me. They gotta be. Are you guys sick of me yet? Why do you guys want to kill me? Why? Why do you want to kill me? You always take me to these places and you get me killed. Why? I thought you wanted to see me happy, healthy, and smiling. Uno, dos, tres. 30. Down, down to Goblin Town. You guys want to hear Goblin Town? You wish you were here? You do. I know you do. Yep, it's that time again. Big fat sativa. Did I say that out loud? Holy shit! Look at this. That is the official t-shirt of Persistent Lord of the Rings. It says, just don't die. And it's got a picture of Gandalf on it. Just don't die. Just don't die. Don't die. Schnell. Schnell. Where are you going? Schnell. 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 Komm in die Kampf. Komm in die Kampf. Was ist los, Gandalf? Meine Kamerad. La 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 la. Shit, I had some cool freaking throwing axes. Shit, burgers. Oh fuck, look at them all. We're dead meat. We're dead meat. We're dead meat. We're dead meat. Dead meat, motherfucker! Shit! Oh, come on! Come on! Eat it! You guys ready? You know you want it. You know you want it. Oh, shit! Shit! Dance, fools! There ain't shit in here, dog.
I told you, homeboy, you can't touch this. Yeah, that's how we living, and you know you can't touch this.
Shit.
Look in my eyes, man, you can't touch this. Yo, let me bust the funky lyrics. Fresh new kicks and bands, you got it like that. Now you know you wanna dance, so move out of your seat and get a
Sing. If you can't dance, sing.
Hold on, pump a little bit and let them know what's going on.
Got it.
Like that. Hold on a minute, just fall on back. Let them know that you're too much. And this is a beat they can't touch. Yo, I told you, you can't touch this.
Nice stuff right there, boy. Look at that rusty sword. Look at that shit. Cool, cool, cool. Right there. That fucker right there. Yup. Get that crazy one. Let's go.
You talk about the hammer, you're talking about a show that's hyped and tight. Singles are sweating so fast, them a whiteboard tape. To learn what's gonna take in the 90s.
Come on, get on down.
Legit. Either work hard or you might as well quit.
Look at this fool. Shit, man.
You can't touch this. You can't touch this. Break it down.
Fuck, man, that was 5 times I hit that bitch with a 35 sword. Come on, man. How many hit points they got? I can't do shit with him. He's faster than I am.
Have time.
These orcs are just faster than I am, and that's all there is to it.
You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. Break it down. Stop. Hammer time. Every time you see me, the hammer's just so hype. I'm dope on the floor and I'm magic on the mic. Now why would I ever stop doing this with others making records that just don't hit? I tour around the world, from London to the Bay. It's hammer go, hammer empty, hammer yo, hammer, and the rest can't go in play. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this. Yeah. You can't touch this. I told you. You can't touch this. Too high, you can't touch this. Get me out of here. You can't touch this.
That's the beauty of streaming. You have to look at the chat once in a while the orcs are trying to eat your nuts. Oh, you nutty little nut eaters. Oh, shitbox McGillicuddy is coming. We got fucking orcs behind us. Little assholes. Oh, you little turds. Not you guys. You know I'm talking to the orcs, right? Behind us, guys. Roll, 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 roll. Zug, move. Just wait for that one orc arrow. That one orc arrow right in my left eyeball. Naughty. Oh yeah, I remember getting spawn camped right here. I think I got killed 6 million times right here. They did. They just sat there. I sat here for 3 days and they were just killing me for 3 days. It was insane. It was total torture. That's Middle Earth. We're gonna eat that horse later. No sense of humor in any of you. Well, that was fun. Hot diggity dog. Damn. Damn. Come on, move, 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 move. Thank you. I don't know if that server's on my favorites. Right on. You guys, that was nuts, wasn't it? Wasn't that crazy? You guys aren't even showing in my chat. It's showing that nobody's even watching my stream. So maybe I'll wait till tomorrow when people are watching. Where did we go now? Where did we go now? Ah, the woods, much more peaceful. Thank you for waiting. Shit, wrong button.
Dwarves of gold, the mighty spires, on hammers in places deep, where dark things sleep, hollow halls. Goblets they carve there for themselves, harps of gold, no man knows. There lay they long, and they saw the sun unveiled by man. For ancient king and elvish lord, there many a gleaming golden hall, they shake and wrought, and light they call, to hide in gems the world's soul. On silver necklaces they strung, flowering stars, on crowns they hung, the dragonfly twisted wide, they meshed around the moon, and sun. The pines were roaring on the height, the winds were moaning in the night, the fire was red, the flaming smoke, the three white horses blazed with light. Fell the moon in the day, men looked up, faces pale. The dragon's eyes were more fierce than fire, laid low their powers and houses frail. The dwarves of yore made mighty spells, while hammers fell like ringing bells, in places deep where dark things sleep, in hollow halls beneath the fells. Goblets they carved there for themselves, and harps of gold where no man dwells. There lay they long, and many a song was sung unheard by man or elves. For ancient king and elvish lord, there many a gleaming golden hoard, they shaped and wrought, and light they called, to hide in gems on hills soared. On silver necklaces they strung, the flowering stars on crowns they hung, The dragonfly twisted wild. They meshed the light of moon and sun. The pines were roaring on the height. The winds were moaning in the night. The fire was red, it flaming spread. The trees like torches blazed with light. The bells were ringing in the day. The men looked up with faces pale. The dragon's ire, more fierce than fire, laid low their towers and houses frail. The mountains smoked beneath the moon. The dwarves, they heard the tramp of doom. They fled their hall to dine beneath his feet, beneath the moon.
The company of the Ring stood silent beside the tomb of Balin. Frodo thought of Bilbo and his long friendship with the dwarf, and of Balin's visit to the Shire long ago. In that dusty chamber in the mountains, it seemed a thousand years ago, and on the other side of the world.
That's better.
At length they stirred and looked up, and began to search for anything that would give them the tidings of Balin's fate, or show that what had become of his folk. There was another smaller door on the other side of the chamber, under the shaft. By both the doors they could now see that many bones were lying, and among them were broken swords and axe heads, and cloven shields, and helms. Some of the swords were crooked, forked scimitars with blackened blades. There were many recesses cut in the rock of the walls, and in them were large iron-bound chests of wood. All had been broken and plundered, but beside the shattered lid of one there lay the remains of a book. It had been slashed and stabbed and partly burned, and it was so stained with black and other dark marks like old blood that little of it could be read. Gandalf lifted it carefully, but the leaves crackled and broke as he laid it on the slab. He pored over it for some time without speaking. Frodo and Gimli, standing at his side, could see, as he gingerly turned the leaves, that they were written by many different hands in runes, both of Moria and of Dale, and here and there in Elvish script. At last Gandalf looked up.
It seems to be a record of the fortunes of Balin's folk, he said. I guess that it began with their coming to Dimbril Dale nigh on 30 years ago. The pages seem to have numbers referring to the years after their arrival. The top page is marked 1, 3, so at least 2 are missing from the beginning. Listen to this.
Kick ass.
We drove
10,
out
10, 10.
orcs from the great gate and guard. I think the next word is blurred and burned. Probably room. We slew many in the bright, I think, sun in the dale. Floy was killed by an arrow. He slew the great. Then there is a blur followed by Floy under grass near Mirrormere. The next line or 2 I cannot read. Then comes, we have taken the 21st hole of North End to dwell in. There is, I cannot read what. A shaft is mentioned. Then Balin has set up his seat in the chamber of Mazarbul.
Mazadbul.
The chamber of records, said Gimli.
As a
I
note
guess that is
bizarre.
where we now stand. Well, I can read no more for a long way, said Gandalf. Except the word gold, and Durin's axe, and something helm. Then, Balin is now Lord of Moria. That seems to end the chapter. After some stars, another hand begins, and I can see we found true silver, and later the word well forged, and then something. I have it, Mithril, and the last 2 lines. Oin to seek for the upper armories of Third Deep, something go westwards. A blur to Holland Gate.
Gandalf paused and set a few leaves aside.
There are several pages of the same sort, rather hastily written, some damaged, he said, but I can make little of them in this light. Ah, there must be a number of leaves missing because they begin to be numbered 5. The 5th year of the colony, I suppose. Let me see. No, they are too cut and stained. I cannot read them. We might do better in the sunlight. Wait, there is something. A large bold hand using an Elvish script. That would be Orin's hand, said Gimli, looking over the wizard's arm. He could write well and speedily, and often use the Elvish characters. I fear he had ill tidings to record in that fair hand, said Gandalf. The first clear word is sorrow. The rest of the line is lost unless it ends in Esther. Yes, it must be yester, followed by day, being the 10th of November. Balin, Lord of Moria, fell in Dimbril Dale. He went alone to look in Mirrormere. An orc shot him from behind a stone. We slew the orc, but many more up from east up the Silverlode. The remainder of the page is so blurred that I can hardly make anything out. But I think I can read, we have barred the gates, and then can hold them long if, and then perhaps horrible, and suffer. Poor Balin! He seems to have kept the title that he took for less than 5 years. I wonder what happened afterwards. But there is no time to puzzle out the last few pages. Here is the last page of all.
He paused and sighed.
This is grim reading, he said. I fear their end was cruel. Listen. We cannot get out. We cannot get out. They have taken the bridge and the second hall. Frar and Loni and Nali fell there. Then there are 4 lines smeared so I can only read. Went 5 days ago. The last lines run, the pool is up to the wall at Westgate. The watcher in the water took Oin. We cannot get out. The end comes. And then drums in the deep. I wonder what it means. The last thing written is a trailing scroll of elf letters. They are coming. There is nothing more.
Gandalf paused and stood in silent thought. A sudden dread and horror of the chamber fell on the company.
Oh, that was some funny shit right there. That was some funny shit, Zug. That was fucking hilarious. That was fucking hilarious.
Gandalf raised
Oh,
his head
that
and
was
looked around.
funny.
They seem to have made a last stand by both doors.
Dude, let me see your armor.
But there were not many
That's
left
really
by that
cool
time.
armor. Let me see it. I've never seen that armor.
So ended the attempt.
Yeah,
to
that's some
retake
bitchin'
the
scale. Look at that.
It was valiant, but foolish.
Look at the leather and the
The
rivets
time is
around
not
the
come
belt.
yet. Now, I fear we must say farewell to Balin, son
You
of
see those armpits? That's right
Here
where you
he
want to
must lie in
stab.
the holes of his fathers.
Cut the
I will
artery
take
right
his
in the
book,
arm, right
Book
there
of
where the
Mother,
leather
and
strap
look at it more
is.
closely later. You had better keep it, Gimli, and take it back to Dane.
Yeah, that's some bitchin' armor right there. Look at
Interesting,
that.
though, it will
That's
grieve him
really
deeply.
cool.
Come, let us go. The morning is passing.
Which way shall we go?
Yeah, that's look at that. Look at his sword. That's cool.
Back to the hall.
Answered Gandalf.
Yeah, that's
Our
really
visit to this room
bitchin'.
had not been
Yeah, he
vain.
looks cool.
I now know where we
Awesome,
are. This must be, as
awesome.
Gimli says,
Look
the
at
chamber
Rawls.
of Mazar.
Rawl hit this
The
freaking
hall must
orc
be
and
the 21st
smashed
of the
his head in.
North
It was
Therefore,
fucking
we shall be
intense.
by
I
the
was
eastern
watching
arch
it.
of
It
the
was
hall.
really cool.
And bear right and south, and move downwards. The 21st hole should be on the 7th level. That is 6 above the level of the gates. Come now. Back to the hall.
Gandalf had hardly spoken these words when there came a great noise. A rolling boom that seemed to come from the depths far below, and to tremble in the stone at their feet. They sprang towards the door in alarm. Doom, doom, it rolled again, as if huge hands were turning the very caverns of Moria into a vast drum. Then there came an echoing blast. A great horn was blown in the hole, and answering horns and harsh cries were heard further off. There was a hurrying sound of many feet.
They are coming!
Cried Legolas.
We cannot get out!
Cried Gimli.
Trapped!
Cried Gandalf.
Why did I delay? Here we are, caught just as they were before. I was not here then. We shall see what.
Doom, doom, came the drum beat and the walls shook.
Slam the doors and wedge them,
Shouted Aragorn.
and keep your packs on as long as you can. We may get a chance to cut our way out yet.
Said Gandalf.
We must not get shut in. Keep the east door ajar. We will go that way if we get a chance.
Another harsh horn call and shrill cries rang out. Feet were coming down the corridor. There was a ring and clatter as the company drew their swords. Glamdring shone in a pale light, and Sting glinted at the edges. Boromir set his shoulder against the western door.
Wait a moment. Don't close it yet.
Said Gandalf. He sprang forward to Boromir's side and drew himself up to his full height.
Who comes hither to disturb the rest of Balin, Lord of Moria?
He cried in a loud voice. There was a rush of hoarse laughter, like the fall of sliding stones into a pit. Amid the clamour, a deep voice was raised in command. Doom, doom, doom went the drums in the deep. With a quick movement, Gandalf stepped before the narrow opening of the door and thrust forward his staff. There was a dazzling flash that lit the chamber and the passage outside. For an instant, the wizard looked out. Arrows whined and whistled down the corridor as he sprang back.
There are orcs, many of them,
He said,
and some are large and evil. Black orcs of Mordor. For the moment they are hanging back, but there is something else there. A great cave troll, I think. Or more than one. There is no hope of escape that way.
And no hope at all if they come at the other door as well.
said Boromir. There is no sound outside here yet, said Aragorn, who was standing by the eastern door listening.
The passage on this side plunges straight down a stair. It plainly does not lead back towards the hall, but it's no good flying blindly this way with the pursuit just behind. We cannot block the door. Its key is gone and the lock is broken, and it opens inwards. We must do something to delay the enemy first.
We will make them fear the chamber of Mazarbul, he said firmly, feeling the edge of his sword, Anduril. Heavy feet were heard in the corridor. Boromir flung himself against the door and heaved it to. Then he wedged it with broken sword blades and splinters of wood. The company retreated to the other side of the chamber. But they had no chance to fly yet. There was a blow on the door that made it quiver.
and then it began to grind slowly open, driving back the wedges. A huge arm and shoulder with a dark skin of greenish scales was thrust through the widening gap. Then a great, flat, toeless foot was forced through below. There was dead silence outside. Boromir leaped forward and hewed at the arm with all his might. His sword rang, glanced aside, and fell from his shaken hand. The blade was notched. Suddenly, and to his own surprise, Frodo felt a hot wrath blaze up in his heart.
The Shire!
And springing beside Boromir, he stooped and stabbed with sting the hideous foot. There was a bellow, and the foot jerked back, nearly wrenching Sting from Frodo's arm. Black drops dripped from the blade and smoked on the floor. Boromir hurled himself against the door and slammed it again. "For the Shire!" cried Aragorn. "The hobbit's bite is deep. You have a good blade, Frodo, son of Drogo." There was a crash on the door, followed by crash after crash. Rams and hammers were beating against it. It cracked and staggered back, and the opening grew suddenly wide. Arrows came whistling in, but struck the northern wall and fell harmlessly.
Zahu, we had 4 tornado warnings.
Then a rush of feet, and orcs one after another leaped into the chamber. How many there were the company could not count. The affray was sharp, but the orcs were dismayed by the fierceness of the defense. Legolas shot 2 through the throat. Gimli hewed the legs from under another that had sprung up on Balin's tomb. Boromir and Aragorn slew many. When 13 had fallen, the rest fled shrieking, leaving the defenders unharmed, except for Sam, who had a scratch along the scalp. A fire was smouldering in his brown eyes that would have made 10 sandy men step backwards if he had seen it.
Now is the time!
Cried Gandalf.
Let's go before the troll returns!
But even as they retreated and before Pippin and Merry had reached the stair outside, a huge orc...
Yeah, man, we actually had 4 tornado warnings in total. I was supposed to be in a basement this entire time. That ain't gonna happen. I can't get out of here, dude. Zahu, good to see you, dude. I hope you're having a good morning so far. Shit, somebody's fucking fighting some shit.
Almost man-high, clad in black mail from head to foot, leaped into the chamber. Behind him, his followers clustered in the doorway. His broad, flat face was swart, his eyes were like coals, and his tongue was red. He wielded a great spear. With a thrust of his huge iron shield, he turned Boromir's sword and bore him backwards, throwing him to the ground. Diving under Aragorn's blow with the speed of a striking snake, he charged into the company and thrust his spear straight at Frodo. Then Frodo was hurled against the wall and pinned. Sam, with a cry, hacked at the spear shaft and it broke. But even as the orc flung down the truncheon and swept out his scimitar, Anduril came down upon his helm. There was a flash like flame and the helm burst asunder. The orc fell with cloven head. His followers fled howling as Boromir and Aragorn sprang at them. Went the drums in the deep.
Drums
Great
in the
voice rolled
deep.
out again.
No!
Shouted Gandalf.
Now is the chance! Run for it!
Aragorn picked up Frodo where he lay by the wall and made for the stair, pushing Merry and Pippin in front of him. The others followed, but Gimli had to be dragged away by Legolas. In spite of the peril, he lingered by Balin's tomb with his head bowed. Boromir hauled the eastern door to, grinding upon its hinges. It had great iron rings on either
Man,
side,
some
but
funny
could not be
shit.
fastened. I'm alright! I'm alright!
You guys can see inside my imagination. You
Put me
never
down.
stop laughing.
Aragorn nearly dropped him in his amazement. I thought you were dead, he cried.
Not yet,
Said Gandalf.
but there is no time to wonder. Off you go, and all of you down the stairs. Wait a few minutes for me at the bottom. But if I do not come soon, go on! Go quickly, choosing paths, leading right and downwards.
We cannot leave you to hold the door alone, said Aragorn.
As I say!
Said Gandalf fiercely.
Swords are no more use here. Go!
The passage was lit by no shaft and was utterly dark. They groped their way down a long flight of steps and then looked back. But they could see nothing, except high above them the faint glimmer of the wizard's staff. He seemed to be still standing on guard by the closed door. Frodo breathed heavily and leaned against Sam, who put his arms around him. They stood peering up the stairs into the darkness. Frodo thought he could hear the voice of Gandalf above, muttering words that ran down the sloping roof with a sighing echo. He could not catch what was said. The walls seemed to be trembling. Every now and again the drum beats throbbed and rolled. Doom, doom. Suddenly at the top of the stair there was a stab of white light. Then there was a dull rumble and a heavy thud. The drum beats broke out wildly. Doom, boom, doom, boom. And then stopped. Gandalf came flying down the steps and fell to the ground in the midst of the company.
Well, well, that's over,
Said the wizard, struggling to his feet.
I have done all that I could. I have met my match, and have nearly been destroyed. But don't stand there. Go on. You have to do without light for a while. I'm rather shaken. Go on. Where are you, Gimli? Come ahead with me. Keep close behind, all of you.
They stumbled after him, wondering what had happened. Doom, doom went the drum beats again. They now sounded muffled and far away, but they were moving. There was no other sound of pursuit, neither tramp of feet, nor any voice. Gandalf took no turns, right or left, for the passage seemed to be going in the direction that he desired. Every now and again, it descended a flight of steps, 50 or more, to a lower level. At the moment that was their chief danger, for in the dark they could not see a descent, until they came on it and put their feet out into emptiness. Gandalf felt the ground with his staff like a blind man. At the end of an hour they had gone a mile, or maybe a little more, and had descended many flights of stairs. There was still no sound of pursuit. Almost they began to hope that they would escape. At the bottom of the 7th flight, Gandalf halted.
It's getting hot.
He gasped.
We ought to be down at least on the level of the gates now. Soon I think we should look for a left-hand turn to take us east. I hope it's not far. I'm very weary. I must rest here a moment. Even if all the orcs ever spawned are after us.
Gimli took his arm and helped him down to a seat on the step.
What happened up at the door?
He asked.
Did you meet the beater of the drums? I do not know,
Answered Gandalf.
but I found myself suddenly faced by something that I have not met before. I could think of nothing to do but to try to put a shutting spell on the door. I know many, but doing things of that kind rightly requires time, and even then the door can be broken by strength. As I stood there, I could hear orc voices on the other side. At any moment I thought they would burst it open. I could not hear what was said. They seemed to be talking in their own hideous language. All I caught was gash, that is fire. Then something came into the chamber. I felt it through the door, and the orcs themselves were afraid and fell silent. It laid hold on the iron ring, and then it perceived me and my spell. What it was I cannot guess, but I've never felt such a challenge. The counterspell was terrible. It nearly broke me. For an instant the door left my control and began to open. I had to speak a word of command. That proved too great a strain. The door burst in pieces. Something dark, as a cloud, was blocking all the light inside. And I was thrown backwards down the stairs. All the wall gave way, and the roof of the chamber as well, I think. I'm afraid Balin is buried deep, and maybe something else is buried there too. I cannot say. But at least the passage behind us was completely blocked. Ah, I have never felt so spent. But it is passing. Now what about you, Frodo? There was not time to say so, but I have never been more delighted in my life when I heard you spoke. I fear that it was a brave but dead hobbit that Aragorn was carrying.
What about me? I'm still alive, and whole, I think. I'm bruised and in pain, but it's not too bad.
Well, said Aragorn, I can only say that hobbits are made of stuff so tough that I've never met the like of it. Had I known, I would have spoken softer in the inland bray. That spear thrust would have skewered a wild boar.
Well, it did not skewer me, I'm glad to say,
Said Frodo.
though I fear that I had been caught between a hammer and an anvil.
He said no more. He found breathing painful.
You take after Bilbo,
Said Gandalf.
Shit.
There's more about you that meets the eye, as I said it long ago.
Frodo wondered if the remark meant more than it said. They now went on again. Before long, Gimli spoke. He had keen eyes in the dark.
I think
He said,
that there is a light ahead. but it is not daylight. It is red. What can that be? Gosh, muttered Gandalf. I wonder if that is what they meant. That the lower levels are on fire? Still, we can only go on.
Soon the light became unmistakable, and could be seen by all. It was flickering and glowing on the walls away down the passage before them. They could now see their way. In front the road sloped down swiftly, and some way ahead there stood a low archway. Through it the growing light came. The air became very hot. When they came to the arch, Gandalf went through, signing to them to wait. As he stood just beyond the opening, they saw his
Yeah,
face
I'm
lit
not
by
going
a
to
red
buy
glow.
another. I'm not going to keep buying
Quickly, he
horses
stepped back.
and just keep losing horses. Every time I buy a horse, it's like
He
1,000.
said, "If ours
They're
follow
gone
the
in 5
contact,
minutes.
But I know now where we are. We have reached the first.
I don't think it's
level
strategically
below
smart
the
to
gates.
keep pissing away
This is the second
1,000
hall
bucks on a
below.
horse ride,
The gates
1,000
are there.
coin.
Away
So
beyond
what I
the eastern
suggest to
end
you,
of
my
the
friends, is to get a cavalry
quarter
class.
of a mile.
If you
Across
don't
the
want to
bridge,
huff it
up a
across
bridge
the
there.
land.
A
I
long
don't
way
mind
through
huffing
the
it.
first hole.
I don't mind cruising across the land at all.
But come and look.
But if you guys don't, get
They
yourself a
peered out.
cavalry class.
Before them was another cavernous hall. It was
But
loftier
I'm not
and
going to
far
keep
longer
blowing
than the
money
one
on
in
horses.
which they had
It's not
slept.
worth it.
They were near its eastern end.
1,000
Westward it ran
coin for
away into
convenience.
darkness.
Because
Down the
this
center stalked a
47
double
coin, I
line
got
of towering
47,000. It'll be gone
They were
tomorrow.
carved like bows of mighty trees, whose bows upheld the roof with a branching tracery of stone. Their stems were smooth and black, but a red glow was darkly mirrored
There's
in
no
their
other
sides.
decent classes to get
Right
in
across the
Dale at
floor.
all.
Close to the feet
So
of two huge pillars, a great fissure
I
had
got the
opened.
best one I could get.
Out of it,
The one
a
Tio
fierce red
suggested,
light
but
came,
I'm getting
and
my
now
ass
and
kicked
again
in this
flames
class
licked
like
at the brink
crazy.
and curled about the bases.
Kale had said that this class was
Wisps
60,000.
of dark
I remember
smoke
spending
wavered
quite a
in the
bit
hot
more.
air.
If we had to come by the main
Or
road
I
down
lost
to
a
the
great
upper
deal
hall, we
more
should
money
have been
that
trapped
day.
Said Gandalf.
I'll have to
here. Let us
look
hope
back
that
when
the
I make
fire
my
now lies between us
clips.
and pursuit. Come! There is no time to lose!
Even as they spoke, they heard again the
The
pursuing
upside
drumbeat.
downside feature.
Doom,
Coming
doom.
soon to a Middle Earth near you.
Away beyond the shadows at the western end of the hall, there came cries and horn calls. Doom, doom. The pillars seemed to tremble and the flames to quiver.
Now, for the last race,
Said Gandalf.
if the sun is shining outside, we may still escape. After me!
He turned left and sped across the smooth floor of the hall. The distance was greater than it had looked. As they ran, they heard the beat and echo of many hurrying feet behind. A shrill yell went up. They had been seen. There was a ring of clash of steel. An arrow whistled over Frodo's head. Boromir laughed. I did not expect this, he said. The fire has cut them off. We're on the wrong side.
Look ahead!
Called Gandalf.
The bridge is there! It is dangerous and narrow.
Suddenly Frodo saw before him a black chasm. At the end of the hall, the floor vanished and fell to an unknown depth. The outer door could only be reached by a slender bridge of stone, without curb or rail, that spanned the chasm with one curving spring of 50 feet. It was an ancient defense of the dwarves against any enemy that might capture the first hall and the outer passages. They could only pass across it single file. At the brink, Gandalf halted, and the others came up in a pack behind.
Either way, Gimli.
He said,
Pippin and Merry next. Straight on, and up the stair, beyond the door.
arrows fell among them. One struck Frodo and sprang back. Another pierced Gandalf's hat and stuck there like a black feather. Frodo looked behind. Beyond the fire, he saw swarming black figures. There seemed to be hundreds of orcs. They brandished spears and scimitars which shone red as blood in the firelight. Doom, doom, rolled the drumbeats, growing louder and louder. Legolas turned and set an arrow to the string, though it was a long shot for his small bow. He drew, but then his hand fell, and the arrow slipped to the ground. He gave a cry of dismay and fear. Two great trolls appeared. They bore great slabs of stone and flung them down to serve as gangways over the fire. But it was not the trolls that had filled the elf with terror. The ranks of the orcs had opened, and they crowded away as if they themselves were afraid. Something was coming up behind them.
Yeah, we had 4
What it was
tornadoes,
could
but
not
I'm
be
still
seen.
here.
It was like a great shadow, in the middle of which was a dark form. Of man shape maybe, yet
much greater, and a power and terror seemed to be in it, and go before it. It came to the edge of the fire, and the light faded as if a cloud had bent over it. Then with a rush it leaped across the fissure. The flames roared up to greet it, and wreathed about it, and the black smoke swirled in the air. Its streaming mane kindled and blazed behind it. In its right hand was a blade like a stabbing tongue of fire, and in its left it held a whip of many thongs.
Hi! Hi! A Balrog! A Balrog has come!
Gimli stared with wide eyes.
Durin's bane!
He cried, letting the axe fall. He covered his face.
A Balrog,
Muttered Gandalf.
now I understand.
He faltered and leaned heavily on his staff.
What an evil fortune. And I am already weary.
The dark figure streaming with fire raced towards them. The orcs yelled and poured over the stone gangways. Then Boromir raised his horn and blew. Loud the challenge rang and bellowed, like the shout of many throats under the cavernous roof. For a moment the orcs quailed and the fiery shadow halted. Then the echoes died as suddenly as a flame blown out by a dark wind, and the enemy advanced again. Over the bridge! Cried Gandalf, recalling his strength.
Fly! This is a foe beyond any of you! I was holding that away! Fly!
Aragorn and Boromir did not heed the command, but still held their ground, side by side, behind Gandalf at the far end of the bridge. The others halted just within the doorway at the hall's end, and turned, unable to leave their leader, to face the enemy alone. The Balrog reached the bridge. Gandalf stood in the middle of the span, leaning on the staff in his left hand, but in his other hand Glandring gleamed, cold and white. His enemy halted again, facing him, and the shadow about it reached out like two vast wings. It raised the whip, and the thongs whined and cracked. Fire came from its nostrils, but Gandalf stood firm.
You cannot pass,
He said. The orcs stood still, and a dead silence fell.
I am a servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Arnor. You cannot pass! The dark fire will not avail you! Flame of Ultun! Go back to the shadow! You cannot pass!
He said. The orcs stood still. The Balrog made no answer. The fire there seemed to die, but the darkness grew. It stepped forward slowly onto the bridge, and suddenly it drew itself into a great height, and its wings were spread from...
Right on, Zug. You're still in the room, so you can hear me, dude. Let me turn this down.
Glimmering in the gloom.
Right on, Zug. Dude, if you're going to take off, dude, you're going to call it a night. That's cool. Yeah, it's pretty late. Shit, I didn't know it was so late. Yeah, it's really late, huh? It's almost 2 a.m. So yeah, dude, if you're going to bail, right on.
Durin's folk.
Oh, right on,
Concerns of the
Zod. Then this
dwarves,
bit's for you.
strange
You've heard it
tales are
before.
told both by the Eldar and by the dwarves
Shit, did he just
themselves.
answer me? I'm such a space
But
cadet.
since these things lie far back beyond our days, little is said of them here. Durin is the name that the dwarves used for the eldest of the 7 fathers of their race, and the ancestor of all the kings of the long beards. He slept alone, until in the deeps of time and the awakening of that people he came to Azanul Bizar, and in the caves above Keledzaram, in the east of the Misty Mountains, he made his dwelling, where afterwards were the mines of Moria, renowned in song. There he lived so long that he was known far and wide as Durin the Deathless. Yet in the end, he died before the elder days had passed, and his tomb was in Khazad-dûm. But his line never failed, and 5 times an heir was born in his house, so like his forefather that he received the name of Durin. He was indeed held by the dwarves to be the Deathless that returned, for they have many strange tales and beliefs.
Oh, Raw, you were a
and
fucking
their fate
blast.
in the
You're
world.
so much fun.
After the end of the First Age, the power and wealth of Khazad-dûm was much increased, for it was enriched by many people and much lore and craft when the ancient cities of Nogrod and Belegost
Let's see what Raw's up to.
at the breaking of Thangorodrim. The power of Moria endured throughout the Dark Years, and the dominion of Sauron, for though Eregion was destroyed and the gates of Moria were shut, the
Warlord is over that. But I think overall we'll be alright, man. Just like, number one is never worry about the big picture when you've got your own issues at home. You know, keep an eye on it to make sure, you know, what's going to affect you IRL. Kind of like local governments. Local governments affect your life way more than your big government, if you're in the United States. I don't know where all you guys are from. But in the U.S., your local government has more to do with your day-to-day than, you know, like the president does for the most part. Except when they try to ban my vapes, those fucking pieces of shit. Angers me to no end. Angers me to no end. I think Warlord might have went AFK there. I do believe our travel post is over there or over there. I can't remember if it was on this side of this bridge or on the other side of that bridge. It's hard to say. Rest well, homie. Alright, you going to bed, MS Warlord? Take care, brother. I've already shouted you out when I had raid guys in here. I think I'm going to call it too, at least for this mod. Can I quit here and just reload this scene and I'm good to go? Or do I have to still reload the next scene? Let's just go ahead and reload the next scene. It was a great time, Warlord, adventuring with you tonight. Love the new scenes. Love our battle horns. We got a reward this go around. That's always glorious. One final blow. Nope, I was watching your stream on my stream. True. Oh, right on. Thank you for the fun. Yeah, brother. Thank you. We'll do it again, man. We'll do it again.
That was fun. Rawl is a blast. Rawl is fun, you guys. He puts on a good show, you guys. Please check out his stream. Rawl's my adventure buddy. So that's that, you guys. So let's see what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to go back to this dwarf camp. Zug, did you see that? That was funny, huh? You guys were adventuring in orc camp and shit, and I had Rawl's stream mirrored on my stream. And I was having fun with you guys. It was you guys didn't know it. You guys thought I was off goofing off. I was behind you goofing off. I was watching you guys through Rawl's stream. It was fun. Thank you guys for the fun tonight. I get a little frustrated, but this can be frustrating. And it's not just me. It can be frustrating, and it is a lot of fun. And there's some good friends to meet in here, too. I've met a lot of good friends in here. And so the Dwarven Kingdom is taking shape. So that's really cool because I really like to play dwarves. I think it's no secret that I was a little let down for a couple of weeks because I really didn't have like a dwarf class and stuff like that. And I'd like to be mining as a dwarf and making money mining as a dwarf as part of the dwarf class. So you can be a dwarf, whatever tier, and still be able to mine and make some money off of ore. Because that's cool. That's like RPG, you know? That's like RPG. Hey, shit, I can hardly see a name. Corbo. Corbo, good morning. How are you? It's morning here too. Yep. Rock and roll. So that wasn't it. So where did we roll up to? The dwarf camp, right? Un momento. There we go. Rock and roll.
Durin's
Cool. Corbol, how are you? And hey Zug, I'll start the book
Concerning
over,
the
man.
beginning of
I
the
know you've heard
dwarves,
it.
Strange tales are told both by the Eldar and by the dwarves themselves.
38.
But since these things lie far back beyond our days, little is said of them here. Durin is the name that the dwarves used for the eldest of the 7 fathers of their race, and the ancestor of all the kings of the long beards. He slept alone, until in the deeps of time and the awakening of that people he came to Azanul Bizar.
Azanul
In the
Bizar.
caves above Kheled-Zaram, in the east
Kheled-Zaram.
of the Misty Mountains, he made his dwelling.
Azanul
Where
Bizar. I
afterwards
love
were the
that.
mines
Love
of
saying
Moria,
it.
renowned
It's a
for
great
song.
word, man. It's a great name.
There
Azanul
he lived
Bizar.
so long that he was known far and wide as Durin the Deathless. Yet in the end, he died before the elder days had passed, and his tomb
Azanul
was
Bizar.
in Khazad-dûm. But his line never failed, and 5 times an heir was born in his house, so like his forefather that he received the name of Durin. He was indeed held by the dwarves to be the Deathless that returned, for they have many strange tales and beliefs concerning themselves and their fate in the world. After the end of the First Age, the power and wealth of Khazad-dûm was much increased, for it was enriched by many people and much lore and craft when the ancient cities of Nogrod
Yes.
and Belegost in the Blue Mountains were ruined at the breaking of Thangorodrim. The power of Moria endured throughout the Dark Years, and the dominion of Sauron, for though Eregion was destroyed and the gates of Moria were shut, the holes of Khazad-dûm were too deep and strong, and filled with a people too numerous and valiant for Sauron to conquer from without. Thus its wealth remained long unravished, though its people began to dwindle. It came to pass that in the middle of the Third Age, Durin was again its king, being the 6th of that name. The power of Sauron, servant of Morgoth, was then again growing in the world, though the shadow in the forest that looked towards Moria was not yet known for what it was. All evil things were stirring. The dwarves delved deep that time, seeking beneath Barazimbar of MITHRIL, the metal beyond price that was becoming yearly ever harder to win. Thus, they roused from sleep a thing of terror that, flying from Thangorodrim, had lain hidden at the foundations of the earth since the coming of the host of the West. A Balrog of Morgoth. Durin was slain by it, and the year after Nain the First, his son, and then the glory of Moria passed, and its people were destroyed or fled far away. Most of those that escaped made their way to the north, and Thrain the First, Nain's son, came to Erebor, the lonely mountain, near the eastern eaves of Mirkwood, and there he began new works and became king under the mountain. In Erebor he found the great jewel, the Arkenstone, heart of the mountain. But Thorin I, his son, removed and went into the far north to the Grey Mountains, where most of Durin's folk were now gathering. For those mountains were rich and little explored. But there were dragons in the
Somebody's
waste beyond.
horse. Maybe it was mine, the one I
And
bought,
after
probably.
many years, they became strong again and
Let's go
multiplied.
for a ride.
And
See if
they
somebody
made
claims
war
it.
on
I
the
don't want to take
dwarves
anybody's
and
horse. They
plundered
can
their
have it
lands.
back.
At last, Dane the First, together
Oh,
with
fuck,
Thror,
I'm barely moving.
his second son, was slain at the door of his hall by a great cold drake. Not
I
long
can't
after,
use this armor
most
very
of
well,
Durin's
can
folk
I? Nah,
abandoned
my
the
horse
Grey
is acting really
Mountains.
strange.
Dane's son went away with many followers to the Iron Hills. But Thror, Dane's heir, with Borin, his father's brother, and the remainder of the people, returned to Erebor. To the great hall of Thrain, Thror brought back the Arkenstone, and he and his folk prospered and became rich. And they had the friendship of all men that dwelt near, for they made not only things of wonder and beauty, but weapons and armor of great worth. And there was great traffic of ore between them and their kin in the Iron Hills. Thus the Northmen who lived between Kelduin, River Running, and Karnen, Redwater, became strong and drove back all enemies from the east, and the dwarves lived in plenty, and there was feasting and song in the halls of Erebor. So the rumor of the wealth of Erebor spread abroad and reached the ears of the dragons. And at last Smaug the Golden, greatest of the dragons of his day, arose, and without warning, came against King Thror and descended on the mountain in flames. It was not long before all that realm was destroyed, and the town of Dale nearby was ruined and deserted. But Smaug entered into the great hall and lay there upon a bed of gold. From the sack and the burning, many of Thror's kin escaped, and last of all from the halls by a secret door came Thror himself and his son Thrain II. They went away south with their family into long and homeless wandering. With them went also a small company of their kinsmen and faithful followers. Years afterwards, Thror, now old, poor, and desperate, gave to his son Thrain the one great treasure he still possessed, the last of the seven rings. And then he went away, with one old companion only, named Nar. Of the ring, he said to Thrain at their parting,
This may prove the foundation of a new fortune for you yet. Well, that seems unlikely. But it needs gold to breed gold. Surely you do
Needs
not think
gold
of
to
returning
breed
Erebor.
gold.
said Thrain,
Not at my age.
said Thror.
Vengeance on Smaug I bequeath to you and your sons. I am tired of poverty and the scorn of men. I go to see what I can find.
He did not say where. He was little crazed perhaps with age and misfortune, and long brooding on the splendor of Moria in his forefathers' days. Or the ring, it may be, was turning to evil now that its master was awake, driving him to folly and destruction. From Dunland, where he was then dwelling, he went north with Nar, and they crossed the Redhorn Pass and came down into Azanul Bizar. When Thror came to Moria, the gate was open. Nar begged him to beware, but he took no heed of him, and walked proudly in as an heir that returns. But he did not come back. Nar stayed nearby for many days in hiding. One day he heard a loud shout and a blare of a horn, and a body was flung out of the steps. Fearing that it was Thror, he began to creep near. But there came a voice from within the gate.
Come on, weirdling! We can see you, but there is no need to be afraid today. We need you as a messenger.
Then Nar came up and found that it was indeed the body of Thror, but the head was severed and lay face downwards. As he knelt there, he heard orc laughter in the shadows, and the voice said,
If beggars will not wait at the door, but sneak in to try thieving, that is what we do to them. The name is written on his face. I wrote it. I killed him. I am the master.
Then Nar turned the head and saw branded on the brow in dwarf runes so that he could read it, the name Azog. That name was branded in his heart and in the hearts of all the dwarves afterwards. Nar stooped to take the head, but the voice of Azog said,
Drop it! Be off! Here's your fee, beggar beard!
A small bag struck him. It held a few coins of little worth. Weeping, Nar fled down the silver load, but he looked back once and saw that orcs had come from the gate and were hacking up the body and flinging the pieces to the black crows. Such was the tale that Nar brought back to Thrain, and when he had wept and torn his beard, he fell silent. 7 days he sat and said no word. Then he stood up and said,
This cannot be borne!
That was the beginning of the war of the dwarves and the orcs, which was long and deadly, and fought for the most part in deep places beneath the earth. Thrain at once sent messengers bearing the tale, north, east, and west, but it was 3 years before the dwarves had mustered their strength. Durin's folk gathered all their host, and they were joined by great forces sent from the houses of other fathers. For this dishonor to the heir of the eldest of their race filled them with wrath. When all was ready, they assailed and sacked one by one all the strongholds of the orcs that they could, from Gundabad to the Gladden. Both sides were pitiless, and there was death and cruel deeds by dark and by night. But the dwarves had the victory through their strength and their matchless weapons, and the fire of their anger as they hunted for Azog in every den under the mountain. At last all the orcs that fled before them were gathered in Moria, and the dwarf host in pursuit came to Azanul Bizar. That was a great vale that lay between the arms of the mountains, about the lake of Keled Zaram, and had been of old part of the kingdom of Khazad-dûm. When the dwarves saw the gate of their ancient mansions upon the hillside, they sent up a great shout like thunder in the valley. But a great host of forces was arrayed on the slopes above them, and out of the gates poured a multitude of orcs that had been held back by Azog for the last need. At first, fortune was against the dwarves, for it was a dark day of winter without sun, and the orcs did not waver, and they outnumbered their enemies and had the higher ground. So began the Battle of Azanul Bizar, or Nanduhirion in the Elvish tongue, at the memory of which the orcs still shudder and the dwarves weep. The first assault of the vanguard led by Thrain was thrown back with loss, and Thrain was driven into a wood of great trees that then still grew not far from Keled Zaram. There Frerin, his son, fell, and Fundin, his kinsman, and many others, and both Thrain and Thorin were wounded. It is said that Thorin's shield was cloven, and he cast it away, and he hewed off with his axe a branch of an oak, and held it with his left hand, to ward off the strokes of his foes, or to wield as a club. In this way he got his name. Elsewhere the battle swayed to and fro with great slaughter, until at last the people of the Iron Hills turned the day. Coming late and fresh into the field, the mailed warriors of Nain, Gror's son, drove through the orcs to the very threshold of Moria, crying, as they hewed down with their mattocks all who stood in their way. Then Nain stood before the gate and cried with a great voice,
Azog! If you are in, come out! Or is the play in the valley too rough?
Thereupon Azog came forth. and he was a great orc with a huge iron-clad head, and yet agile and strong. With him came many like him, the fighters of his guard, and as they engaged Nine's company, he turned to Nine and said,
"What? Yet another beggar at my doors! Must I plant you too?"
With that he rushed at Nine and they fought. But Nine was half blind with rage, and also very weary of battle. Whereas Azog was fresh, and fell, and full of guile. Soon Nine made a great stroke with all his strength that remained, but Azog darted aside and kicked Nine's leg, so that the mattock splintered on the stone where he had stood, but Nine stumbled forward. Then Azog with a swift swing hewed his neck. His mail collar withstood the edge, but so heavy was the blow that Nine's neck was broken, and he fell. Then Azog laughed, and he lifted up his head to let forth a great yell of triumph. But the cry died in his throat, for he saw that all his host in the valley was in a rout, and the dwarves went this way and that, slaying as they would, and those that could escape from them were flying south, shrieking as they ran, and hard by all the soldiers of his guard lay dead. He turned and fled back towards the
I'll be
gate.
right back. I have to go to the can.
Up the steps after him leapt a dwarf with a red axe. It was Dain Ironfoot, Nine's son. Right before the doors he caught Azog, and there he slew him, and hewed off his head. That was held a great feat, for Dain was then only a stripling in the reckoning of the dwarves. But long life and many battles lay before him, until old but unbowed, he fell at last in the War of the Ring. Yet hardy and full of wrath as he was, it is said that when he came down from the gate, he looked grey in the face, as one who has felt great fear. When at last the battle was won, the dwarves that were left gathered in Azanulbizar. They took the head of Azog and thrust into his mouth the purse of small money, and then they set it on a stake. But no feast or song was there that night, for their dead were beyond the count of grief. Barely half of their number, it is said, could still stand or had hope of healing. Nonetheless, in the morning Thrain stood before them. He had one eye blinded beyond cure, and he was halt with a leg wound. But he said,
"Good! We have a victory! Khazad-dûm is ours!
but they answered,
Durin's heir you may be, but even with one eye you should see clearer. We fought this war for vengeance, and vengeance we have taken, and it is not sweet. If this is victory, then our hands are too small to hold it.
and those who were not of Durin's folk said also,
Khazad-dûm was not our father's house. What is it to us? There is a hope of treasure. But now, if we must go without the rewards, and the workers that are owed to us, the sooner we return to our homelands, the better pleased we shall be.
Then Thrain turned to Dain and said,
Surely my own kin will not desert me. No,
said Dain,
You are the father of our folk, and we have bled for you, and will again. But we will not enter Khazad-dûm. You will not enter Khazad-dûm. Only I have looked at the shadow of the gate. Beyond the shadow it waits for you still. Durin's bane. The world must change, and some other power than ours must come before Durin's folk walk again in the warrior.
So it was that after Azanulbizar, the dwarves dispersed again. But first with great labour they stripped all their dead, so that orcs should not come and win there a stone of weapons and mail. That went from that battlefield was bowed under a heavy burden. Then they built many pyres, and burned all the bodies of their dead. There was a great felling of trees in the valley, which remained bare ever after.
Extreme. Good afternoon.
The burning was seen at Lorien.
You are always a world away.
Such dealings with their dead seemed grievous to the dwarves, for it was against their use. But to
You
make
must
such
be
tombs as
on
they
the
were
other
accustomed
side
to
of the
build,
world.
since they will lay their dead
If
only
it's
in stone
afternoon,
mountains,
are you in
it had
Karakoram
taken many years.
or Lhasa?
To fire, therefore, they turned, rather than leave their king to beast or bird or carrion orc. But those who fell in Azanul-Bizar. When the dreadful fires were in ashes, the allies went away to their own countries, and dying Ironfoot led his father's people back to the Iron Hills. Then, standing by the great stake, Thrain said to Thorin Oakenshield,
I won't think this hit everyone.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Australia, cool.
Would you come with me back to the
And I think you added me on Facebook, cool.
red and brown doors?
I'm in Gettysburg, man. Gettysburg, Pennsylvania.
The hammer will at least
I'll
keep
show
the
you.
arms strong until they can wield sharper tools.
So Thrain and Thorin, with what remained of their following, among whom were Balin and Gloin, returned
This is
to
where I
Dunwald.
love.
And soon afterwards they removed and wandered in Eriador, until they at last made a home in exile in the east of the Ered Luin, beyond the Loom. Of iron were most of the things that they forged in those days, but they prospered after a fashion.
Yep, this is where
and
I
their
love.
numbers slowly
Shit.
increased. They had very few women. Dis, Thrain's daughter, was there. She was the mother of Fili and Kili, who were born in the Ered Luin. Thorin
Oh, I thought you did.
But as Thrall had said,
I thought you did. Yeah,
the
it was,
ring
yeah. I
yet
thought it was
gold
your same
burned
name.
gold. And of
Because
that
I
and
looked
any
at
other
your
precious metal, they had little or none. Of this ring, something may be said.
Twitch page. I check all you
It
guys
was
out.
believed by the dwarves of Durin's folk to be the first of the seven. that
So
was
these guys are
forged,
going to kill us, right?
and they say that it was given to the
Yes,
king of
they
Khazad
are.
Durin the Third, by the elven smiths themselves, and not by Sauron. Though doubtless his evil power was on it, since he had aided in the forging of all the seven. But the possessors of the ring did not display it or speak of it, and they seldom surrendered it until near death, so that others did not know for certain where it was bestowed. Some thought that it had remained in Khazad Dûm, in the secret tombs of the kings, if they had not been discovered and plundered. But among the kindred of Durin's heir, it was believed, wrongly, that Thrall had worn it when he rashly returned there. What then had become of it, they did not know. It was not found on the body of Azog. Nonetheless, it may well be, as the dwarves now believe, that Sauron by his arts had discovered who had this ring, the last to remain free, and that the singular misfortunes of the heirs of Durin were largely due to his malice. For the dwarves had proven untamable by its means. The only power over them that the rings wielded was to inflame their hearts with a greed of gold and precious things, so that if they lacked them, all other good things seemed profitless, and they were filled with wrath and desire for vengeance on all who deprived them.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
They were made from the
Yeah,
beginning
yeah.
the kind to resist most steadfastly any domination. Though they could be slain or broken, they could not be reduced to shadows enslaved to another will. And for the same reason, their lives were not affected by any ring. To live
Forgive
either
me
longer
for
or
not
shorter
being more
than
specific.
all the more did Sauron hate the possessors, and desire to dispossess them. It was therefore perhaps partly by the malice of the ring that Thrain after some years became restless and discontented. The lust for gold was ever in his mind. At last, when he could endure it no longer, he turned his thoughts to Erebor and resolved to go back there. He said nothing to Thorin of what was in his heart, but with Balin and Dwalin and a few others he arose and said farewell and departed. Little is known of what happened to him afterwards. It would now seem that as soon as he was abroad with few companions, he was hunted by the emissaries of Sauron. Wolves pursued him. Orcs waylaid him. Evil birds shadowed his path. And the more he strove to go north, the more misfortunes opposed him. There came a
Extreme,
time
man.
when
Have an
he
awesome,
and his
happy,
companions
healthy,
were
safe
wandering
day, my
around
friend.
beyond Anduin,
Please be safe out there.
and they were driven by a black rain.
You
to
have a
take
great
shelter
one.
under the eaves of Mirkwood. In the morning he was gone from the camp, and his companions called him in vain. They searched for him many days, until at last, giving up hope, they departed and came at length back to Thorin. Only long after was it learned that Thrain had been taken alive and brought to the pits of Dol Guldur. There he was tormented, and the ring taken from him, and there at last he died. So Thorin Oakenshield became the heir of Durin, but an heir without hope. When Thrain was lost, he was 95, a great dwarf of proud bearing, but he seemed content to remain in Eriador. There he labored long, and trafficked, and gained such wealth as he could, and his people were increased by many of the wandering folk of Durin, who heard of his dwelling in the west, and came to him. Now they had fair halls in the mountains, and store of goods, and their days did not seem so hard, though in their songs they spoke ever of the lonely mountain, far away. The years lengthened. The embers in the heart of Thorin grew hot again, as he brooded on the wrongs of his house, and the vengeance upon the dragon that he had inherited. He thought of weapons, and armies, and alliances, as his great hammer rang in the forge. But the armies were dispersed, and the alliances broke, and the axes of his people were few. And a great anger without hope burned him, as he smote the red iron on the anvil. But at last, there came about by chance a meeting between Gandalf and Thorin that changed all the fortunes of the House of Durin, and led to other and greater ends beside. On a time, Thorin, returning west from a journey, stayed at Bree for the night. There Gandalf was also. He was on his way to the Shire, which he had not visited for some 20 years. He was weary, and thought to rest there for a while. Among many cares, he was troubled in mind by the perilous state of the north, because he knew then already that Sauron was plotting war, and intended, as soon as he felt strong enough, to attack him. But to resist any attempt from the east to regain the lands of Angmar and the northern passes of the mountains, there were now only the walls of the Iron Hills. Beyond lay the desolation of the said Thorin.
They're only poor lodgings in exile, but you would be welcome there if you would come. For they say that you are wise, no more than any other of what goes on in the world. And I have much on my mind, and would be glad of your counsel.
I will come, said Gandalf.
For I guess that we share one trouble at least. The dragon of Erebor is on my mind, and I do not think that he will be forgotten by the grandson of Thorin.
The story is told elsewhere of what came of that meeting, of the strange plan that Gandalf made for the help of Thorin, and how Thorin and his companions set out from the Shire on the quest of the Lonely Mountain, that came to great ends unforeseen. Here only those things are recalled that directly concern Durin's folk. The dragon was slain by Bard of Esgaroth, but there was battle in Dale. For the orcs came down upon Erebor as soon as they heard of the return of the dwarves, and they were led by Bolg, son of that Azog, whom Dain slew in his youth. In that first battle of Dale, Thorin Oakenshield was mortally wounded, and he died and was laid in a tomb under the mountain with the Arkenstone upon his breast. There fell also Fili and Kiri, his sister sons. But dying Ironfoot, his cousin, who came from the Iron Hills to his aid and was also his rightful heir, became then King Dain II, and the kingdom under the mountain was restored, even as Gandalf had desired. Dain proved a great and wise king, and the dwarves prospered and grew strong again in his day. In the late summer of that same year, Gandalf had at last prevailed upon Saruman and the White Council to attack Dol Guldur, and Sauron retreated and went to Mordor, there to be secure, as he thought, from all his enemies. So it was that when the war came at last, and then the assault was turned southwards, yet even so, with his far-stretched right hand, Sauron might have done great evil. If King Dain and King Brand had not stood in his path. Even as Gandalf said afterwards to Frodo and Gimli, when they dwelt together for a time in Minas Tirith, do not long the news had come to Gondor of events far away.
I grieved at the fall of Frodo,
Said Gandalf.
and now hear that Dain has fallen, fighting in Dale again, even while we fought here. We should call that a heaviness. It was not a wonder, rather, that in his great age he could still wield his axe as mightily as they say that he did, standing over the body of King Brand, before the gate of Erebor until the darkness fell. Yet things might have gone far otherwise and far worse. When you think of the great battle of Repelling, do not forget the battles in Dale and the valor of Durin's foe. Think of what might have been. Dragonfire and savage swords in Eriador. Knights in Rivendell. There might be no queen in Gondor. We might now hope to return from a victory here only to ruin and ash. But that has been averted, because I met Thorin Oakenshield on evening on the edge of Spring Bridge. A chance will take as we say in the Middle Earth.
This was the daughter of Thrain II. She is the only dwarf woman named in these histories. It was said by Gimli that there are few dwarves, probably no more than a third of the whole people. They seldom walk abroad except at great need. They are indoors in appearance and are guard if they must go on a journey so like to the dwarf men that the eyes and ears of other peoples cannot tell them apart. This has given rise to the foolish opinion among men that there are no dwarf women, and that the dwarves grow out of stone. It is because of the fewness of women among them that the kind of the dwarves increased slowly, and is in peril when they have no secure dwellings. For dwarves take only one wife or husband each in their lives, and are jealous, as in all matters, of their rights. The number of dwarf men that marry is actually less than one-third. For not all the women take wives. Some desire none.
Fuck.
Some desire one that they cannot
We're gonna
get,
die now.
and so will have no child. As for the men, very many also do not desire marriage, being engrossed in their crafts. Gimli, Gloin's son, is renowned, for he was one of the 9 walkers that set out with the ring, and he remained in the company of King Elessar throughout the war. He was named Elf-Friend, because of the great love that grew between him and Legolas, son of King Thranduil, and because of his reverence for the Lady Galadriel. After the fall of Sauron, Gimli brought south a part of the dwarf folk of Erebor, and he became Lord of the Glittering Caves. He and his people did great works in Gondor and Rohan. For Minas Tirith they forged gates of MITHRIL and steel to replace those broken by the Witch King. Legolas, his friend, also brought south elves out of Greenwood, and they dwelt in Ithilien, and it became once again the fairest country in all the Westlands. But when King Elessar gave up his life, Legolas followed at last the desire of his heart and sailed over sea. Here follows one of the last notes in the Red Book. We have heard tell that Legolas took Gimli, Gloin's son, with him because of their great friendship. greater than any that has been between elf and dwarf. If this is true, then it is strange indeed that a dwarf should be willing to leave Middle-earth for any love, or that the Eldar should receive him, or that the lords of the West should permit it. But it is said that Gimli went also out of desire to see again the beauty of Galadriel, and it may be that she, being mighty among the Eldar, obtained this grace for him. More cannot be said of this matter. Frodo, Pippin, and Sam made their way back to the parlour. There was no light, Merry was not there, and the fire had burned low. It was not until they had puffed up the embers into a blaze and thrown on a couple of faggots that they discovered Strider had come with them. There he was, calmly sitting in a chair by the door.
Hello?
Said Pippin.
Who are you and what do you want?
I am called Strider, he answered, though he may have forgotten it, your friend promised to have a quiet talk.
You said I might hear something to my advantage,
Said Frodo.
What have you to say?
Several things, answered Strider. Of course I have my price.
What do you mean?
Asked Frodo sharply. Don't be alarmed. I mean, I will tell you what I know, and give you some good advice, but I shall not.
And what will that be, pray?
Said Frodo. He suspected now that he had fallen in with a rascal, and he thought uncomfortably that he had brought only a little money with him. All of it would hardly satisfy a rogue, and he could not spare any of it. No more than you can afford, answered Strider with a slow smile, as if he guessed Frodo's thoughts. Just this. You must take me along with you until I wish to leave.
Oh, indeed.
Replied Frodo, surprised but not much relieved.
Even if I wanted another companion, I should not agree to any such thing until I knew a good deal more about you and your business.
Excellent, exclaimed Strider, crossing his legs and sitting back comfortably. You seem to be coming to your senses again, that is all to the good. You have been much too careless so far. Very well. I will tell you what I know, and leave the reward to you. You may be glad to grant it when you have heard me.
Go on then.
Said Frodo.
What do you know?
Too much. Too many things, said Strider grimly. But as for your business, he got up and went to the door, opened it quickly and looked out. Then he shut it quietly and sat down again. I have my case, he went on, lowering his voice. And though I cannot disappear, I have hunted many wild and weary things, and I can usually avoid being seen if I wish. Now, I was behind the hedge this evening on the road west of Bree, when 4 hobbits came out of the downlands. I need not repeat all that they said to Bombadil or to one another, but one thing interested me. Please remember, said one of them, that the name of Baggins must not be mentioned. I am Mr. Underhill, if any name must be given. That interested me so much that I followed them here. I slipped over the gate just behind them. Maybe Mr. Baggins has an honest reason for leaving his name behind, but if so, I should advise him and his friends to be more careful.
I don't see what interest my name has for anyone in Bree.
Said Frodo angrily.
And I have still to learn why it interests you. Mr. Strider may have an honest reason for spying and eavesdropping, but if so, I should advise him to explain it.
Well answered, said Strider, laughing. But the explanation is simple. I was looking for a hobbit called Frodo Baggins. I wanted to find him quickly. I had learned that he was carrying a secret that concerned me and my friends. Now, don't mistake me, he cried as Frodo rose from his seat and Sam jumped up with a scowl. I shall take more care of the secret than you do. And care is needed. He leaned forward and looked at them. Watch every shadow, he said in a low voice. Black horsemen had passed through Bree. On Monday one came down the greenway, they say, and another appeared later, coming up the greenway from the south. There was silence. At last Frodo spoke to Pippin and Sam.
I ought to have guessed it from the way the gatekeeper greeted us,
He said,
The landlord seems to have heard something. Why did he press us to join the company? And why on earth did we behave so foolishly? We ought to have stayed quiet in here.
better, said Strider. I would have stopped your going into the common room if I could, but the innkeeper would not let me in to see you or take a message.
Do you think he...
began Frodo. No, I don't think any harm of all Atterbury. Only he does not altogether like mysterious vagabonds of my sort. Frodo gave him a puzzled look. Well, I have a rather rascally look, have I not? Said Strider with a curl of his lip and a queer gleam in his eye. But I hope we shall get to know one another better. When we do, I hope you'll explain what happened at the end of your song.
Fuck this, really?
It was sheer accident.
Interrupted Frodo. I wonder, said Strider. Accident. That accident has made your position dangerous.
Hardly more than it was already.
Said Frodo.
I knew these horsemen were pursuing me, but now at any rate they seem to have missed me and to have gone away.
You must not count on that, said Strider sharply. They will return, and more are coming. There are others. I know their number. I know these riders. He paused, and his eyes were cold and hard. There are some folk in Bree who are not to be trusted, he went on. Bill Fernie, for instance. He has an evil name in Breeland, and queer folk call it his house. You must have noticed him among the company. A swarthy, sneering fellow. He was very close with one of the southern rangers, and they slipped out together just after your accident. Not all of those southerners mean well. As for Fernie, he would sell anything to anybody, or make mischief.
Why was Fernie so, and what has my accident got to do with him?
Said Frodo, still determined not to understand Strider's hints. News of you, of course, answered Strider. An account of your performance would be very interesting to certain people. After that, they would hardly need to be told your real name. It seems to me only too likely that they will hear of it before this night is over. Is that enough? You can do as you like on my reward. Take me as a guide or not, but I may say that I know the lands between the Shire and the Misty Mountains, for I have wandered over them for many years. I am older than I look. I might prove useful. You will have to leave the open road after tonight, for the horsemen will watch it night and day. You may escape from Bree and be allowed to go forward while the sun is up, but you won't go far. They will come on you in the wild, in some dark place where there is no help. Do you wish them to find you? They are terrible.
This fucking shit's getting old.
I saw with surprise that his face was drawn as if with pain, and his hands clenched in the arms of his chair. The room was very quiet and still. The light seemed to have grown dim. For a while he sat with unseeing eyes, as if walking in distant memory, or listening to sounds in the night far away. He cried after a moment, drawing his hand across his brow. Perhaps I know more about these pursuers than you do. You fear, but you do not fear them enough yet. Tomorrow you will have to escape if you can. Strider can take you by paths that are seldom trodden. Will you have him? There was a heavy silence. Frodo made no answer. His mind was confused with doubt and fear. Sam frowned and looked at his master, and at last he broke out. With your leave, Mr. Frodo, I'd say no. This Strider here, he warns the assistant to take care, and I say yes to that. Let's begin with him. He comes out of the wild, and I never heard no good of such folk. He knows something, that's plain, more than I think, but it's no reason why we should let him go leading us into some dark place far from help. Pippin fidgeted and looked uncomfortable. Strider did not reply to Sam, but turned his key to his mouth. Frodo caught his glance and looked away. He said slowly, "Don't you know? I think you are not really as you choose to look."
You began to talk to me like a briefer, but your voice has changed. Still, Sam seems right in this. I don't see why you should warn us to take care and yet ask us to take you on trust. Why the disguise? Who are you? What do you really know about like this? How do you know it?
Listening caution has been Strider caution is one very great thing. You will never get to a fighting man. Trust me as your only chance. You must make a judgment. I will answer some of your questions if that will help you to do so. But why should you believe my story if you do not trust me already? Still, here it is. At that moment there came a knock Butterbur had arrived with candles, and behind him was Noel, with cans of hot water. Strider withdrew to a dark corner.
I've come to bid you good night,
Said the landlord, putting the candles on the table.
take the water to the rooms.
He came in and shut the door.
It's like this.
He began, hesitating.
If I've done any harm, I'm sorry indeed. But one thing drives out another, and as you'll admit, I'm a busy man. But first one thing and then another. This week, if jogged my memory, as the saying goes, and not too late, I hope. You see, I was asked to look out for hobbits of the shop. And for one by the name of Baggins in particular.
And what has that got to do with me?
Asked Frodo.
Ah, you know best.
Said the landlord, knowing it.
I won't give you. I was told this Baggins description of
Said Mr. Butterburn's son. Pippin chuckled, but Sam looked indignant.
that won't help you much. It goes from those targets, Barley, says to me.
Continued Mr. Butterbur with his glance at Pippin.
But this one is taller than some, and fairer than most. And he has a breathless chin, perky, black. Are you
And who is he?
Asked Frodo eagerly.
Ah, that was Gandalf, if you know who I mean. The reason I say he is, but he's a good friend of mine, Frodo. But now I don't know what he'll have to say to me if I see him again. Turn all that ale sour on me into a block of wood, I shouldn't wonder. He's a bit hasty. Still, what's done can't be undone.
Well, what have you done?
Said Frodo, getting impatient with the slow unravelling of Butterbur's thoughts.
Where was I?
Said the landlord, pausing and snapping his fingers.
Ah, yes. Old Gandalf. 3 months back, he walked right into my room without a knock. Barley, he says, I'm off in the morning. Will you do something for me? You've only to name it, I said. I'm in a hurry, said he, and I've no time myself. But I want a message took to the Shire. Have you anyone you can send and trust to go? I can find someone, I said. Tomorrow, maybe, or the day after. Make it tomorrow, he says, and then he gave me a letter. It's addressed plain enough.
Said Mr. Butterbur, producing a letter from his pocket and reading out the address slowly and loudly. He valued his reputation as a lettered man.
Mr. Frodo Baggins, Bag End, Hobbiton in the Shire.
A letter for me from Gandalf.
Cried Frodo.
Ah,
Said Mr. Butterbur.
then your right name is Baggins.
It is.
Said Frodo.
And you had better give me that letter at once and explain why you've never sent it. That's what you came to tell me, I suppose, though you've taken a long time to come to the point.
Poor Mr. Butterbur looked troubled.
You're right, Master.
He said,
And I beg your pardon, and I'm mortal afraid of what Gandalf will say if harm comes of it. But I didn't keep it back on purpose. I put it in my safe. Then I couldn't find nobody willing to go to the Shire the next day, or the day after, and none for my own folk were to spare, so, and then one thing after another drove out of my mind. I'm a busy man. I'll do what I can and set matters right. If there's any help I can give, you've only to leave. Leaving the letter.
Fucking do it. Right at that fucker. See that shit? Come on, boys. Take him out.
Maybe coming out this way.
Do the business.
Him and another. They'll be calling himself Honor. Mind that. But you need ask no questions, and if I'm not with him, he may be in trouble. He may need help. Do whatever you can for him, and I'll be grateful, he says. And here you are. In trouble for us.
What do you mean?
asked Frodo.
These black men,
Said the landlord, lowering the voice.
they're looking for Baggins. If they mean well, then I'm a hobbit. It was on one day that all the dogs were yammering, and all the geese screaming. Uncanny, I called it. No, he came and told me that 2 black men were at the door asking for a hobbit called Baggins. And whose hair was all stood on end. I did the black fellows be off and slammed the door on them. They've been asking the same question all the way to Archet, I hear. And that ranger, Strider, he's been asking questions too. Tried to get in here to see you before you'd have him at her sup, he did.
He did, said Strider suddenly, coming forward into the light. And much trouble would have been saved if you had let him in, Barlaman. The landlord jumped with surprise.
You!
He cried.
You're always popping up. What do you want now?
He's here with my leave.
Said Frodo.
He came to offer me his help.
Well, you know your own business, maybe.
Said Mr. Butterbur, looking suspiciously at Strider.
But if I was in your plight, I wouldn't take up with the ranger.
Then who would you take up with? Asked Strider.
A fat innkeeper who only remembers his own name because people shouted at him all day. They cannot stay in the pony forever. And they cannot go home. They have a long road before them. Will you go with them and keep the black men off?
Me? Leave Bree? I wouldn't do that for anyone.
said Mr. Butterbur, looking really scared.
But why can't you stay here quiet for a bit, Mr. Underhill? What are all these queer goings on? What are these black men after, and where do they come from, I'd like to know?
I'm sorry. I can't explain it all.
Answered Frodo.
I'm tired and very worried.
And it's a long tale. But if you mean to help me, I ought to warn you that you will be in danger as long as I am in your house. These Black Riders,
I'm not sure, but I fear they come from...
They come from Mordor, said Strider in a low voice.
from Mordor, Barliman, if that means anything to you.
Oh, save us!
Cried Mr. Butterbur, turning pale. The name evidently was known to him.
That is the worst news that has come to Bree in my time.
It is.
Said Frodo.
Are you still willing to help me?
I am.
Said Mr. Butterbur.
More than ever. Though I don't know what the likes of me can do against...
He faltered. Against the shadow in the east, said Strider quietly. Not much, but every little helps. You can let Mr. Underhill stay here tonight, as Mr. Underhill and you can forget the name of Baggins until he is far away.
I'll do that,
said Butterbur.
but they'll find out he's here without help from me, I'm afraid. It's a pity Mr. Baggins drew attention to himself this evening, to say no more. The story of that Mr. Bilbo's going off has been heard before tonight in Bree. Even our Nob has been doing some guessing in his own slow pate. And there are others in Bree quicker in the uptake than he is.
Well, we can only hope the riders won't come back yet,
said Frodo.
I hope not indeed.
Said Butterbur.
But spooks or no spooks, they won't get in the pony so easy. Don't you worry till the morning. Nob will say no word. No black man shall pass my doors while I can stand on my legs. Me and my folk will keep watch tonight. But you had best get some sleep if you can.
In any case, we must be called at dawn.
Said Frodo.
We must get off as early as possible. Breakfast at 6:30, please.
Right. I'll see to the orders.
Said the landlord.
Good night, Mr. Baggins. Underhill, I should say. Good night. Now, bless me. Where's your Mr. Brandybuck?
I don't know.
Said Frodo with sudden anxiety. They had forgotten all about Merry, and it was getting late.
I'm afraid he is out. He said something about going for a breath of air.
Well, you do want looking after, no mistake. Your party might be on holiday.
Said Mr. Butterbur.
I must go and bar the doors quick, but I'll see our friend is let in when he comes. I'll better sit not to look for him. Good night to you all.
At last Mr. Butterbur went out with another doubtful look at Strider and a shake of his head. His footsteps retreated down the passage. Well, said Strider, when are you going to open that letter? Frodo looked carefully at the seal before he broke it. It seemed certainly to be Gandalf's. Inside, written in the wizard's strong but graceful script, was the following message. The Prancing Pony, Bree, Midyear's Day,
Shire, year 1418. Dear Frodo, bad news has reached me here. I must go off at once. You had better leave Baggins soon. Get out of the Shire before the end of July at latest. I will return as soon as I can, and I will follow you if I find that you are gone. Leave a message for me here if you pass through Bree. You can trust the landlord, Butterbur. You may meet a friend of mine on the road, a man, lean, dark, tall, by some called Strider. He knows our business and will help you. Make for Rivendell. There I hope we may meet again. If I do not come, Elrond will advise you. Yours in haste, Gandalf. Postscript. Do not use it again. Not for any reason whatever. Do not travel by night. Postscript. Make sure that it is the real Strider. There are many strange men on the roads. His true name is Aragorn. Oh, that is gold does not glitter. Not all those who wander are lost. The owl that is strong does not wither. Deep roots are not reached by the frost. From the ashes of fire shall be woken. A light from the shadows shall spring. Renewed shall be blade that was broken. The crownless again shall be king. I hope but presents this promptly. A worthy man, but his memory is like a lumber. Unwanted, always buried. If he forgets, I shall roast him. Farewell.
Frodo read the letter to himself, and then passed it to Pippin and Sam.
Really, old Butterbur has made a mess of things.
He said.
He deserves roasting. If I had got this at once, we might have all been safe in Rivendell by now. But what can have happened to Gandalf? He writes as if he was going into great danger.
He has been doing that for many years, said Strider. Frodo turned and looked at him thoughtfully, wondering about Gandalf's second postscript.
Why didn't you tell me you were Gandalf's friend at once?
He asked.
It would have saved time.
Would it? Would any of you have believed me till now? Said Strider.
I knew nothing of this letter. For all I knew, I had to persuade you to trust me without proofs if I was to help you. In any case, I did not intend to tell you all about myself at once. I had to study you first, and make sure of you. The enemy has set traps for me before now. As soon as I had made up my mind, I was ready to tell you whatever you asked. But I must admit, he added with a queer laugh, that I hoped you would take me for my own sake. A hunted man sometimes wearies of distrust and longs for friendship. But there, I believe my looks are against me.
They are. At first sight, at any rate.
Laughed Pippin with sudden relief after reading Gandalf's letter.
But handsome is as handsome does, as we say in the Shire. And I dare say we shall all look much the same after lying for days in hedges and ditches.
It would take more than a few days or weeks or years of wandering in the wild to make you look like Strider. He answered. And you would die first unless you are made of sterner stuff than you look to be. Pippin subsided, but Sam was not daunted, and he still eyed Strider dubiously.
How do we know you are the Strider that Gandalf speaks about?
He demanded.
You never mentioned Gandalf till this letter came out. You might be a play-acting spy for all I can see. Trying to get us to go with you. You might have done the real Strider and took his clothes. What have you to say to that?
That you are a stout fellow, answered Strider. But I am afraid my only answer to you, Sam Gamgee, is this. If I had killed the real Strider, I could kill you. And I would have killed you already without so much talk. If I was after the ring, I could have it. Now. He stood up and seemed suddenly to grow taller. In his eyes gleamed a light, keen and commanding. Throwing back his cloak, he laid his hand on the hilt of a sword that had hung concealed by his side. They did not dare to move. Sam sat wide-mouthed, staring at him dumbly. But I am the real Strider, fortunately, he said, looking down at them with his face softened by a sudden smile. I am Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and if by my life or death I can save you, I will. There was a long silence. At last Frodo spoke with hesitation.
I believed that you were a friend before the letter came,
He said.
or at least I wished to. You have frightened me several times tonight, but never in the way the Sevens of the enemy would. Or so I imagine. I think one of his spies would, well, seem fairer and feel fouler, if you understand.
I see, laughed Strider. I look foul and feel fair, is that it? All that is gold does not glitter. Not all those who wander are lost.
Did the verses apply to you, then?
Asked Frodo.
I could not make out what they were about, but how did you know that they were in Gandalf's letter if you've never seen it?
I did not know, he answered, but I am Aragorn, and those verses go with that name. He drew out his sword, and they saw that the blade was indeed broken a foot below the hilt. Not much use, is it, Sam? Said Strider. But the time is near when it shall be forged anew. Sam said nothing. Well, said Strider, with Sam's permission we will call that settled. Strider shall be your guide. We shall have a rough road tomorrow. Even if we are allowed to leave Bree unhindered, we can hardly hope now to leave it unnoticed. But I shall try to get lost as soon as possible. I know one or two ways out of Bree land other than the main road. If once we shake off the pursuit, we shall make for Weathertop.
Weathertop?
Said Sam.
What's that?
It is a hill just to the north of the road, about halfway from here to Rivendell. It commands a wide view all around, and there we shall have a chance to look about us. Gandalf will make for that point if he follows us. After Weathertop, our journey will become more difficult, and we shall have to choose between various dangers.
When did you last see Gandalf?
Asked Frodo.
Do you know where he is or what he's doing?
Strider looked grave. I do not know, he said. I came west with him in the spring. I have often kept watch on the borders of the Shire in the last few years when he was busy elsewhere. He seldom left it unguarded. We last met on the 1st of May, at Sarn Ford down the Brandywine. He told me that his business with you had gone well, and that you would be starting for Rivendell in the last week of September. As I knew he was at your side, I went away on a journey of my own, and that has proved ill, for plainly some news reached him, and I was not at hand to help. I am troubled, for the first time since I have known him. We should have had messages, yet even if he would not come himself. When I returned many days ago, I heard the ill news. The tidings had gone far and wide that Gandalf was missing, and the horsemen had been seen. It was the elven folk of Gildor that told me this, and later they told me that you had left your home, but there was no news of your leaving Buckland. I have been watching the East Road anxiously.
Do you think the Black Riders have anything to do with it? With Gandalf's absence, I mean.
Asked Frodo. I do not know of anything else that would have hindered him, except the enemy himself, said Strider. But do not give up hope. Gandalf is greater than you Shire folk know. As a rule, you can only see his jokes and toys, but this business of ours will be his greatest task. Pippin yawned.
I am sorry,
He said,
but I am dead tired. In spite of all the danger and worry, I must go to bed or sleep where I sit. Where is that silly fellow Merry? It would be the last straw if we had to go out in the dark to look for him.
At that moment they heard a door slam, then feet came running along the passage. Merry came in with a rush, followed by Nob. He shut the door hastily and leaned against it. He was out of breath. They stared at him in alarm for a moment before he gasped.
I have seen them, Frodo. I have seen them. Black Riders. Black Riders.
Cried Frodo.
Where? Here. In the village. I stayed indoors for an hour. Then as you did not come back, I went out for a stroll. And had come again and was standing just outside the light of the lamp looking at the stars. Suddenly I shivered and felt that something horrible was creeping near. There was a sort of deeper shade among the shadows across the road, just beyond the edge of the lamplight. I slid away at once into the dark without a sound. There was no horse.
Which way did he go? Asked Strider suddenly and sharply. Merry started, looking at the stranger for the first time.
Go on,
Said Frodo.
this is a friend of Gandalf's. I'll explain later. It seemed to make off up the road eastward.
Continued Merry.
I tried to follow. Of course, it vanished almost at once. But I went round the corner and on as far as the last house on the road.
Strider looked at Merry with wonder.
You have a stout heart,
He said.
but it was foolish. I don't know, said Merry. Neither brave nor silly, I think. I could hardly help myself. I seemed to be drawn somehow. Anyway, I went, and suddenly I heard voices by the hedge. One was muttering, and the other was whispering or hissing. I couldn't hear a word that was said. I did not creep any closer because I began to tremble all over. Then I felt terrified, and I turned back. I was going to bolt home when something came behind me and I fell over. I found him, sir.
Put in Nob.
Mr. Butterbur sent me out with a lantern. I went down to the west gate, and then back up towards southern gate. Just nigh Bill Fernie's house, I thought I could see something in the road. I wouldn't swear to it, but it looked to me as if two men were stooping over something, lifting it. I gave a shout, but when I got up to the spot, there was no signs of them. Only Mr. Brandybuck lying by the roadside. He seemed to be asleep. I thought I'd fallen into deep water, he says to me. Then I shook him. Very queer he was, and as soon as I had roused him, he got up and ran back here like a hare. I'm afraid that's true,
Said Merry.
though I don't know what I said. I had an ugly dream, which I can't remember. I went to pieces. I don't know what came over me.
I do, said Strider. The Black Breath. The riders must have left horses outside and passed back through the south gate in secret. They will know all the news now, for they have visited Bill Fernie, and probably that southerner was a spy as well. Something may happen in the night before we leave Bree. What will happen? Said Mary. Will they attack the inn? No, I think not, said Strider. They are not all here yet, and in any case that is not their way. In dark and loneliness they are the strongest. They will not openly attack a house where there are lights and many people, not until they are desperate, not while all the leagues of Eriador still lie before us. But their power is in terror, and already some in Bree are in their clutch. They will drive these wretches to some evil work, Fernie and some of the strangers, and maybe the gatekeeper too. They had words with Harry at the West Gate on Monday. I was watching them. He was white and shaking when they left him.
We seem to have enemies all around,
said Frodo.
What shall we do?
Stay here and do not go to your rooms. They are sure to have found out which those are. The Hobbit rooms have windows looking north and close to the ground. We will all remain together and bar this window and the door. But first, Nob and I will fetch your luggage. While Strider was gone, Frodo gave Merry a rapid account of all that had happened since supper. Merry was still reading and pondering Gandalf's letter when Strider and Nob returned.
Well, masters,
Said Nob.
I've ruffled up the clothes and put a bolster down the middle of each bed, and I made a nice imitation of your head with a brown woolen map, Mr. Underhill, sir.
He added with a grin. Pippin laughed.
Very lifelike.
He said,
But what will happen when they have penetrated the disguise?
We shall see, said Strider. Let us hope to hold the fort till morning.
Good night to you,
said Nob, and went off to take his part in the watch on the doors. Their bags and gear they piled on the parlor floor. They pushed a low chair against the door and shut the window. Peering out, Frodo saw that the night was still clear. The sickle, the hobbit's name for the plough or great bear, was swinging bright above the shoulders of Bree Hill. He then closed and barred the heavy inside shutters and drew the curtains together. Strider built up the fire and blew out all the candles. The hobbits lay down on their blankets with their feet towards the hearth, and Strider settled himself in a chair against the door. They talked for a little, for Merry still had several questions to ask.
Jumped over the moon.
Chuckled Merry as he rolled himself in his blanket.
Very ridiculous of you, Frodo. But I wished I'd been there to see. The worthies of Bree will be discussing it 100 years hence.
I hope so, said Strider. Then they all fell silent, and one by one the hobbits dropped off to sleep.
Sneaky little hobbitses.
Thank you, Rawl. You're still awake? Holy cow. I was just picking another chapter to continue this adventure. I never went to bed. No, I went to... Forgive me. Let's go inside. Rawl, thank you for the raid. That was nice of you. And thank you for the fun adventure tonight. Yep, here we are, Holmes. Yes, thank you. Thank you, raiders. Thank you very much. All you guys. Thanks for stopping in to say hello. Un momento, signor. Thank you guys. Thanks for coming in to hang out. No, I wasn't done, man. I went into the dwarf camp. I wanted to check out the dwarf camp a little bit, so I looked around a little bit. I thought you went to bed. Thanks for the raid with the folks. Hey folks, what's happening? You guys have a safe, happy and healthy day tomorrow. If you raiders are just coming in saying hi and you guys take off, please have a safe day. Dude, for May the 4th, Star Wars games. Right on. I was just looking at pardon me. There's a mod for Battlefield 2142 and it's a Star Wars mod. It's like Star Wars First Strike. And that looks pretty cool. I might play that. So dude, I was mirroring your stream on my stream. So when I was trying to get back to you guys, at the orc fights, no, I mean I was mirroring your stream, dude. It was funny. It was fun. I was playing with you guys, but I put your stream on my screen and I took my webcam off so it was you. And I was watching you guys from the whole channel. The guys were laughing because it was your stream, but I'm like, I'm here. I'm trying to hook up with you guys again, but I'm watching your stream, like spying on you, so I can see where you were, like to get back to you. It was funny as hell. It was fun. You guys were at that gate when you got into the gates of Gundabad, and I was watching what you were doing. You guys were sitting there goofing off, and I was coming back to you, but your stream was mirrored right here in the game. It was fun, and you didn't know. We were lurking on you, and as I was getting back to you guys, so I mirrored you on the screen. It was fun. We had fun. That's why I was goofing on you right here. I'm sorry, right here. I went right past you. For one, I had to walk all the way up in there because I didn't have a horse. But two, I had you on my screen. And I'm sitting there thinking the whole time, I was like, man, he probably thinks I'm being a dick. And I was like, but I was kind of goofing. I was pranking. Like going past you, but I had your stream mirrored on my stream. Dude, there was this one scene when we were I can't remember where we were, but we were in that big long hall with all those orcs. And you had the hammer, and I was watching you, and I was really close, and my graphics happened to look really good at the moment, and you had that hammer. It was like the coolest scene of the whole night. You had that hammer, and I was looking right at you on the stream, and you like smashed this orc's head, and the effects were really cool. The orc's head was just like a tomato. It was fucking nuts. I was like, shit. I was like, that was really cool. So you got like the watermelon orc head smash with the hammer. It was pretty cool. It was really cool actually, because I was really zoomed in. I was like on your left flank, and I'm just like watching at my shield, and you just like smash, and this orc's head was just like a freaking. It was like Gallagher with his hammers and the watermelons. It was fun. It was a blast. I get frustrated and pissed off because I lose my shit, but I still have fun. My dad looked like Gallagher. Dude, thanks for the fun time tonight, and thanks for all the nice shout outs. I always feel like I never give you guys proper shout outs. Yeah, that's the thing. Kale was like, don't go Rambo and run in there. And I'm just like, what's the difference? I'm going to lose my money and my shit. Anyway, I got tired of going back and picking up my hammer and all that stuff. I was just kind of like, fuck it, I'm going to lose it anyway. That's why I told him, if we're going to have fun, Kale said, this is about having fun with your friends. So I was like, well, let's have fun. Because tomorrow I can do quests and get some money back if I need to. That's part of the challenge, you know. So I can always do quests and get money back. I don't need to have 100,000 gold. What do I need 100,000 gold for? I don't need to have 100 million gold to have fun with my friends, you know. Dude, those trolls were fun. There was one part that Cal took me and it's got like 3 trolls, but one of them hides. It was fun. So thank you, Raiders, Master Rawl said. And yes, man, thanks for raiding me. That was good of you. Vox, thank you for the friendship. I wish I could do better emojis in here. That wasn't for you, by the way. That rule's popping up like that. I promise I won't send 2,000 naked people in wheelchairs at your house. I won't. It's fun. I just really get kicked in the balls because I'll spend hours. I spent 4 out of 6 hours on my stream the other day just doing thickest a solid. And I lost all my shit and half my money in the process just doing a friend a favor. And I was like, fuck. You know? And pardon me for the booger picking good time. I get frustrated with that, but I still have fun. You know? So... I still have fun. You know what I'm doing? Llama, welcome back, brother. What's happening, man? Yeah, he did. Which is I wanted Thickest to play, you know. What I'm really doing is I'm gonna make up a bunch of money because we will be able to play dwarf classes probably 5 weeks from now. So we will have a dwarf troop tree in a month. So I'm waiting for that. So between now and then I will save up the coin so I can get a good dwarf class. And dude, I love the fact that you want to play like a medical class, more interesting classes, unique classes. I admire that. That's cool. So I have to go in here. Right? I was going to pull up another chapter for you guys, man. I was just about to pull up a chapter when you guys rolled in. And thanks for the raid. I was just about to pull up another chapter, dude. And I'm not tired yet. I have narcolepsy, so I already slept 2 times today. If I abruptly ever leave a server without saying nothing, it's probably because I'm sick. I figure most of you guys realize that. There's times I get sick, I want to puke, or I just really got to pass out. And I can't stay awake any longer. I'm trying to find an audiobook just for you guys, because I know you'll dig it. So let's do something like totally different, right? Right? There we go, this will work.
Now all roads were running together to the east to meet the coming of war and the onset of the shadow. And even as Pippin stood at the great gate of the city, saw
the Muster of Rohan chapter from Return of the King. Read by the most excellent Phil Dragash. Enjoy, my friends, and thanks for coming along.
Darkness had already crept beneath the murmuring firwoods that cloaked the steep mountain sides. The king rode now slowly at the end of the day. Presently the path turned round a huge bare shoulder of rock and plunged into the blue of soft-sighing trees.
No worries, Rawl. I see outside the box. Everybody's got stuff going on. I always appreciate the greets, man. And thanks for the fun. I was hoping I didn't rustle your jimmies tonight in the game, because I was goofing most of the time. So you, my friend, enjoy your meal. And thank you for the support, sincerely. Appreciate it very much.
The riders followed it, and suddenly Harrowdale lay before
Business bitchin'.
loud with the noise of waters in the
Enjoy your food,
there
dude.
the white snowball, joined by the lesser stream, went rushing.
I still got a
fuming
chicken
on the stone.
sandwich. That was
Down
a
to
good
the
chicken
daughters
sandwich
of the green
too.
hills and the plains.
Convection
Away to
chicken
the
from
right, at the head
Gettysburg,
of the
fried
great
chicken
vale, the
sandwich.
mighty
I've been
star
dying
column
for a
loomed
fried
up
chicken
above its
sandwich.
vast buttresses swathed in a cloud, but its jagged peak, clothed in everlasting snow, gleamed far above the world, blue shadowed upon the east. Red
Dude, we
stained
saw
by the
some cool
sunset
stuff
west.
tonight. I'm not that
Mary
tired
looked
yet.
out
I'll
and
be
wondered
tired in a
upon this
bit.
strange country, of which he had heard many
Enjoy the
tales of
chapter,
old
my
and
friends.
It was a skyless world, in which his eye, through dim gulfs of shadowy air, saw only ever-mounting slopes, great walls of stone behind great walls, and frowning precipices wreathed with mist. He sat for a moment half dreaming, listening to the noise of water, the whisper of dark trees, the crack of stone, and the vast waiting silence that brooded behind all sound. He loved mountains, or he had loved the thought of them marching on the edge of stories brought from far away. But now he was borne down by the insupportable weight of Middle-earth. He longed to shut out the immensity in a quiet room by a fire. He was very tired, for though they had ridden slowly, they had ridden with very little rest. Hour after hour for nearly 3 weary days he had jogged up and down over passes and through long dales, and across many streams. Sometimes where the way was broader he had ridden at the king's side, not noticing that many of the riders smiled to see the two together, the hobbit on his little shaggy grey pony, and the Lord of Rohan on his great white horse. Then he had talked to Theoden, telling him about his home and the doings of the Shire folk, or listening in turn to tales of the Mark and its mighty men of old. But most of the time, especially on this last day, Merry had ridden by himself just behind the king, saying nothing and trying to understand the slow, sonorous speech of Rohan that he heard the men behind him using. It was a language in which there seemed to be many words that he knew, though spoken more richly and strongly than in the Shire. Yet he could not piece the words together. At times, some rider would lift up his clear voice in stirring song, and Merry felt his heart leap, though he did not know what it was about. All the same, he had been lonely, and never more so than now at the day's end. He wondered where in all this strange world Pippin had gone to, and what would become of Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli. Then suddenly, like a cold touch on his heart, he thought of Frodo and Sam. "I'm forgetting them," he said to
Oh yeah,
himself
Frodo and
reproachfully.
Sam.
"They are more important than all the rest of us, and I came to help them, but now they must be hundreds of miles away if they're still alive." He shivered.
Harrowdale at last.
Said Eomer.
Our journey is almost at an end.
They halted. The paths out of the narrow gorge fell steeply. Only a glimpse, as through a tall window, could be seen the great valley and the loaming below. A single small light could be seen twinkling by the river.
This journey's over, maybe,
said Theoden.
but I have far yet to go. Last night the moon was full, and in the morning I shall ride to Edoras to the gathering of the Mark.
But if you would take my counsel, said Eomer in a low voice, you would then return hither until the war is over, lost or won. Theoden smiled.
Nay, my son, or so I will call you. Speak not the soft words of Wormtongue in my old ears.
He drew himself up and looked back, the long line of his men fading into the dusk behind.
Long years in the space of days it seems since I rode west, but never will I lean on a staff again. If the war is lost, what good will be my hiding in the hills? And if it is won, what grief will it be even if I fall, spending my last strength? But we will leave this now. Now we will lie in the hold of Dunharrow. One evening of peace at least is left us. Let us ride on.
In the deepening dusk they came down into the valley. Here the Snowbourne flowed near to the western falls of the Dale, and soon the path led them to a ford where the shallow waters murmured loudly on the stones. The ford was guarded. As the king approached, many men sprang up out of the shadow of the rocks, and when they saw the king, they cried with glad voices,
Theoden King! Theoden King! The king of the Mark returns!
Then one blew a long call on a horn. It echoed in the valley. Other horns answered it, and lights shone across the river. And suddenly there rose a great chorus of trumpets from high above, sounding from some hollow places, it seemed, that gathered their notes into one voice and sent it rolling and beating on the walls of stone. So the king of the Mark came back victorious out of the west to Dunharrow beneath the feet of the White Mountains. There he found the remaining strength of his people already assembled, for as soon as his coming was known, captains rode to meet him at the ford, bearing messages from Gandalf. Dunhir, chieftain of the folk of Harrowdale, was at their head.
At dawn 3 days ago, Lord,
he said,
Shadowfax came like a wind out of the west to Edoras, and Gandalf brought tidings of your victory to gladden our hearts. But he brought also word from you to hasten the gathering of the riders, and then came the winged shadow. The winged shadow, said Theoden. We saw it also, but that was in the dead of night before Gandalf left us. Maybe, Lord, said Dunhere. Yet the same, or another like to it, as a flying darkness in the shape of a monstrous bird, passed over Edoras that morning, and all men were shaken with fear. For it stooped upon Meduseld, and as it came low, almost to the gable, there came a cry that stopped our hearts. Then it was that Gandalf counselled us not to assemble in the fields, but meet you here in the valley under the mountains, and he bade us to kindle no more lights or fires than barest need asked. So it has been done. Gandalf spoke with great authority. We trust that it is as you would wish. Naught has been seen in Harrowdale of these evil things. It is well, said Theoden. I will ride now to the hold, and there before I go to rest I will meet the marshals and captains. Let them come to me as soon as may be. The road now led eastward straight across the valley, which was at first point little more than half a mile in width. Flats and meads and rough grass, grey now in the falling night, lay all about. But in front of the far side of the dale Merry saw a frowning wall, a last outlier of the great roots of the Starkhorn, cloven by the river in ages past. On all the level spaces there was a great concourse of men, some thrown to the roadside, hailing the king and the riders from the west with glad cries. But stretching away into the distance behind, there were ordered rows of tents and booths, and lines of picketed horses, and great store of arms, and piled spears bristling like thickets of newly planted trees. Now all the great assembly was falling into shadow, and yet, though the night chill blew cold from the heights, no lanterns glowed, no fires were lit. Watchmen heavily cloaked paced to and fro. Merry wondered how many riders there were. He could not guess their number in the gathering gloom, but it looked to him like a great army, many thousands strong. While he was peering from side to side, the king's party came up under the looming cliff of the eastern side of the valley, and there suddenly the path began to climb, and Merry looked up in amazement. He was on a road, the like of which he had never seen before, a great work of men's hands and years beyond the reach of song. Upwards it wound, coiling like a snake, boring its way across the sheer slope of rock, steep as a stair. It loomed backwards and forwards as it climbed. Up it horses could walk, and wains could be slowly hauled, but no enemy could come that way, except out of the air. It was defended from above. At each turn of the road there were great standing stones that had been carved in the likeness of men. Huge and clumsy-limbed, squatting cross-legged with their stumpy arms folded on fat bellies. Some in the wearing of the years had lost all features, save the dark holes of their eyes that still stared sadly at the passers-by. The riders hardly glanced at them. The Pukler men, they called them, and heeded them little. No power or terror was left in them, but Merry gazed at them with wonder and a feeling almost of pity, as they loomed up mournfully in the dusk. After a while he looked back and found that he had already climbed some hundreds of feet above the valley, but still far below he could dimly see a winding line of riders crossing the ford and filing along the road towards the camp prepared for them. Only the king and his guard were going up into the hold. At last the king's company came to a sharp brink, and the climbing road passed into a cutting between walls of rock, and so went up a short slope, and out on to a wide upland. The Firienfeld, men called it, a green mountain field of grass and heath, high above the deep-delved courses of the Snowbourn, laid upon the lap of the great mountains behind, the Starkhorn southwards, and northwards the saw-toothed mass of Irenzaga. Between there faced the riders, the grim black wall of the Dwemerberg, the haunted mountain rising out of the deep slopes of somber pines. Dividing the upland into two, there marched a double line of unshaped standing stones that dwindled into the dusk and vanished in the trees. Those who dared to follow that road came soon to the black Dimholt under Dwemerberg, and the menace of the pillar of stone and the yawning shadow of the forbidden door. Such was the dark Dunharrow, the work of long-forgotten men. Their name was lost, and no song or legend remembered it. For what purpose they had made this place as a town or secret temple or a tomb of kings, none could say. Here they labored in the dark years, before ever a ship came to the western shores, or Gondor of the Dunedain was built. And now they had vanished, and only the old Pukle men were left, still sitting at the turnings of the road. Merry stared at the lines of marching stones. They were worn in black. Some were leaning, some were fallen, some cracked or broken. They looked like rows of old and hungry teeth. He wondered what they could be,
and he hoped that the king was not going to follow them into the darkness beyond. Then he saw that there were clusters of tents and booths on either side of the stony way, but these were not set near the trees, and seemed rather to huddle away from them towards the brink of the cliff. The greater number were on the right, where the Fyrianfeld was wider, and on the left there was a smaller camp, in the midst of which stood a tall pavilion. From this side a river now came out to meet them, and they turned from the road. As they drew near, Mary saw that the rider was a woman with long braided hair gleaming in the twilight. Yet she wore a helm that was clad to the waist like a warrior and girded with a sword.
Hail, Lord of the Mark,
she cried.
My heart is glad at your returning.
And you, Eowyn, said Theoden, is all well with you?
All is well,
she answered. Yet it seemed to Mary that her voice belied her, and he would have thought that she had been weeping, if that could be believed for one so stern of face.
All is well. It was a weary road for the people to take, torn suddenly from their homes. They were hard words, for it is long since war has driven us from the green fields, but there have been no evil deeds, and all is now ordered as you see, and your lodging is prepared for you, for I have had full tidings of you and knew the hour of your coming.
So Aragorn has come then, said Eomer. Is he still here?
No, he is gone,
said Eowyn, turning away and looking at the mountains dark against the east and south. Whither did he go?
I do not know,
she answered.
He came at night and rode away yestermorn ere the sun had climbed over the mountain tops. He is gone.
You are grieved, daughter, said Theoden. What has happened? Tell me. Did he speak of that road? He pointed away along the darkening lines of the stones towards the Dwimmerberg. The paths of the dead.
Yes, Lord,
said Eowyn,
and he passed into the shadows from which none have returned. I could not dissuade him. He is gone.
Then our paths are sundered, said Eomer. He is lost. We must ride without him, and our hope dwindles. Slowly they passed through the short heath and upland grass, speaking no more until they came to the king's pavilion. There Merry found that everything was made ready, and that he himself was not forgotten. A little tent had been pitched for him besides the king's lodging, and there he sat alone, while men passed to and fro, going in to the king and taking counsel with him. Night came on, and the half-seen heads of the mountains westwards were covered with stars, but the east was dark and blank. The marching stones faded slowly from sight, but still beyond them, blacker than the gloom, brooded the vast crouching shadow of the Dwimmerberg.
The paths of the dead,
he muttered to himself.
The paths of the dead. What does all this mean? They have all left me now. They have all gone to some doom. Gandalf and Pippin to the war in the east. Sam and Frodo to Mordor. And Strider and Legolas and Gimli to the paths of the dead. My turn will come soon enough, I suppose. I wonder what they're all talking about, and what the king means to do, for I must go where he goes now.
In the midst of these gloomy thoughts, he suddenly remembered that he was very hungry, and he got up to go and see if anyone else in this strange camp felt the same. But at that very moment a trumpet sounded, and a man came summoning him, the king's esquire, to wait at the king's board. In the inner part of the pavilion was a small space, curtained off with broidered hangings and strewn with skins, and there at a small table sat Theoden with Eomer and Eowyn, and Dunher, lord of Harrowdale. Merry stood beside the king's stool, and waited on him till presently the old man, coming out of deep thought, turned to him and smiled.
Come, Master Meriadoc,
he said.
You shall not stand. You shall sit beside me as long as I remain in my own lands, and lighten my heart with tales.
Room was made for the hobbit at the king's left hand, but no one called for any tale. There was indeed little speech, and they ate and drank for the most part in silence, until at last, plucking up courage, Merry asked the question that was tormenting him.
Twice now, Lord, I've heard of the paths of the dead,
he said.
What are they? And where is Lord Aragorn? Where is he gone?
The king sighed, but no one answered, until at last Eomer spoke.
We do not know, and our hearts are heavy,
he said.
But as for the paths of the dead,
you have yourself walked on their first steps.
Nay, I speak no words of ill omen. The road that we have climbed is the approach to the door yonder in the dim hold. But what lies beyond, no man knows,
said Theoden. Yet ancient legend, now seldom spoken, has somewhat to report. If these old tales speak true that have come down from father to son in the house of Aeol, then the door under Dwimmerberg leads to a secret way that goes beneath the mountain to some forgotten end. But none have ever ventured in to search its secrets since Baldur, son of Brago, passed the door and was never seen among men again. A rash vow he spoke as he drained the horn at that feast in which Brago made to hallow new-built Meadowseld, and he came never to the high seat of which he was the heir. Folk say the dead men out of the dark years guard the way, and they will suffer no living man to come in their hidden halls. But at whiles they may themselves be seen passing out of the door like shadows, and down the stony road. Then the people of Harrowdale shut fast their doors and shroud their windows and are afraid. But the dead come seldom forth, and only at times of great unquiet and coming death. Yet it is said in Harrowdale, said Eowyn in a low voice, that in the moonless nights but little while ago a great host in strange array passed by. Whence they came none knew, but they went up the stony road and vanished into the hill, as if they went to keep a tryst. Then why is Aragorn gone that way? Asked Merry. Don't you know anything that would explain it?
Unless he's spoken words to you as his friend that we have not heard, said Eomer. None now in the land of the living can tell his purpose.
Greatly changed he seemed to me since I saw him first in the king's house, said Eowyn. Grimmer, older, fey I thought him, and like one whom the dead call. Maybe he was called, said Theoden, and my heart tells me that I shall not see him again. Yet he is a kingly man of high destiny, and take comfort in this, daughter, since comfort you seem to need in your grief for this guest. It is said that when the Eolingas came out of the north and passed at length up the Snowbourn, seeking strong places of refuge in the time of need, Brago and his son Baldur climbed the stair of the hold, and so came before the door. On the threshold sat an old man, aged beyond guess of years. Tall and kingly he had been, but now he was withered as an old stone. Indeed, for stone they took him, for he moved not, and he said no word, until they sought to pass him by and enter. And then a voice came out of them, as if out of the ground, and to their amaze it spoke in the western tongue. The way is shut. Then they halted and looked at him and saw that he lived still, but he did not look at them. The way is shut, his voice said again. It was made by those who are dead, and the dead keep it until the time comes. The way is shut. And when will that time be? Said Baldur. But no answer did he ever get, for the old man died in that hour and fell upon his face, and no other tidings of the ancient dwellers in the mountains have our folk ever learned. Yet maybe, at last the time foretold has come, and Aragorn may pass. How shall a man discover whether the time be come or no, save by daring the door? Said Eomer. And that way I would not go, though all the host of Mordor stood before me, and I were alone and had no other refuge. Alas, that a fey mood should fall on a man so great-hearted in this hour of need. Are there not evil things enough abroad without seeking them under the earth? War is at hand. He paused. For that moment there was a noise outside. A man's voice crying the name of Theoden, and the challenge of the guard. Presently the captain of the guard thrust aside the curtain. A man is here, lord, he said. An errand rider from Gondor. He wishes to come before you at once. Let him come. A tall man entered, and Merry choked back a cry. For a moment it seemed to him that Boromir was alive again and had returned. Then he saw that it was not so. The man was a stranger, though as like to Boromir as if he were one of his kin, tall and grey-eyed and proud. He was clad as a rider with his cloak of dark green over a coat of fine mail. On the front of his helm was wrought a small silver star. In his hand he bore a single arrow, black-feathered and barred with steel, but the point was painted red. He sank on one knee and presented the arrow to Theoden. Hail, Lord of the Rohirrim, friend of Gondor, he said. Hirgon am I, errand rider of Denethor, who bring you this token of war. Gondor is in great need. Often the Rohirrim have aided us, but now the Lord Denethor asks for all your strength and all your speed, lest Gondor fall at last. The red arrow, said Theoden, holding it as one who received a summons long expected and yet dreadful when it comes. His hand trembled. The red arrow has not been seen in the mark in all my years. Has it indeed come to that? And what does the Lord Denethor reckon that all my strength and all my speed may be?
It is best known to yourself, Lord,
said Hirgon.
but ere long it may well come to pass that Minas Tirith is surrounded, and unless you have the strength to break a siege of many powers, the Lord Denethor bids me say that he judges that the strong arms of the Rohirrim would be better within his walls than without. But he knows that we are a people who fight rather upon horseback and in the open, and that we are also scattered people, and time is needed for the gathering of our riders. Is it not true, Hirgon, that the Lord of Minas Tirith knows more than he sets in his message? For we are already at war, as you may have seen, and you do not find us all unprepared. Gandalf the Grey has been among us, and even now we are mustering for battle in the east.
What the Lord Denethor may know or guess of all these things I cannot say, answered Hirgon.
But indeed our case is desperate. My lord does not issue any command to you. He begs you only to remember old friendship and oaths long spoken, and for your own good, to do all that you may. It is reported to us that many kings have ridden in from the east to the service of Mordor. From the north to the field of Dargolad there is a skirmish and rumor of war. In the south, Haradrim are moving, and fear has fallen on all our coastlands, so that little help will come to us thence. Make haste, for it is before the wars of Minas Tirith that the doom of our time will be decided. And if the tide be not stemmed there, then it will flow over all the fair fields of Rohan, and even in this hold among the hills there shall be no refuge. Dark tidings, said Theoden, yet not all unguessed. But say to Denethor that even if Rohan itself fell to no peril, still we would come to his aid. But we have suffered much loss in our battles with Saruman the traitor, and we must still think for our frontier to the north and east, as his own tidings make clear. So great a power as the Dark Lord seems now to wield might well contain us in battle before the city, and yet strike with great force across the river, away beyond the Gate of Kings. But we will speak no longer counsels of prudence. We will come. The weapon take was set for the morrow. When all is ordered, we will set out. 10,000 spears I might have sent riding over the plain to the dismay of your foes. It will be less now, I fear, for I will not leave my strongholds all unguarded. Yet 6,000 at the least shall ride behind me. For say to Denethor that in this hour the King of the Mark himself will come down to the land of Gondor, though maybe he will not ride back. But it is a long road, and man and beast must reach the end with strength to fight. A week it may be from the morrow's morn ere you hear the cry of the sons of Eol coming from the north.
A week, said Hirgon.
If it must be so, it must. But you are like to find only ruined walls in 7 days from now unless other help unlooked for comes. Still, you may at the least disturb the orcs and swarthy men from their feasting in the White Tower.
At the least we will do that, said Theoden. But I myself am new come from battle and long journey, and I will now go to rest. Tarry here this night. Then you shall look on the muster of Rohan and ride away the gladder for the sight and the swifter for the rest. In the morning counsels are best, and night changes many thoughts. With that the king stood up, and they all rose. Go now each to your rest, he said, and sleep well. And you, Master Meriadoc, I need no more tonight. But be ready to my call as soon as the sun is risen.
I will be ready,
said Merry.
even if you bid me ride with you to the paths of the dead.
Speak not words of moment, said the king, for there may be more roads than one that could bear that name. But I did not say that I would bid you ride with me on any road. Good night.
I won't be left behind to be called for on return,
said Merry.
I won't be left. I won't.
And repeating this over and over again to himself, he fell asleep at last in his tent. He was wakened by a man shaking him.
Wake up, Master Holbitla,
he cried, and at length Merry came out of deep dreams and sat up with a start. It still seemed very dark, he thought.
What's the matter?
He asked.
The king calls for you. But the sun has not risen yet,
said Merry. No, it will not rise this day, Master Holbitla, nor ever again one would think under this cloud. But time does not stand still, though the sun be lost. Make haste! Flinging on some clothes, Merry looked outside. The world was darkling. The very air seemed brown, and all things about were black and grey and shadowless. there was a great stillness. No shape or cloud could be seen, unless it were far away westward where the furthest groping fingers of the great gloom still crawled on, and a little light leaked through them. Overhead there hung a heavy roof, sombre and featureless, and light seemed rather to be failing than growing. Mary saw many folk standing, looking up and muttering. All their faces were grey and sad, and some were afraid. With a sinking heart he made his way to the king. Here Gonda, rider of Gondor, was there before him, and beside him stood now another man, like him and dressed alike, but shorter and broader. As Mary entered, he was speaking to the king.
It comes from Mordor, Lord,
He said,
It began last night at sunset. From the hills in the eastfold of your realm I saw it rise and creep across the sky. And all night as I rode, it came behind, eating up the stars. Now the great cloud hangs over all the land between here and the mountains of shadow. And it is deepening. The war already has begun.
For a while the king sat silent. At last he spoke.
So we come to it in the end,
He said,
the great battle of our time, in which many things shall pass away. But at least there is no longer need for hiding. We will ride the straight way and the open road, and with all our speed. The muster shall begin at once, and wait for none that tarry. Have you good store at Minas Tirith? For if we ride now in all haste, then we must ride light, with but meal and water enough to last us into battle. We have very great store long prepared,
answered Hirgon.
Ride now as light and as swift as you may. Then call the heralds, Eomer,
said Theoden.
Let the riders be marshalled.
Eomer went down, and presently the trumpets rang in the hold, and were answered by many others from below. But their voices no longer sounded clear and brave as they had seemed to Mary the night before. Dull they seemed, and harsh in the heavy air, braying ominously. The king turned to Mary.
I am going to war, Master Meriadoc,
he said.
In a little while I shall take the road. I release you from my service, but not from my friendship. You shall abide here, and if you will, you shall serve the Lady Eowyn, who will govern the folk in my stead.
But Lord,
Mary stammered.
I offered you my sword. I do not want to be parted from you like this, Theoden King. And as all my friends have gone to the battle, I should be ashamed to stay behind.
But we ride on horses tall and swift,
said Theoden.
And great though your heart be, you cannot ride on such beasts.
Then tie me on the back of one, or let me hang on a stirrup, or something,
said Mary.
It is a long way to run, but run I shall if I cannot ride, even if I wear my feet off and arrive weeks too late.
Theoden smiled.
Rather than that, I would bear you with me on Snowmane,
he said.
But at the least you shall ride with me to Edoras and look on Meduseld, for that way I shall go. So far Stibba can bear you. The great race will not begin till we reach the plains.
Then Eowyn rose up.
Come now, Meriadoc,
she said.
I will show you the gear that I have prepared for you.
Then they went out together.
This request only did Aragorn make to me,
said Eowyn, as they passed among the tents.
That you should be armed for battle. I have granted it as I could, for my heart tells me that you will need such gear in the end.
Now she led Mary to a booth among the lodges of the King's Guard, and there an armourer brought out to her a small helm, and a round shield, and other gear.
No mail we have fit for you,
said Eowyn,
nor any time for the forging of such hauberk. But here is also a stout jerkin of leather, a belt, and a knife. The sword you have.
Mary bowed, and the lady showed him the shield, which was like the shield that had been given to Gimli, and it bore on it the device of a white horse.
Take all these things,
she said,
and bear them to good fortune. Farewell now, Master Meriadoc. It may be we shall meet again, you and I.
So it was amid a gathering gloom, the King of the Mark made ready to lead all his riders on the eastward road. Hearts were heavy, and many quailed in the shadow. But they were a stern people, loyal to their lord, and little weeping or murmuring was heard. Even in the camp in the hold, where the exiles from Edoras were housed, women and children and old men. Doom hung over them, but they faced it silently. 2 swift hours passed, and now the king sat upon his white horse, glimmering in the half-light, proud and tall he seemed, though the hair that flowed beneath his high helm was like snow. And many marvelled at him, and took heart to see him unbent and unafraid. There on the wide flats beside the noisy river were marshalled many companies, well nigh 55 hundreds of riders fully armed, and many hundreds of other men, with spare horses lightly burdened. A single trumpet sounded. The king raised his hand, and then silently the host of the mark began to move. Foremost went 12 of the king's household men,
Oh, that's it for
riders
us.
of
I think
renown.
we're dead.
Then the king followed with Eomer on his right. He had said farewell to Eowyn above the hold, and the memory was grievous. But now he turned his mind to the road that lay ahead. Behind him Merry rode on Stibba with the errand riders of Gondor, and behind them again 12 more of the king's household. They passed down the long ranks of waiting men with stern and unmoved faces. But when they had come almost to the end of the line, one looked up, glancing keenly at the hobbit. A young man, Merry thought as he returned the glance, less in height and girth than most. He caught the glint of clear grey eyes, and then he shivered, for it came suddenly to him that it was the face of one without hope, who goes in search of death. On down the grey road they went beside the snowbourn, rushing on its stones, through the hamlets of Underharrow and up Bourne, where many sad faces of women looked out from dark doors. And so without horn or harp or music of men's voices, the great ride into the east began, with which the songs of Rohan were busy for many long lives of men thereafter. From dark Dunharrow in the dim morning, with Thane and Captain rode Thengil's son. To Edoras he came, the ancient halls of the Mark Wardens mist enshrouded. Golden timbers were in gloom mantled. Farewell he bade to his free people. Hearth and high seat in hallowed places, for the long he had feasted ere the light faded. Forth rode the king, fear behind him, fate before him, fealty kept he. Oaths he had taken, all fulfilled them. Forth rode Theoden, 5 nights and days, eastward and onward rode the Eorlingas. Through Fold and Fenmarch and the Firian wood, 6,000 spears to Sunnilding, Mundburg the mighty under Mindoluin, Sea King's city in the South Kingdom, foe beleaguered and fire encircled. Doom drove them on, darkness took them. Horse and horseman, hoofbeats afar, sank into silence, so the songs tell us. It was indeed in deeping gloom that the king came to Edoras, although it was then but noon by the hour. There he halted only a short while, and strengthened his host by some 60 of riders that came late to the weapon take. Now, having eaten, he made ready to set out again, and he wished his esquire a kindly farewell. But Merry begged for the last time not to be parted from him.
This is no journey for such thieves as Stibba, as I have told you,
said Theoden.
And in such a battle as we think to make on the fields of Gondor, what would you do, Master Meriadoc, sword thane though you be, and greater of heart than of stature? As for that, who can tell?
Answered Merry.
But why, Lord? Did you receive me as a sword thane if not to stay by your side? And I would not have it said to me in song only that I was always left behind.
I received you for your safe keeping, answered Theoden.
And also to do as I might bid. None of my riders can bear you as a burden. If the battle were before my gates, maybe your deeds would be remembered by the minstrels. But it is 100 leagues and 2 to Mundburg, where Denethor is lord. I will say no more.
Merry bowed and went away unhappily, and stared at the lines of horsemen. Already the companies were preparing to start. Men were tightening girths, looking to saddles, caressing their horses. Some gazed uneasily at the lowering sky. Unnoticed, a rider came up and spoke softly in the hobbit's ear.
Where will once not a way open, so we say,
he whispered,
and so I have found myself.
Merry looked up and saw that it was the young rider whom he had noticed in the morning.
You wish to go whither the Lord of the Mark goes?
I see it in your face.
I do. Then you shall go with me,
said the rider.
I will bear you before me under my cloak until we are far afield. And this darkness is yet darker. Such goodwill should not be denied.
Say no more to any man, but come.
Thank you indeed,
said Merry.
Thank you, sir, though I do not know your name.
Do you not? Said the rider softly.
Then call me Dan.
Thus it came to pass that when the king set out, before Denhelm sat Meriadoc the hobbit, and the great grey steed Windfaller made little of the burden, for Denhelm was less in weight than many men, though lithe and well knit in frame. On into the shadow they rode, in the willow thickets where Snowbourn flowed into the Entwash. 12 leagues east of Edros they camped that night, and then on again through the fold, and through the fen march where, to their right, great oak woods climbed on the skirts of the hills under the shades of dark Halifirian by the borders of Gondor. But away to their left, the mists lay on the marshes, fed by the mouths of Entwash. And as they rode, rumour came of war in the north. Lone men riding wild brought word of foes assailing their east borders, of orc hosts marching in the wold of Rohan.
Ride on! Ride on!
Cried Eomer.
Too late now to turn aside. The friends of Entwash must guard our flank. Haste now we need! Ride on!
And so King Theoden departed from his own realm, and mile by mile the long road wound away, and the beacon hills marched past. Calenhad, Minrimon, Erelas, Nardor. But their fires were quenched. All the lands were grey and still, and ever the shadow deepened before them, and hope waned in every heart. It was dark, and Merry could see nothing as he lay on the ground rolled in a blanket. Yet, though the night was airless and windless all about him, hidden trees were sighing softly. He lifted his head. Then he heard it again, a sound like faint drums in the wooded hills and mountain steps. The throb would increase suddenly and then be taken up again at some other point, now nearer, now further off. He wondered if the watchman had heard it. He could not see them, but he knew that all around him were the companies of the Rohirrim. He could smell the horses in the dark, and could hear the shiftings and their soft stamping on the needle-covered ground. The host was bivouacked in the pine woods that clustered about Eilenach Beacon, a tall hill standing up from the long ridges of the Druidan forest that lay beside the great road in East Elurian. Tired as he was, Merry could not sleep. He had ridden now for 4 days on end, and the ever-deepening gloom had slowly weighed down on his heart. He began to wonder why he had been so eager to come, when he had been given every excuse, even his lord's command, to stay behind. He wondered, too, if the old king knew that he had been disobeyed and was angry. Perhaps not. There seemed to be some understanding between Danhelm and Elfhelm, the marshal who commanded the Eored in which they were riding. He and all his men ignored Merry and pretended not to hear if he spoke. He might have been just another bag that Danhelm was carrying. Danhelm was no comfort. He never spoke to anyone. Merry felt small, unwanted, and lonely. Now the time was anxious, and the host was in peril. They were less than a day's ride from the outwalls of Minas Tirith that encircled the townlands. Scouts had been sent ahead. Some had not returned. Others, hastening back, had reported that the road was held in force against them. A host of the enemy was encamped upon it, 3 miles west of Amondine, and some strength of men was already thrusting along the road and was no more than 3 leagues away. Orcs were roving in the hills and woods along the roadside. The king and Eomer held council in the watches of the night. Merry wanted somebody to talk to, and he thought of Pippin. But that only increased his restlessness. Poor Pippin, shut up in the great city of stone, lonely and afraid. Merry wished he was the tall rider, like Eomer, and could blow a horn or something and go galloping to his rescue. He sat up listening to the drums that were beating again, now nearer at hand. Presently he heard voices speaking low, and he saw dim, half-shrouded lanterns passing through the trees. Men nearby began to move uncertainly in the dark. A tall figure loomed up and stumbled over him, cursing the tree roots. He recognized the voice of the marshal, Elfhelm.
I'm not a tree root, sir,
he said.
nor a bag, but a bruised hobbit. The least you can do in amends is to tell me what is afoot.
Anything that can keep so in this devil's murk, answered Elfhelm. but my lord sends word that we must set ourselves in readiness. Orders may come for a sudden move.
Is the enemy coming then?
Asked Mary anxiously.
Are those your drums?
I began to think that I was imagining them.
Does no one else seem to take any notice of them?
Nay, said Elfhelm. The enemy is on the road, not in the hills. You hear the wozers, the wild men of the woods. Thus they talk together, from afar. They still haunt Ruadan Forest, it is said. Remnants of an older time they be, living few and secretly wild and wary as the beasts. They go not to war with Gondor or the Mark, but now they are troubled by the darkness and the coming of the orcs. They fear lest the dark years be returning, as seems likely enough. Let us be thankful that they are not hunting us, for they use poisoned arrows, it is said, and their woodcraft beyond compare. But they have offered their services to Theoden. Even now one of their headmen is being taken to the king. Yonder go the lights. So much I have heard, but no more. And now I must busy myself with my lord's commands. Pack yourself up, Master Bag. He vanished into the shadows. Merry did not like this talk of wild men and poisoned darts, but quite apart from that, a great weight of dread was on him. Waiting was unbearable. He longed to know what was going to happen. He got up, and soon was walking warily in pursuit of the last lantern before it disappeared among the trees. Presently he came to an open space, where a small tent had been set up for the king under a great tree. A large lantern, covered above, was hanging from a bow and cast a pale circle of light yellow. There sat Theoden and Eomer, and before them on the ground sat a strange, squat shape of a man, gnarled as an old stone, and the hairs of his scanty beard straggled on his lumpy chin like dry moss. He was short-legged and fat-armed, thick and stumpy, and clad only with grass about his waist. Merry felt that he had seen him before somewhere, and suddenly he remembered the Pukul men of Dunharrow. Here was one of those old images brought to life, or maybe a creature descended in true line through endless years from the models used by the forgotten craftsmen long ago. There was a silence as Merry crept nearer, and then the wild man began to speak, in answer to some question it seemed. His voice was deep and guttural, yet to Merry's surprise, he spoke the common speech, though in a halting fashion, and uncouth words were mingled with it.
No, father of horsemen,
he said.
We fight not. Hunt only. Kill Gorgon in woods. Hate orc folk. You hate Gorgon too. We help as we can. Wild men have long ears and long eyes. Know all paths. Wild men live here before stone houses, before tall men come up out of water.
But our need is for aid in battle. How will you and your folk help us?
Pudding news, said the wild man. We look out from hills. We climb big mountain and look down. Stone city shut. Fire burns there outside. Now inside too. You wish to come here? Then you must be quick. But Gorgon and men out of far away.
He waved a short gnarled arm eastward.
Sit on horse road. Very many. More than horsemen.
How do you know that? Said Eomer. The old man's flat face and dark eyes showed nothing, but his voice was sullen with displeasure.
Wild men are wild, free, but not children,
he answered.
I am great headman. Han Puri Han. I count many things. Stars in sky, leaves on trees, men in the dark. You have a score of scores counted 10 times in 5. They have more. Big fight. And who will win? And many more walk round walls of stone houses.
Alas, he speaks all too shrewdly, said Theoden. And our scouts say that they have cast trenches and stakes across the road. We cannot sweep them away in sudden onset. And yet we need great haste, said Eomer. Mundburg is on fire.
Let Han Puri Han finish,
said the wild man.
More than one road he knows. He will lead you by road where no pits are, no Gorgon walk, only wild men and beasts. Many paths were made when Stonehouse folk were stronger. They carved hills as hunters carve beast flesh. Wild men think they ate stone for food. They went through Druadan,
to Rimon with great rains. They go no longer. The road is forgotten, but not by wild men. Over hill and behind it lies still under grass and tree. There, behind it, and down to Dean back at the end to Horseman's Road. Wild men will show you that road. Then you kill Goku and drive away bad dog with bright eyes, and wild men can go back to sleep in the wilds.
Eomer and the king spoke together in their own tongue. At length, Theoden turned to the wild man.
We will receive your offer, he said. For though we leave a host of foes behind, what matter? If the stone city falls, then we shall have no return. If it is saved, then the orc host itself will be cut off. If you are faithful, Khan Buri Khan, then we will give you rich reward, and you shall have the friendship of the Mark forever.
Dead men are not friends to living men, and give them no gifts,
said the wild man.
But if you live after the darkness, then leave wild men alone in the woods, and do not hunt them like beasts anymore. Khan Buri Khan will not lead you into trap. He will go himself, with father of horsemen. And if he leads you wrong, you will kill him.
So be it, said Theoden.
How long will it take to pass the enemy and come back to the road?
Asked Eomer.
We must go a foot pace if you guide us. I doubt not the way is narrow.
Wild men go quick on feet,
said Khan.
Way is wide for more horses in Stormwind Valley yonder.
He waved his hand southwards.
But now at beginning and at end. Wild men go north from here to Dean between sunrise and noon.
And we must allow at least 7 hours for the leaders,
said Eomer.
We must reckon rather on some 10 hours for all. Things unforeseen may hinder us, and if our host is all stung out, it will be long ere it can be set in order when we issue from the hills. What is the hour now? Who knows?
Said Theoden.
It is all dark, but it is not all night,
said Khan.
When sun comes, we feel her, even when she is hidden. Already she climbs over east mountains. It is the opening of day in the sky fields.
Then we must set out as soon as may be,
said Eomer.
Even so, we cannot hope to come to Gondor's aid today.
Merry waited to hear no more, but slipped away to get ready for the summons to the march. This was the last stage before the battle. It did not seem likely to him that any of them would survive it, but he thought of Pippin and the flames in Minas Tirith and thrust down his own dread. All went well that day, and no sign or sound had they of the enemy waiting to waylay them. The wild men had put on a screen of wary hunters, so that no orc roving spy should learn the movements in the hills. The light was more dim than ever as they drew nearer to the beleaguered city. The riders passed in long files like dark shadows of men and horses. Each company was guided by a wild woodman, but old Han walked beside the king. The start had been slower than was hoped, for it had taken time for the riders, walking and leading their horses, to find paths over the sticky wooden ridges behind their camp, and down into the hidden Stonewain Valley. It was late in the afternoon when the leaders came to wide grey thickets stretching beyond the eastward side of Amondine, and masking a great gap in the line of hills that from Nador to Dean ran east and west. Through the gap the forgotten Wain road long ago had run down, back into the main horseway from the city, through Anurian. But now, for many lives of men, trees had had their way with it, and it had vanished, broken and buried under the leaves of uncounted years. But the thickets offered to the riders their last hope of cover before they went into open battle, for beyond them lay the road and the plains of Anduin, while east and southwards the slopes were bare and rocky. As the riven hills gathered themselves together and climbed up, bastion upon bastion, into the great mass and shoulders of Mindoluin, the leading company was halted. And as those behind filed up out of the trough of the Stonewain Valley, they spread out and passed to camping places under the grey trees. The king summoned the captains to council. Eomer set out scouts to spy upon the road, but old Khan shook his head.
No good sending horsemen,
he said.
Wild men have already seen all that can be seen in the air. They will come soon and speak to me here.
The captains came, and then out of the trees crept warily other pukel shapes, so like old Khan that Merry could hardly tell them apart. They spoke to Khan, in a strange, throaty language. Presently Khan turned to the king.
Wild men say many things,
he said.
First, be wary. Still many men camp beyond Dean. And ours walk yonder.
He waved his arm west towards the black beacon.
But none to see between here and Stone Folk's new walls. Many busy there. Walls stand up no longer. Gorgun knocked them down with earth thunder, and with clubs and black iron. They are unwary and do not look about them. They think their friends watch all roads.
At that, old Khan made a curious gurgle noise, and it seemed that he was laughing.
Good tidings,
cried Elmer.
Even in this gloom, hope gleams again. Our enemy's devices often serve us in this respite. Cursed darkness itself has been a cloak to us. And now, lusting to destroy Gondor and throw it down stone for stone, his orcs have taken away my greatest fear. The outwall could have been held long against us. Now we can sweep through, if once we win so far. Once again I thank you, Khan Khan of the Woods,
said Theoden.
Good fortune go with you for tidings and for guidance.
Kill Gorgun. Kill all folk. No other words, please, wild men, said Khan. Drive away bad air and darkness with bright iron.
To do these things we have ridden far, said the king, and we shall attempt them. But what we shall achieve only tomorrow will show. Khan Budi Khan squatted down and touched the earth with his horny brow in token of farewell. Then he got up as if to depart, but suddenly he stood looking up like some startled woodland animal, snuffling a strange air. A light came in his eyes.
Wind is changing,
he cried, and with that, in a twinkling as it seemed, he and his fellows had vanished into the glooms, never to be seen by any rider of Rohan again. Not long after, far away eastward, the faint drums throbbed again. Yet to no heart in all the host came any fear that the wild men were unfaithful, strange and unlovely though they might appear.
We need no further guidance,
said Elfhelm,
for there are riders in the host who have ridden down to Mundburg in days of peace. I, for one. When we come to the road, it will veer south, and there will lie before us still 7 leagues ere we reach the wall of the townlands. Along most of that way there is much grass on either side of the road. On that stretch the errand riders of Gondor reckon to make the greatest speed. We may ride it swiftly and without great rumour. Then, since we look for fell deeds and in the need of all our strength, said Eomer, I counsel that we rest now, and set out hence by night. And so time our going that we come upon the fields when tomorrow is as light as it will be, or when our lord gives the signal.
To this the king assented, and the captains departed. But soon Elfhelm returned.
The scouts have found naught to report beyond the Grey Wood, Lord.
He said,
Save 2 men only. 2 dead men and 2 dead horses.
Well,
said Eomer,
what of it?
This, Lord, they were errand riders of Gondor. Hirgon was one, maybe. At least his hand still clasped the red arrow. But his head was hewn off, and this also. It would seem that the signs that they were fleeing westward when they fell. As I had read it, they found the enemy already on the outwall or assailing it when they returned. And that would be 2 nights ago if they used fresh horses from their post as their wont. They could not reach the city and turn back.
Alas,
said Theoden,
then Denethor has heard no news of our riding, and will despair of our coming. Need brooks no delay, yet late is better than never,
said Eomer.
And mayhap in this time shall the old say be proved truer than ever before since men spoke with mouth.
It was night. On either side of the road, the host of Rohan was moving silently. Now the road, passing about the skirts of Mindoluin, turned southward. Far away and almost straight ahead, there was a red glow under the black sky of the sides of the great mountain, loomed dark against it. They were drawing near the Ramas of the Pelennor, but the day was not yet come. The king rode in the midst of the leading company, his household men about him. Elfhelm's Eored came next, and now Merry noticed that Danhelm had left his place, and in the darkness was moving steadily forward, until at last he was riding, just in rear of the king's guard. There came a check. Merry heard voices in front speaking softly. Outriders had come back, who had ventured forward almost to the wall. They came to the king.
There are great fires, Lord,
said one.
The city is all set about with flame, and the field is full of foes. But all seem drawn off to the assault. As well as we could guess, there are few left upon the outwall, and they are heedless, busy with destruction.
Do you remember the Wild Man's words, Lord? Said another. I live upon the open world in days of peace. Windfather is my name, and to me also the air brings messages. Already the wind is turning. There comes a breath out of the south. There is a sea tang in it, faint though it be. The morning will bring new things. Above the reek, it will be drawn when you pass the wall. If you speak truly, Windfather, then may you live beyond this day in years of blessedness, said Theoden. He turned to the men of his household who were near, and spoke now in a clear voice, so that many also of the riders of the first Eored heard him.
Now is the hour come, riders of the mark, sons of Eorl! Foes and fire before you, and your homes far behind. The glory that you reap there shall be your own forever. Oaths ye have taken, now fulfill them all, to lord and land and league of friendship.
Men clashed spear upon shield. Eomer, my son, you lead the first Eored, said Theoden, and it shall go behind the king's banner in the center. Elfhelm, lead your company to the right when we pass the wall, and Grimbold shall lead his towards the left. Let the other companies behind follow these three that lead, as they have chance. Strike wherever the enemy gathers. Other plans we cannot make, for we know not yet how things stand upon the field. Forth now, and fear no darkness. The leading company rode off as swiftly as they could, for it was still deep dark, whatever change Windfather might forebode. Merry was riding behind Downhill, clutching with the left hand, while with the other he tried to loosen his sword in his sheath. He felt now bitterly the truth of the old king's words. In such a battle, what do you do, Meriadoc? Just this, he thought. Encumber a rider and hope that best to stay my seat and not be pounded to death by galloping hoofs. It was no more than a league where the outwalls had stood. They soon reached them, too soon for Merry. Wild cries broke out, and there was some clash of arms, but it was brief. The orcs busy about the walls were few and amazed, and they were quickly slain or driven off. Before the ruin of the north gate in the Ramos, the king halted again. The first Eored drew up behind him, and about him on either side. Dernhelm kept close to the king, though Elfhelm's company was away on the right. Grimbold's men turned aside, and passed round to a great gap in the wall further eastward. Merry peered from behind Dernhelm's back. Far away, maybe 10 miles or more, there was a great burning, but between it and the riders' lines of fire blazed in a vast crescent, at the nearest point less than a league distant. He could make out little more on the dark plain, and as yet he neither saw any hope of morning, nor felt any wind, changed or unchanged. Now silently the host of Rohan moved forward into the field of Gondor, pouring in slowly but steadily, like the rising tide through breaches in a dike that men have thought secure. But the mind and will of the Black Captain were bent wholly on the falling city. As yet no tidings came to him warning that his designs held any flaw. After a while the king led his men away somewhat eastward, to come between the fires of the siege and the outer fields. Still they were unchallenged, and still Theoden gave no signal. At last he halted once again. The city was now nearer. A smell of burning was in the air, and a very shadow of death. The horses were uneasy, but the king sat upon Snowmane, motionless, gazing upon the agony of Minas Tirith, as if stricken suddenly by anguish or by dread. He seemed to shrink down, cowed by age. Merry himself felt as if a great weight of horror and doubt had settled on him. His heart beat slowly. Time seemed poised in uncertainty. They were too late. Too late was worse than never. Perhaps Theoden would quail, bow his old head, turn, slink away to hide in the hills. Then suddenly, Merry felt it at last, beyond doubt, a change. Wind was in his face, light was glimmering. Far, far away in the south, the clouds could be dimly seen as remote grey shapes, rolling up, drifting. Morning lay beyond them. But at that same moment, there was a flash, as if lightning had sprung from the earth beneath the city. For a searing second it stood dazzling far off in black and white, its topmost tower like a glittering needle. And then, as the darkness closed again, there came rolling over the fields a great boom. At that sound, the bent shape of the king sprang suddenly erect. Tall and proud he seemed again, and rising in his stirrups, he cried in a loud voice, more clear than any there had ever heard a mortal man achieve before.
Arise! Arise! Riders of bayonet! Tail deeds awake! Fire and slaughter! Spear shall be shaken! Shields be splintered! A sword day! A red day! Ere the sun rises! Right now! Right now! Right to Gondor!
With that, he seized a great horn from Guthlaf, his banner bearer, and blew such a blast upon it that it burst asunder. And straightway all the horns in the host were lifted up in music, and the blowing of the horns of Rohan in that hour was like a storm upon the plain and a thunder in the mountains.
Right now! Right now! Right to Gondor!
Suddenly the king cried to Snowmane, and the horse sprang away. Behind him his banner blew in the wind. White horse upon a field of green, but he outpaced it. After him thundered the knights of his house, but he was ever before them. Eomer rode there, the white horse-tail of his helm floating in his speed, and the front of the first Eored roared like a breaker foaming in the shore. But Theoden could not be overtaken. Vague he seemed, for the battle fury of his fathers ran like new Tyre in his veins. And he was borne up on Snowmane like a god of old, even as Orome the Great, in the battle of the Valar when the world was young. His golden shield was uncovered, and lo, it shone like an image of the sun, and the grass flamed into green about the white feet of his steed. For morning came, morning and a wind from the sea, and the darkness was removed, and the hosts of Mordor wailed, and terror took them, and they fled, and died, and the hooves of wrath rode over them. And then all the host of Rohan burst into song, and they sang as they slew. And the joy of battle was on them, and the sound of their singing that was fair and terrible came even to the city. Now all roads were running together to the east to meet the coming of war and the onset of the Shadow. And even as Pippin stood at the great gate of the city and saw the Prince of Dol Amroth ride with his banners, the King of Rohan came down out of the hills. Day was waning. In the last days of the sun, the riders cast long pointed shadows that went on before them. Darkness had already crept beneath the murmuring fir woods that cloaked the steep mountain sides. The king rode now slowly at the end of the day. Presently the path turned round a huge bare shoulder of rock and plunged into the gloom of soft sighing trees. Down and down they went in a long winding file. When at last they came to the bottom of the gorge, they found that evening had fallen in the deep places. The sun was gone. Twilight lay upon the waterfalls. All day, far below them, a leaping stream had run down from the high pass behind, cleaving its narrow way between pine-clad walls, and now through a stony gate it flowed out and passed into a wider vale. The riders followed it, and suddenly Harrowdale lay before them, loud with the noise of waters in the evening. There the white snowball, joined by the lesser stream, went rushing, fuming on the stones, down to Edoras and the green hills and the plains. Away to the right, at the head of the great dale, the mighty Starkhorn loomed up above its vast buttresses, swathed in cloud, but its jagged peak, clothed in everlasting snow, gleamed far above the world, blue-shadowed upon the east, red-stained by the sunset in the west. Merry looked out in wonder upon this strange country, of which he had heard many tales upon their long road. It was a skyless world, in which his eye, through dim gulfs of shadowy air, saw only ever-mounting slopes, great walls of stone behind great walls, and frowning precipices wreathed with mist. He sat for a moment half dreaming, listening to the noise of water, the whisper of dark trees, the crack of stone, and the vast waiting silence that brooded behind all sound. He loved mountains, or he had loved the thought of them marching on the edge of stories brought from far away. But now he was borne down by the insupportable weight of Middle-earth. He longed to shut out the immensity in a quiet room by a fire. He was very tired, for though they had ridden slowly, they had ridden with very little rest. Hour after hour for nearly 3 weary days he had jogged up and down over passes and through long dales, and across many streams. Sometimes where the way was broader he had ridden at the king's side, not noticing that many of the riders smiled to see the two together, the hobbit on his little shaggy grey pony, and the Lord of Rohan on his great white horse. Then he had talked to Theoden, telling him about his home and the doings of the Shire folk, or listening in turn to tales of the Mark and its mighty men of old. But most of the time, especially on this last day, Merry had ridden by himself just behind the king, saying nothing and trying to understand the slow, sonorous speech of Rohan that he heard the men behind him using. It was a language in which there seemed to be many words that he knew, though spoken more richly and strongly than in the Shire. Yet he could not piece the words together. At times, some rider would lift up his clear voice in stirring song, and Merry felt his heart leap, though he did not know what it was about. All the same, he had been lonely, and never more so than now at the day's end. He wondered where in all this strange world Pippin had gone to, and what would become of Aragorn and Legolas and Gimli. Then suddenly, like a cold touch on his heart, he thought of Frodo and Sam.
I'm forgetting them,
he said to himself reproachfully.
and yet they are more important than all the rest of us. And I came to help them, but now they must be hundreds of miles away if they're still alive.
He shivered.
Harrowdale at last.
Said Eomer.
Our journey is almost at an end.
They halted. The paths out of the narrow gorge fell steeply. Only a glimpse, as through a tall window, could be seen the great valley and the loaming below. A single small light could be seen twinkling by the river.
This journey's over, maybe,
said Theoden.
but I have far yet to go. Last night the moon was full, and in the morning I shall ride to Edoras to the gathering of the Mark.
But if you would take my counsel, said Eomer in a low voice,
You would then return hither until the war is over, lost or won.
Theoden smiled.
Nay, my son, or so I will call you. Speak not the soft words of Wormtongue in my old ears.
He drew himself up and looked back at the long line of his men fading into the dusk behind.
Long years in the space of days it seems since I rode west, but never will I lean on a staff again. If the war is lost, what good will be my hiding in the hills? And if it is won, what grief will it be even if I fall, spending my last strength? But we will leave this now. Tonight I will lie in the hold of Dunharrow. One evening of peace at least is left us. Let us ride on!
In the deepening dusk they came down into the valley. Here the Snowbourne flowed near to the western falls of the dale, and soon the path led them to a ford where the shallow waters murmured loudly on the stones. The ford was guarded. As the king approached, many men sprang up out of the shadow of the rocks, and when they saw the king, they cried with glad voices,
Theoden King! Theoden King! The king of the Mark returns!
Then one blew a long call on a horn. It echoed in the valley. Other horns answered it, and lights shone across the river. And suddenly there rose a great chorus of trumpets from high above, sounding from some hollow place, as it seemed, that gathered their notes into one voice and sent it rolling and beating on the walls of stone. So the king of the Mark came back victorious out of the west to Dunharrow beneath the feet of the White Mountains. There he found the remaining strength of his people already assembled, for as soon as his coming was known, captains rode to meet him at the ford, bearing messages from Gandalf. Dunher, chieftain of the folk of Harrowdale, was at their head.
At dawn 3 days ago, Lord,
he said,
Shadowfax came like a wind out of the west to Edoras, and Gandalf brought tidings of your victory to gladden our hearts. But he brought also word from you to hasten the gathering of the riders, and then came the Winged Shadow.
The Winged Shadow, said Theoden.
We saw it also, but that was in the dead of night before Gandalf left us.
Maybe, Lord, said Dunher, yet the same or another like to it, as a flying darkness in the shape of a monstrous bird, passed over Edoras that morning, and all men were shaken with fear. For it stooped upon Meadowseld, and as it came low, almost to the gable, there came a cry that stopped our hearts.
Then it was that Gandalf counselled us not to assemble in the fields, but meet you here in the valley under the mountains, and he bade us to kindle no more lights or fires than barest need asked. So it has been done. Gandalf spoke with great authority. We trust that it is as you would wish.
Naught has been seen in Harrowdale of these evil things. It is well, said Theoden. I will ride now to the hold, and there before I go to rest I will meet the marshals and captains. Let them come to me as soon as may be. The road now led eastward straight across the valley, which was at first point little more than half a mile in width. Flats and meads and rough grass, grey now in the falling night, lay all about. But in front of the far side of the dale Mary saw a frowning wall, a last outlier of the great roots of the Starkhorn, cloven by the river in ages past. On all the level spaces there was a great concourse of men, some thrown to the roadside, hailing the king and the riders from the west with glad cries. But stretching away into the distance behind, there were ordered rows of tents and booths, and lines of picketed horses, and great store of arms, and piled spears bristling like thickets of newly planted trees. Now all the great assembly was falling into shadow, and yet, though the night chill blew cold from the heights, no lanterns glowed, no fires were lit. Watchmen heavily cloaked paced to and fro. Merry wondered how many riders there were. He could not guess their number in the gathering gloom, but it looked to him like a great army, many thousands strong. While he was peering from side to side, the king's party came up under the looming cliff of the eastern side of the valley. And there suddenly the path began to climb, and Merry looked up in amazement. He was on a road, the like of which he had never seen before. A great work of men's hands and years beyond the reach of song. Upwards it wound, coiling like a snake, boring its way across the sheer slope of rock, steep as a stair. It loomed backwards and forwards as it climbed. Up it horses could walk, and wains could be slowly hauled, but no enemy could come that way, except out of the air. It was defended from above. At each turn of the road there were great standing stones that had been carved in the likeness of men. Huge and clumsy-limbed, squatting cross-legged with their stumpy arms folded on fat bellies. Some in the wearing of the years had lost all features, save the dark holes of their eyes that still stared sadly at the passers-by. The riders hardly glanced at them. The Pukul men, they called them, and heeded them little. No power or terror was left in them, but Merry gazed at them with wonder and a feeling almost of pity, as they loomed up mournfully in the dusk. After a while he looked back and found that he had already climbed some hundreds of feet above the valley, but still far below he could dimly see a winding line of riders crossing the ford and filing along the road towards the camp prepared for them. Only the king and his guard were going up into the hold. At last the king's company came to a sharp brink, and the climbing road passed into a cutting between walls of rock, and so went up a short slope and out onto a wide upland. The Fyrienfeld, men call it, a green mountain field of grass and heath, high above the deep-delved courses of the Snowbourn, laid upon the lap of the great mountains behind, the Starkhorn southwards, and northwards the saw-toothed mass of Irenzaga. Between there faced the riders, the grim black wall of the Dwemoberg, the haunted mountain rising out of the deep slopes of somber pines. Dividing the upland into two, there marched a double line of unshaped standing stones that dwindled into the dusk and vanished in the trees. Those who dared to follow that road came soon to the black Dimholt under Dwemoberg, and the menace of the pillar of stone and the yawning shadow of the forbidden door. Such was the dark Dunharrow, the work of long-forgotten men. Their name was lost, and no song or legend remembered it. For what purpose they had made this place as a town or secret temple or a tomb of kings, none could say. Here they labored in the dark years, before ever a ship came to the western shores, or Gondor of the Dunedain was built. And now they had vanished, and only the old Pukul men were left, still sitting at the turnings of the road. Merry stared at the lines of marching stones. They were worn in black. Some were leaning, some were fallen, some cracked or broken. They looked like rows of old and hungry teeth. He wondered what they could be, and he hoped that the king was not going to follow them into the darkness beyond. Then he saw that there were clusters of tents and booths on either side of the stony way, but these were not set near the trees, and seemed rather to huddle away from them towards the brink of the cliff. The greater number were on the right, where the Fyrienfeld was wider, and on the left there was a smaller camp in the midst of which stood a tall pavilion. From this side a river now came out to meet them, and they turned from the road. As they drew near, Merry saw that the rider was a woman with long braided hair gleaming in the twilight. Yet she wore a helm that was clad to the waist like a warrior and girded with a sword.
"Hail, Lord of the Mark!"
she cried.
"My heart is glad at your returning.
And you, Eowyn, said Theoden, is all well with you? All is well, she answered. Yet it seemed to Merry that her voice belied her, and he would have thought that she had been weeping, if that could be believed for one so stern of face. All is well. It was a weary road for the people to take, torn suddenly from their homes. They were hard words, for it is long since war has driven us from the green fields, but there have been no evil deeds. And all is now ordered, as you see, and your lodging is prepared for you, for I have had full tidings of you and knew the hour of your coming. So Aragorn has come then, said Eomer. Is he still here? No, he is gone, said Eowyn, turning away and looking at the mountains dark against the east and south. Whither did he go? I do not know, she answered. He came at night and rode away yestermorn ere the sun had climbed over the mountain tops. He is gone. You are grieved, daughter, said Theoden. What has happened? Tell me. Did he speak of that road? He pointed away along the darkening lines of the stones towards the Dwimmerberg. Of the paths of the dead? Yes, Lord, said Eowyn, and he passed into the shadows from which none have returned. I could not dissuade him. He is gone. Then our paths are sundered, said Eomer. He is lost. We must ride without him, and our hope dwindles. Slowly they passed through the short heath and upland grass, speaking no more until they came to the king's pavilion. There Merry found that everything was made ready, and that he himself was not forgotten. A little tent had been pitched for him besides the king's lodging, and there he sat alone, while men passed to and fro, going in to the king and taking counsel with him. Night came on, and the half-seen heads of the mountains westwards were covered with stars. But the east was dark and blank. The marching stones faded slowly from sight, but still beyond them, blacker than the gloom, brooded the vast crouching shadow of the Dwimmerberg.
Paths of the dead,
he muttered to himself.